it's John Holloman. Thanks for coming to be with us today. The Mars Pathfinder is now 2 hours and 7 minutes from bashing into the atmosphere of the Red Planet. It will slow to 55 miles an hour before bouncing onto the surface. NASA has just talked to reporters for a last-minute update on the landing. CNN's Jim Hill is there and joins us. Jim, any problems?
None whatsoever, John. As a matter of fact, very good news. I'm standing in front of a mock-up of the huge airbags that will be deployed if all goes well. Just a short time ago, scientists said they are very much on time and very much on target to touch down with the Pathfinder on the face of Mars something over 2 hours from now. The spacecraft is traveling at just over 15,000 miles an hour at this point, roughly 123,000 miles from the surface of Mars. Now, during recent months, scientists have made 4 minor adjustments in aiming this spacecraft toward the area they want. They had a 5th and final opportunity to do that last night and early this morning. They say the good news is they did not have to change a thing. No adjustments whatsoever to aiming this spacecraft last night. One scientist likened this to a golf match. He said, if Mars is par 5, we're going to make it in 4. So I guess you could say that this is going to be a birdie if all goes well. But of course, a little over 2 hours from now, a lot of very critical events have to happen to make sure that that spacecraft does in fact land on Mars in one piece. John?
Jim, it seems to me that with all the precise planning they've done for this mission, the things that are going to happen over the next few hours may be plus or minus 20 seconds, a few minutes. In fact, we even heard last night from one of the project managers, this thing may be sending pictures from Mars for up to a year. I mean, why is it not more precise, do you think?
Well, actually, there's imprecision in where Mars itself is. Actually, you know that Mars is circling the sun, much like Earth is, in an elliptical orbit, and the Pathfinder has essentially been chasing Mars through the cosmos in hopes of rendezvousing in just the precise way. It's like shooting an arrow at Mars and hoping you hit the exact spot. They know they can do this within a kilometer or so, so there's some uncertainty there. And exactly what's going to happen once they're on the surface of Mars, of course, has to do with a lot of contingencies which are really being done for the first time. So nobody really knows exactly what's going to happen and exactly how it's going to happen.
And Jim, I guess the next few hours are going to be a little iffy too. We may get a signal as soon as the thing gets through the atmosphere. We may not, because ice in the currently traveling through space version of those airbags might prevent the radio signal from getting here. It's going to be touch and go for the next few hours, sounds to me like.
That's right. They're actually going to turn the transmitter off once the Pathfinder lander touches down, and that's to save some battery power and so forth, and wait for the Martian sunrise to power up the solar cells. So unless there's a low-gain signal, as they call it, that is able to be picked up before the high-gain solar-powered signal is established, then we're really not going to know much. So it could be up to 4 hours of nail-biting and waiting without any kind of confirmation that things are going well.
All right, Jim, thanks a lot. Check back with us. It won't be long before project scientists learn the results of all their hard work. In about 2.5 hours, Pathfinder will begin this landing sequence we've been talking about. And once the process starts, there's practically no room for error. For Pathfinder to do its job, the rest of today will have to be virtually flawless. The next big event will be Pathfinder's entry into the atmosphere of Mars. Its heat shield will protect the fragile parts inside from burning to smithereens. At least that's what project manager Donna Shirley hopes for.
When we hit the atmosphere, the heat shield keeps the friction of the air from burning us up. The atmosphere of Mars is about 1% as thick as the atmosphere of Earth, but it's still thick enough to slow us down. The heat shield keeps us from burning up. Then we pop a parachute, which slows us down some more. And then it gets really exciting because we lower the lander, which is kind of shaped like a pyramid, down on a cable underneath the parachute, and we fire some retro rockets on part of the parachute to slow it down to 0, and big airbags pop out all around the lander, and it hits. We cut the bridle, and it hits and bounces and rolls and tumbles. And then we deflate the airbags, open the pedals like a flower, and the rover is sitting on one of the pedals.
If the airbags work and Pathfinder survives, the spaceship will send a weak radio signal to Earth, letting scientists here know it made it. And then it will shut down as the sun sets on the landing zone and the solar power cells have no power source until dawn. But when the sun comes up, the big picture show will begin. The Sojourner rover will leave the safety of the landing craft and begin its week-long mission to look at everything it can find on the Martian surface. Scientists expect the landing zone to be filled with different kinds of rocks and geological formations. The hope is Sojourner will show us pictures of things we understand and some things we don't.
I think the pictures that Viking took had a real emotional impact. When you saw the rocks strewn across that rusty red surface, at least that's what it looked like to me, these pictures will be of even higher quality. Some of them will be stereoscopic, and I think that the pictures are likely to have a profound impact.
The answers will start coming by the evening, and scientists say they'll be busy analyzing these pictures for years. Some of that analysis will be done with 3D glasses. Stay tuned to CNN for live coverage of the Pathfinder's landing on Mars. We'll have coverage of the landing live at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Now let's go back to CNN's Jim Hill with more from the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena. Jim?
Well, John, you know, I've made reference to the mock-up of these huge airbags that you can see behind me. Those are the bags that are supposed to protect the lander package. In other words, the lander and the rover, as they free fall the last 100 feet onto the surface of Mars, traveling at, 45 to 55 miles an hour. They will deflate and be drawn in. The lander will then open up and reveal really a key part of this mission. And, of course, that is the rover, which they are calling the Sojourner. At some point, this will be able to venture out onto the surface of Mars and really, for the first time, be able to analyze on the surface of Mars some of the geology, some of the rocks and soil and so forth that are found there. The development of this rover is really rather interesting, and John Zarella tells us about it.
There have been big ones. There have been little ones. For years now, rovers of all sizes and shapes have run over rocks, cruised along desert landscapes. They've been tested and redesigned over and over again. Finally, this. Sojourner is what engineers and scientists chose to send to Mars. This is where much of its testing took place, the sandbox at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. Sojourner, a 6-wheeled, 23-pound solar-powered rover, is the centerpiece of NASA's Pathfinder mission.
This will be one of the first images we'll get down from Mars. This is obviously of our test bed, but what we want to look at is make sure that these airbags are underneath where the ramp would deploy here.
If the lander and Sojourner survive the airbag landing on Mars, Sojourner will begin its snail's pace crawl across the surface. Once it finds a rock scientists back on Earth find interesting, the rover's alpha proton X-ray spectrometer will spend up to 10 hours analyzing the composition.
The rover stops the last thing in the day, puts the spectrometer on the rock or on the ground, and it just collects data all night long, and then by the time the sun comes up the next morning, the rover's ready to go off and move again.
With the ability to analyze one rock a day, engineers and geologists hope the little vehicle just keeps on going and going. This is the Mars Yard. Scientists and engineers here have already forgotten about Pathfinder and are working on the next generation of Mars rovers. This is Rocky 7, the latest in mini rovers. It looks like Sojourner, but is far more autonomous.
As a rover in the future moves away from the lander, it needs to be able to look at the terrain all by itself and tell itself where to go.
Rocky 7, or something similar, will fly to Mars in 2001. It will gather rocks and wait there until 2005. That's when NASA plans to send a vehicle to pick up the samples and bring them back to Earth. John Zarella, CNN, Pasadena, California.
Back now live in Pasadena at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and the NASA organization. Let's talk now with Donna Shirley. She is the program manager for Mars Exploration. Welcome.
Right. Welcome. Thank you.
My gosh, and congratulations, it would appear. You seem to be right on target. How important is it that you've been able to pinpoint this?
Well, it was important that we not drift too far to the east, too far to the west, because there was some terrain there that the scientists told us looked a little messy. It wasn't really where they wanted to go. It's a good thing we didn't drift too far to the east because there were some craters there and to the north also. So actually we're right where the scientists wanted to go. And in fact, it's such interesting terrain that the scientists are really going to be happy if we land there. If we landed right in the middle of where we were planning to go, it was real safe, but not quite so interesting.
When we talk about the things that are going to be taking place, entry and the actual landing on the surface, what are the most critical aspects of this? Are there really situations where something has to happen or the whole thing is a washout?
Well, there's a lot of places where it all has to happen. It really has to come together. It's a complex situation, but Viking has done it successfully twice, and they have the same heat shield on Viking, and we have the same parachute as Viking, and all the way down to where we have airbag deployment. Everything else is just like Viking. So we're pretty confident that will all work. The airbags have to inflate, but more importantly, or as importantly, a radar altimeter has to sense the surface so we know when to inflate the airbags. We don't want to inflate them after we've already hit the ground, and we don't want to inflate them and then be cut too early and fall from hundreds of meters instead of just a couple 100 feet or so. So it all has to work, but it's all been tested a lot.
Now, once the lander is on the surface of Mars, there are things that can go wrong, but the mission can still continue. What are some of those things that you have contingency plans for?
Well, for example, we have a contingency plan if the high-gain antenna does not successfully point to the Earth, which is we have an automatic sequence on board where the camera looks for the sun, and then once you know where the sun is, you know where the Earth is. And if that sun-finding algorithm doesn't work, then the antenna may not be able to point to the Earth. So as a backup to that is we have a low-gain antenna that transmits at about 250 bits per second, whereas the high-gain is about 2,500 bits per second, and we can still do the mission even with the low-gain antenna.
One thing I think that the world is really waiting to see is the first color panoramic shot of the Marsscape. When will we see that at best?
At best, about 6 to 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, Pacific Daylight Time. So it'll be quite a ways yet. But we hear the Mom, I Made It signal a little after 2 o'clock Pacific Daylight Time in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much. That is Donna Shirley with JPL. With some very good news, it looks like everything is right on schedule and not only that, right on target, John.
Thanks, Jim. Donna Shirley told us last night that last night she was feeling like it was Christmas Eve. This must be Christmas morning for her. More Out of This World just ahead. Coming up, we'll tell you why the Red Planet was singled out to begin the new era of space exploration. Stay tuned.
I don't know. Never thought much about retiring. Figured I'd know when the time was right.
We're gonna miss you, Ted.
36 years. Started on DC-6s. Pretty much everything you needed to work on one, you found in a toolbox. Today, we use ultrasounds to check for microscopic voids. Use X-rays, boroscopes, magnetic imaging. Yeah, the tools have changed, but the job really hasn't.
Need you to look at this.
Ask anybody out here. They'll tell you. We're not just responsible for these planes. We're responsible for the people who get on them as well. That's the way it's always been. I'm proud to say for the past 36 years, I've been a small part of that.
Way to go, Ted.
People frown about all sorts of things. Sometimes it's about money. But one thing that won't cost you a lot is the Lumina from Chevrolet. Because Lumina offers you more standard safety features for the money than any other 6-passenger car in its class. In fact, at under $17,500, the Chevy Lumina is $2,000 less than Ford Taurus GL. For you, that's one less thing to worry about. So see your Chevy dealer for a Lumina today and give your face a rest. The cars more Americans trust.
To demonstrate the unique construction of a Simmons Beauty Rest pocketed coil inner spring, we're dropping the ball. On the competition, that is. The leading competitor relies on linked springs, so when your partner moves, the springs move too. But only Simmons has Beauty Rest individual pocketed coil springs to reduce movement and help give you undisturbed sleep. How much less movement will you feel on a Simmons Beauty Rest? See for yourself at a Simmons dealer. Simmons Beauty Rest, the Do Not Disturb mattress.
The planets in the solar system, what made Mars the surface of choice? Was it the composition, the climate, or the color? Well, it may have been a little of all that. The first historical references to Mars come from Mesopotamian astronomers in what is now Iraq. They found it in the sky 3,500 years ago. What set it apart from the other heavenly objects then still sets it apart: the color. Even without telescopes, Mars is the red planet. The Romans named it for the god of war. The Babylonians called it Nergal, the god of death and pestilence. When Nergal is dim, it is lucky. When bright, unlucky. Those words were recorded on a cuneiform tablet more than 3,000 years ago. Earthlings have always wanted to visit Mars. It's the closest planet to our own, and as knowledge of the red planet has increased, so has the realization that Mars and Earth are not that different. A day on Mars is just 37 minutes, 22 seconds longer than a day on Earth. Mars is tilted on its axis, just the way Earth is, which means there are 4 distinct seasons there, but because it takes twice as long to go around the sun, the seasons are twice as long. Its size? Just about half that of Earth. Before the first telescopes, it was assumed that Mars was inhabited, and early telescope views confirmed that notion when it was noticed the planet was crisscrossed by what appeared to be canals. They must have been built by Martians. Percival Lowell used a 24-inch refracting telescope to look at the red planet. In 1895, he wrote, "The canals were the work of intelligent beings." He described Mars as older than Earth, with dried-up oceans, continents all smoothed down. He was convinced the canals were an elaborate irrigation system, and everybody believed him. Even after better telescopes showed the planet's barren surface and probes from Earth traveled the surface without finding any sign of life, the allure of Mars continues to draw us to its surface. The recent discovery in Antarctica of fossils which might have come from Mars and which seem to contain microscopic live creatures raises the intriguing question: was Percival Lowell right? And makes the race to the Martian surface even more exciting. Joining us now is a former astronaut who flew on the Apollo 11 moon landing mission in 1969. Buzz Aldrin is now the chairman of the board of directors of the National Space Society. Good morning, my friend. Thanks for getting up early for me. It's good to see you out there. Buzz.
Good morning, John.
Good morning. 28 years ago, you walked on the moon. When you did that, did you assume that sometime in your career as an astronaut you would probably walk on Mars?
I didn't assume that in my career, no, not at all. I didn't give a whole lot of thought as to what would happen afterward, but I think we all assumed that there would be a continuity to whatever we did. Instead of flying there 6 more times, succeeding in 5 out of the 6, and then essentially sitting and waiting for a good number of years.
Yeah, well, now what we're doing on Mars is this robotic stuff. Is that all good news, or do you have mixed feelings about it?
Oh, I have great feelings about it. It's sort of analogous to going back to the days of the Ranger when we were taking photographs initially much cruder and then impacting on the moon, and then we followed that with the robotic surveyor craft, and then we took good pictures with Lunar Orbiter. We chose to land just after dawn, but because this is a robot, it's going to land about 3 hours before dawn on Mars and get things situated and then look for sunrise.
Does this mission have to work, this and the other unmanned missions, do they have to work if we're going to send humans to Mars in the next 20, 25 years, do you think?
Well, a good number of the ones that are scheduled at a pace of about 2 every 2 years or every 26 months. We're going to send, hopefully, 2 missions to Mars. doing varieties of different things leading up to sample return missions. I think even before that, we'll be trying to convert the Martian atmosphere, which is carbon dioxide, into oxygen and methane so that we can have return propellant, both for Mars sample return and for human missions.
All right, Buzz Aldrin, this is a fascinating interview for me, as it is every time I talk to you. What are you most interested in seeing on these pictures when they start coming in later today?
I guess a terrain that conforms to what we predict it would be, so that landings are going to be safe. I think the ability to analyze the rocks up close, to be able to predict the weather, they're just a whole host of things. But I think it's primarily an operational test of the technologies of being simpler and more reliable than the more complicated and more expensive missions of earlier days.
Buzz Aldrin, Apollo 11 astronaut, second human being to walk on the moon. Thank you for stopping by to be with us. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have a live report from Ground Zero for most UFO enthusiasts. CNN's Jeff Flock reports from Roswell, New Mexico, coming up.
Sal.
Oh, hi, Sal.
Mr. and Mrs. Collins. How great to see you.
Good to see you, Sal.
Owner involvement is what sets many companies apart.
Enjoy your dinner.
I love coming to Sal's. He always makes sure everything is just right.
It's the same way with Lord Abbott & Company mutual funds. Here, investment professionals own the company and work every day to help you meet your investment goals. Talk to your broker or call Lord Abbott & Company and put private ownership to work for you.
Imagine if getting gas were more like mid-flight refueling. We have at the new, faster, easier Shell. Shell, moving at the speed of life.
The sun brings life. People come to the park to see animals, not weeds. That's my motto. Pulling weeds is a waste of time. If you don't get the root, the weed grows back. We use Roundup. Roundup kills the whole weed, roots included. I don't pull weeds at work. Why would I do it at home? That's the home version of my motto. Roundup, no roots, no weeds, no problem.
Introducing a new kind of Fixident. A Fixident with no artificial flavors or colors. Introducing new Fixident Free. Fixident holds stronger longer than any free adhesive or your money back. Guaranteed. Fixident and forget it with new Fixident Free.
Few ever reach the top. Those who do leave their mark. It's time you reached for the mark of quality Czech dairies, where higher standards simply means fresh taste.
To demonstrate the unique construction of a Simmons Beauty Rest pocketed coil inner spring, we're dropping the ball. On the competition, that is. The leading competitor relies on linked springs, so when your partner moves, the springs move too. But only Simmons has Beauty Rest individual pocketed coil springs to reduce movement and help give you undisturbed sleep. How much less movement will you feel on a Simmons Beauty Rest? See for yourself at a Simmons dealer. Simmons Beauty Rest, the Do Not Disturb mattress.
Welcome back. While the space program searches for answers about planet Mars, people in Roswell, New Mexico are searching for answers about what some believe was an alien landing there 50 years ago. CNN's Jeff Flock standing by live in Roswell with more. What do you got, Jeff?
Well, John, we're going to Mars, but did they come here from Mars or somewhere else? We're trying to answer that question this week here at UFO Encounter 97. At this hour, we are at the UFO Enigma Museum. Now, if you see it from the outside, perhaps it looks somewhat unassuming, and perhaps it is. If you're expecting a glitzy museum out here in the New Mexico desert, you're not going to find one. But what you are going to find is a lot of real people telling real stories, they think, about what happened here 50 years ago. John Price is the owner and curator of this museum. What do you got here, John?
We have a history of UFO phenomena from the 40s to the 90s, a little bit even before that. We have a gift shop and a lot of good information in cases.
Now, so a lot of people made a lot of the fact that there's a lot of money to be made about this. You've got a lot of things to sell and little things to take home, everything from the copy, for example, of the newspaper that announced the UFO. And, of course, this is what people put so much credence in, the fact that the Air Force at one point said this, in fact, was a UFO and was a spacecraft.
Yeah, this is their first report that it was indeed a flying saucer, and it was a statement of fact put out by the military to the news media, so it makes it very, very important.
Okay, John, take me through. We got about a minute left here. Buzz me quickly through your museum. Okay. What do we got?
We have my book here, Roswell, Quest for the Truth, that we just wrote not long ago.
Obviously, a lot of material has been written about what happened here.
A lot of material, and there'll probably be a lot more.
You know, John, while we're here, I'm going to pause you one second. I want to come over and get Loretta Proctor, because she is one of the living witnesses of what happened. Loretta was with her husband, and the man who allegedly found the first debris came to you and said, let's go out and take a look at it. You told him you didn't want to waste your time.
Well, we back in those days, your cars were wore out, your tires were wore out, and you didn't have the gas, so...
What did you see?
Well, he brought a piece of the material up to our house, and it looked like lightweight wood, or now we'd say plastic, but back then there was no plastic, so...
What you thought looked like out-of-this-world material?
Yes, they tried to burn it, and they tried to make marks on it, and it was so hard that they couldn't do anything.
Got it. Thank you. Ms. Proctor, thank you very much. I want to just, we have to run, John. Thanks very much for the quick tour of the museum. What's the one thing that you would say to folks coming to Roswell, New Mexico?
We have something for everybody here. We have the serious side, the fun side, and just the curious side.
10-4. John Price, thank you. That's the latest from here. John, back to you.
All right, Jeff Locke, thank you. Jim Hill, thank you. Buzz Aldrin, thank you. Folks who are watching, thank you. Come back in 2 hours. We're going to have live continuing coverage of the Pathfinder landing on Mars right here on CNN.
Today on CNN, live reports from the 50th anniversary of the Roswell space alien mystery. Remembering Roswell begins today, 2 Eastern on CNN.
In the 70s, Texas Appliance was founded on great selection, personal service, and low prices. And that hasn't changed.
Today, we have the largest display and selection of freestanding and built-in appliances in Texas, like this GE 21 cubic foot top-mount refrigerator with glass shelves and ice maker for only $6.99.
We can't roll back prices to the 70s.
But we'll beat any advertised price plus 10% of the difference. Get the product you want at the lowest price at Texas Appliance.
Welcome to Taste of Thai. Enjoy our quiet, cozy atmosphere, perfect for a romantic dinner for two or a large party. Choose from a unique menu full of authentic selections from the most famous hotel restaurants of Thailand. Our experienced chefs tailor every dish to match your tastes and specialize in vegetarian and spicy dishes. Delicious food and great atmosphere. Taste of Thai. Come by our convenient neighborhood location and see for yourself.
The Eddie Williams Man. He knows he'll always look his best with the premium selection of clothing he finds at Eddie Williams Man Shop, like suits and sport coats from Hickey Freeman, Talia, and Burberry's. For sportswear, he prefers Eddie Williams' collection of golf shirts by Bobby Jones or Jack Nicklaus, and Asher walk shorts. Every man will love the crisp look of linen cotton blends, and every woman will enjoy the stylish comfort of sportswear by Richard. Eddie Williams Man Shop, for the man or woman with impeccable taste.
Attention arts and craft lovers. Featuring the work of over 350 crafters, Cooper Street Craft Mall houses the finest selection of handcrafted gifts and home decorations in Texas, including quality holiday decorations, country crafts, ceramics, handmade dolls and bunnies, woodwork, toll painting, jewelry and accessories, framed prints, Victorian creations, and more. Cooper Street Craft Mall even has a kids' playroom so mom can shop uninterrupted. Also visit the Old Time General Store for unique gift ideas at Cooper Street Craft Mall, 1701 South Cooper, Arlington.
This is CNN.
The president and a woman named Paula. Mr. Clinton formally responds to his accuser's claims in his closely watched sexual harassment suit.
And scoping out a planetary neighbor, Pathfinder nears its rendezvous with Mars. An update on the mission. From the CNN Center in Atlanta, welcome to the final half hour of CNN Morning News. I'm Bobby Batista.
And I'm Bill Hemmer on this 4th of July. Happy 4th to you, and thanks for being with us. Here's what's happening at this hour. President Clinton is officially denying all the allegations.
If we don't get any picture back from Mars, everybody at the Jet Propulsion Lab is going to have a bad
Well, they'll
day
be
today.
disappointed, but still wouldn't it have accomplished
something? Well, yeah, just to make the trip is
Right, it is
a
a big
major
thing.
accomplishment. I mean, they tested navigation equipment. They're testing all kinds of new technology on this thing. And every time something goes right, they just kind of make a big check on a checklist. Well, that gizmo works. That's good. And, you know, if it continues, if, you know, 1 o'clock this afternoon, less than 2 hours from now, about an hour and 45 minutes, this thing is going to hit the Martian atmosphere. We're going to be here. We're going to have live coverage. We're going to have pictures from the Jet Propulsion Lab, animation from here, and it's going to be a fabulous thing. So that's coming up 2 hours from now, 1 o'clock Eastern Time, 10 in the morning Pacific Time. We'll have live coverage of the landing of the Pathfinder with commentary from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And so it should be a big show. And before I go,
we'll explain this thing here before we get out of here.
Science fair project.
That's right. This is another one of those $10,000 models that I get people who manufacture the real one to let me borrow. This is the Mars Global Surveyor. This thing was launched to Mars a month or two before Pathfinder. It's going to get there later this year. It's not going to land. It's going to go around the surface of Mars and map about every square inch of Martian surface. And I had it. I thought, since we're talking Mars, you ought to see one more gizmo that's up there, making our knowledge greater of what's up there on our nearest neighbor.
And think job security, John.
That's right. No kidding. As you say, 401k. Let me make a note of it.
Got it. We'll see you later, okay?
All right.
All right, so long.
Well, it is the 4th of July.
Atmosphere at about 16,000 miles an hour after bouncing to a landing with the help of a parachute and huge airbags. Over the weekend, a 6-wheeled Rover will creep across the Martian landscape. NASA says it could be at least 2 hours after touchdown before a signal is received here on Earth. And now to our Fox Spot. We take you to the Northeast. The spot, York County, Pennsylvania. The story, a 4-alarm controversy. WPMT's Cindy McGrath explains.
On an encore presentation of CNN Talkback Live, Marcia Clark talks back about the trial of the century and life after O.J. Today, 3 Eastern on CNN.
You seem frazzled, hon. Are you okay?
You would not believe the day that I've been having. First of all, the car is acting up. And then my mother called. She's already having a
Can we
tell
wait to
about...
talk until I get home? Because I'm working. You know how
I
it
know,
is.
it's okay. Listen, I'll let you go.
All right.
I love you.
Me too. Why don't you guys go for a spacewalk?
Another everyday connection made possible by Southwestern Bell.
Luby's is celebrating its 50th birthday, and you could win a cruise to the Bahamas, a vacation at Walt Disney World. Enter at any Luby's or send your name, address, and phone number to Luby's 50th Anniversary Sweepstakes, care of PMG, 819 2nd Street, Manchester, New Hampshire. Grand prize, a 7-day trip for 4 with a cruise to the Bahamas and a visit to Disney World in Florida. And there are 50 other Carnival cruises to the Bahamas or Mexico. No purchase necessary. Enter today and celebrate 50 years with Luby's. Good food from good people.
You'll be happy to know that Midas is having their shake, rattle, and roll sale. Which means you'll save 50% off your second shock or strut. You see, Midas figured a big savings would come in handy.
because you can never be sure what kind of wear and tear your systems have been through. The Shake, Rattle and Roll sale at Midas.
Once a year, an event takes place of unprecedented proportions, an occasion that will take place this summer, earlier than ever before. The event, the Frank Kent Cadillac 97 model closeout sale. Right now, every Cadillac, including the Eldorado, DeVille, and Seville STS is dramatically reduced. So visit Frank Kent Cadillac today for remarkable savings and see the all-new Catera. Cadillac, creating a higher standard at Frank Kent Cadillac, 3800 Southwest Boulevard in West Fort Worth.
This is CNN.
The following is CNN's coverage of a live event.
Hello, and welcome to this CNN special presentation. I'm John Holloman. Today, we're taking you where no one has gone before, to Mars. With the landing of the Pathfinder probe just moments away, about 6.5 moments, we will eavesdrop on mission control at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. We will hear from Donna Shirley, the head of NASA's Mars Exploration Program. Our own Jim Hill is there. CNN's Jennifer Arthur is just across town in Pasadena at the Planet Fest celebration, and we'll wait to find out. Is there life on the Red Planet, or can there be? And will the Pathfinder survive the basketball drop on the Martian surface? Jim Hill's with us now.
That's right, John. We're here in Pasadena at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where in about 10 minutes or less, the entire vehicle, the lander and the rover, will be dropping into the Martian atmosphere and beginning a very, very busy 4.5 minutes. That's about how long it takes for the lander and the rover as a unit to drop down to the surface of Mars. Now, joining me right now is Donna Shirley. Now, Donna, can you tell us at what point we're going to know whether or not the entry into the atmosphere is actually taking place?
Well, we should know in about, 5 minutes or so, because we'll get a signal back that will, the signal from the spacecraft will change. The frequency will change because the spacecraft will start to slow down due to the friction of the atmosphere. But then we'll probably lose the signal when the parachute deploys.
Now, is that a certainty that the signal will in fact be lost at that point, or is there a chance there could be a continued signal?
There's a chance that the signal could continue all the way practically down to the airbag deployment, but the odds are very low. It will almost certainly, we will almost certainly lose the signal, because the Earth is really low on the horizon, and the lower the spacecraft gets, the harder it is for it to see the Earth.
Now, we talk about a period of roughly 4 hours in which there's going to be a lot of nail biting, in which really the engineers don't know. You really don't know if the craft has survived the impact. Is there any way of gaining information to ease your thoughts, or is it really a blackout?
Well, it really is a blackout, especially after we land, because we actually turn the transmitter off, because we have to operate completely on battery power for the next 4 hours because there's no sun. We're landing in the dark. And so in order to conserve the batteries for the operations so that the spacecraft can actually talk to us, we'll be turning the transmitter off once we're on the ground. And that all happens automatically.
Now, what we're looking at right now would be basically the entry and in the heat shield, is that right?
Right, that's right. The friction of the atmosphere with the heat shield, which is the front there that's turning red, is heating up, is slowing the spacecraft down due to the drag, just like when you put your hand out the car window. But it's going so fast, at about 16,000 miles an hour, that it's also heating up.
Okay, thank you, Donna. We're going to take a break right now and go to live mission control and see what's going on there.
Going to open the parachute such that the dynamic pressure at the time of parachute motor deployment is about 600 newtons per meter squared. Although the vehicle is still traveling at nearly 1,000 miles per hour at the time that the parachute deploys, because the atmosphere is so thin, this dynamic pressure corresponds to only a fraction of a pound per square inch.
You ought to listen.
We expect that the parachute will deploy in about 15 seconds. The events will follow will occur in rapid succession under the control of the onboard software. I'll report these events as they are expected to occur.
He said that
Parachute should now be deployed.
they should have seen real strong level. Changing the level.
The spacecraft is slowing down rapidly because of parachute deployment. The heat shield should separate in about 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds. The next event is lander separation. That should occur in about 5 seconds. When that occurs, the lander will descend in about 10 seconds down the bridle. Lander separation should have occurred right about now. We should be switching from one antenna to another antenna under a flight software control. This is an antenna that improves our ability to see the signal during this descent phase.
The cheer that you heard about 1 minute ago was an indication that the parachute had opened. There was a change in the signal strength meter there in Mars Mission Control.
Spacecraft should be approximately a mile above the surface of Mars. There's a lot of uncertainty in the timing from here on out because of the variation in the atmosphere.
The big picture on your screen is animation telling you what we and they think is happening right now.
The spacecraft should have passed the 600 mark. Airbag should be inflated. Rockets should be firing. And bridle should be cut.
The commentator has to say should have now because there's not the same level of communication with the Mars Pathfinder. There is no camera to take pictures to equal this animation that we're looking at. But over the next couple of minutes, if it successfully gets to the Martian surface and if it concludes its bouncing around on the surface of Mars, there is a possibility of a very weak radio signal from Mars which will be picked up by the deep space network antennas that are located in Spain.
DDL-COM has reported that a signal is barely visible. It's a very good sign, everybody.
That's what they were hoping would happen. The Pathfinder has successfully touched down on the surface of Mars. Donna Shirley, join us here. I'm told you were pumped. Is that an accurate description?
What, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Boy, am I pumped. Wow, we never expected to get the signal this way. We never expected it. I mean, this is the best news imaginable. This is terrific.
Tell me what it means. Tell me what it means, really. That means it's there, the airbags are still up. I mean, what do you know because you got that signal?
We know that it hit the surface, that it all worked, that it's still alive on the surface. And that was the biggest uncertainty as to whether it was going to make it to the surface and hit the surface. That means the parachutes worked, the heat shield worked, the airbags worked. It all worked. And now all we have to do is settle down and let the airbags deflate and open the pedals, and it'll all be great. It should just go swimmingly.
Is it daylight on Mars right now or nighttime in the landing zone?
It's nighttime. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning Mars time, and we won't have the sun for about another 4 hours. So we will soon turn off the transmitter.
Okay, and these airbags will deflate slowly, or do you think there's a need for you to speed them up? And,
No, they'll do their own thing. This is completely out of our hands now. We can't send any commands.
Okay, and given that things have gone so swimmingly to this point, any chance we'll get our first picture any sooner than we've been led to believe we might?
No, absolutely not. Everything is now programmed to happen, keyed to when the sun comes up. And that's just going to take a while.
All right, we're going to go back into mission control for a second.
Hopefully, we may see a signal when that finishes up. We will keep our eyes peeled, of course. Seeing a signal from the surface of Mars is actually the hard part.
Oh, the actual signal that they get. All that shit.
Donna, Rob Manning in Mission Control just said that you're waiting now for another signal. What was he talking about, and when might we get that next signal?
Well, we will turn the transmitter. The transmitter will be turned off, if it hasn't been turned off already, very soon, because it's really hard to hear a signal from Mars. There's this little tiny antenna that's all buried inside the airbags. Yeah, it's like a radio, only a very short little stub antenna. So it's really unlikely that we'll hear anything. So we're going to go ahead and turn the transmitter off to save power. Now, we will turn the transmitter on when we get ready to open the pedals, and it's possible that we might hear a signal then, but it's going to be very, very difficult. So it's most likely that we won't hear from it till about 2 o'clock this afternoon Pacific time. And then if everything's fine, if the airbags have retracted and it's open, then we should get a nice strong signal saying we made it.
All right. Could it have gone any better than this?
No, I mean, this was unbelievably perfect. Gordon Wood is our radio engineer, and he's been telling us, hey, you know, that we're not going to hear this thing, we're not going to hear it, and they heard it all the way to the ground. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
All right, I guess that tells you a lot about the technology that went into this rover and to the Pathfinder itself, that it's able to do this so much better than you anticipated, huh?
Well, it just means there's a heck of a team working on this thing, and they have done a really, really terrific job.
You got a bunch of other missions in the pipeline. You got the Mars Global Explorer a few months away from going into orbit around the planet. You've got another mission in a couple of missions in a couple of years that are going to go down to the surface again. Is much of the technology that you are testing today going to be used in some of those future missions? I mean, does it give you a lot more hope for the future because this is working so well today?
Yes, it does. And the main thing is it gives us confidence that we can build something for just a fraction of the cost of the last time we landed on Mars and have it actually work. I mean, this is the basis of our whole program, this low-cost approach. Plus, the technology that's been developed for this mission, particularly the computer and the approach to the power system and everything, is being directly inherited by our future missions, the 298 missions, the 201 and 03 missions. And so we're really well on our way.
Yeah.
Mars Global Surveyor is also going to be very exciting.
A little while ago, you and Jim Hill were standing out in front of this life-size airbag display, and you showed us a little hand model of what the airbags look like configuration-wise. We got some videotape when you were testing these airbag systems we're going to show now. Who came up with this? I mean, this is a pretty bizarre idea, isn't it?
Well, actually, a fellow named Mike O'Neill, I believe, an engineer, was the originator of this idea, and he actually took it from the Russians. The Russians actually used airbags to land on the moon in the 60s, and they had a sample return mission and some rovers. And we have quite a different design than they do, and it's not the same, but the principle of landing with an airbag to cushion you for being able to land in much more rugged terrain than a propulsive landing system can do was the idea. And we'll know in about 4 hours if it worked.
Gonna be
John, I should point something out here. The atmosphere around here is really incredible. People are so happy. You can see the cheers. You could hear people occasionally whooping and yelling in the background. And I think it's hard to see on television, but as I was looking at Donna Shirley, I could see some tearing in the eyes. You don't often see an engineer of this caliber getting misty-eyed over something, but you were really caught up with some emotion.
Oh, absolutely, and you could see it in the mission control room. I mean, the guys were hugging each other and jumping up and down, and I'm sure Tony Spears is crying also. I mean, this is just unbelievably good. It's just it's a very, very emotional moment. I mean, we've worked on this mission for some of us 5 years. I worked on this mission for 5 years, since 1992, and all the team has been, dedicating their lives, working very long hours, working very hard, putting their hearts and souls into this mission. And there's a big human component to these things. These are not soulless robots. These are like our children.
For our viewers in the United States, Donna Shirley and I appeared a few minutes ago on CNN's international network, and we talked to the astronauts on board the shuttle. We asked them a question. You're going to hear the answer when we come back. Stay with us.
Imagine if getting gas were more like mid-flight refueling. We have at the new, faster, easier Shell. Shell, moving at the speed of life.
When I hear low prices on a can of paint, I say, wait a second. Paint isn't about price. Paint is health and beauty care for your house. My house, where my family lives, deserves the best. Professionals who do the paint thing tell you doing it right the first time costs less than doing it over. So use the best paint, Benjamin Moore, and get the best advice. A Benjamin Moore dealer. That's the best way to the best look.
Right now, save $5 a gallon on Benjamin Moore's best interior and exterior paint with mail-in rebate.
The new Encore movie networks, all in digital picture and sound. So call your cable operator. Satellite dish owners call 1-800-DIRECTV or 1-800-PRIME-STAR. The new Encore movie networks. Just what you're in the mood for.
To demonstrate the unique construction of a Simmons Beauty Rest pocketed coil inner spring, we're dropping the ball. On the competition, that is. The leading competitor relies on linked springs, so when your partner moves, the springs move too. But only Simmons has Beauty Rest individual pocketed coil springs to reduce movement and help give you undisturbed sleep. How much less movement will you feel on a Simmons Beauty Rest? See for yourself at a Simmons dealer. Simmons Beauty Rest, the Do Not Disturb mattress.
Sunday on Impact, the eyes of the world have turned toward China, and internal changes are beginning to take place. Can new election policies pave the way to democracy?
Villagers now have the right to elect the people who enforce the policy, but not the people who make the policy.
CNN's Beijing Bureau Chief Andrea Campo reports. Plus, the man leading the rebirth of the NAACP. The inspiring personal story of Kwaizi Mpume. On Impact, Sunday, 9 Eastern on CNN.
Welcome back. John Holloman here, along with a big team of CNN reporters, correspondents around the world. We're going to take you into mission control at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, where the experts, you can see Daniel Golden with his back to the camera and the gray hair, talking to the directors of this Mars Pathfinder project. We expect we'll be hearing from him a little bit later on today. Right now, he's given a gigantic attaboy and attawoman to the staff members in there who made this thing happen. Let's see if we can hear a little bit of the sound of how you can see one of the program scientists moving his hands back and forth as he describes how good this was.
Congratulations, clearly in order. We have confirmation that the spacecraft is on Mars, and we're back on Mars with an operating spacecraft.
These scientists, these brilliant rocket scientists and technicians, people who have a much greater intellectual side, at least, than your reporter here, sometimes they're not as emotional as other people are, but they have been crying, they've been sobbing, they have been hugging. Hey, there's Ed Stone, who's the director of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, just turned around and gave an attaboy to the Mars mission director for this landing. I had a conversation with him, and he said, I don't know if it's going to work or not, and he's very happy now because it did work. Mars. Okay, let me take you back a few minutes in time, about 6 or 7 minutes after the hour. This was the scene. As I said, very staid rocket scientists and mission scientists there getting a little out of control when the word came down that their spaceship had done all of the things that it was supposed to do and landed on the surface of Mars apparently flawlessly. Donna, let me ask you this. Donna Shirley is the manager of the Mars Exploration Program for NASA. When you started this job 5 years ago, you were given the word, do this cheaper, do this faster, do this better. Did you think you were going to be able to pull it off?
Well, actually, we did. I mean, we didn't know how we were going to do it, but we were confident that we could put together a team and make it work. There were times in between when we weren't confident at all. When, for instance, the airbag test showed that we had to keep increasing the thickness of the airbags. When we started to run out of money, when the mechanical system got a lot more expensive than we had planned, and we started to run out of money. And by that time, I was the program manager, not doing the Rover anymore, and so I was very worried, and the review board was very worried. But by George, we came right in and came in right on budget, and everything came together, the hardware came together, and it's simply an absolute tribute to the engineers. And by the way, these are not rocket scientists. Most of those people are engineers who are people who build these things, and so they've done just an unbelievably great job, and incredible intelligence and dedication and creativity.
Donna, about 45 minutes ago, you and I were on with the viewers that CNN has in 120 countries other than the United States, and I was talking to the shuttle astronauts, and you said you wanted to know from them if they would be willing to go to Mars after this. Let me show our viewers in the U.S. what they told us.
I'll pass the mic around, but speaking for myself, I'll sign up for the program any day they pass that sign-up sheet around.
It can't be that bad up there if they want to go that far.
Yes, I'll go too. As a young boy, I always wanted to have a chance to go to the moon, and to have a potential opportunity to go to Mars would be even a quantum leap above that, so I'd go in a second. Send me.
How about it, Roger? Last man in line up there.
What else can I say, eh?
So the people on board the shuttle right now, 160 miles above the Earth in orbit here, are getting updates from us and from NASA about what's going on the Mars program. Other people who are watching this with greater than normal interest are the people with CNN's Jennifer Author in Pasadena, California at the Planet Fest. Space Foundation get-together today, people who are caring a lot about planetary exploration. Jennifer, what was the atmosphere like there a few minutes ago when the confirmation was received that this thing successfully landed on Mars?
Well, I've got to tell you, there were a bunch of clicks of cameras and applause. There was, of course, everybody here is very excited. We are sitting in a darkened room with 2,000 seat capacity. Many of the people were just flooding in just as it was starting to happen. And I want to introduce to you now Jim Montgomery. He was here, experienced the whole thing, the news of the tiny signal turning into news of a very strong signal. How would you describe your own reaction?
It's just really exciting. It's a great time to be alive. It's just been 20 years since the Viking, and now we've got 10 years of Mars missions coming up here, and it's just, I couldn't be happier.
Have you studied how this 4.5-minute descent and landing was supposed to occur? Were you expecting the best? Also, did you prepare yourself emotionally for the less than flawless landing?
Definitely. I mean, it was like a 50-50 chance this would work at Red, and so I just was hoping for the best, and right now it sounds like things are going like they planned, so it's just, I'm really looking forward to later today to get the first pictures from the lander and Sojourner.
All right. I want to extend to you the question that was put to me. How would you describe the atmosphere right now in this room?
Oh, it's just very excited. People are just really into it. It's great. I was here last night, and the energy here. People are just excited about the space program. And I mean, again, it's an exciting time to be alive with Galileo out there, the Mir mission, and now the Mars missions. It's just great. I'm going to be camped out for 3 days. I'm not going to miss a minute.
For 3 days, and you live not too far away in Redondo Beach.
About 20 miles.
You've made arrangements to be camped out here for 3 days.
Well, not camped out. I mean, I'll be here until they kick me out. I'm staying for all of it.
All right.
I'll be following on the internet as much as possible, and on CNN too.
All right.
Everywhere there's anything.
Jim Montgomery, thank you so much for being part of this. Also, we have several rooms here at the Pasadena Convention Center that offer people ways to link up with the internet and find out what exactly is going on. What we're watching from this area here is the JPL Mars Pathfinder control room, and we're also seeing some animation right now on a huge, I believe it's 25-foot screen here at the convention center. So that's the atmosphere from here. Back to you.
Jennifer, thanks. We're taking you back into mission control. You can still see people are just, they're euphoric almost in the wake of this. Let's listen to the mission commentary for a second.
And that will allow the energy-intensive activities of using the transmitter to go on, to continue. We will be hearing from the spacecraft both in the form of carrier signals that will be on for a certain interval of time that will be diagnostic of the particular type of function the spacecraft has just completed. The spacecraft's now a misnomer. It's now a lander, a surface vehicle. We also will have a low-gain antenna session that will take place beginning at 2:07 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Jennifer Harris to the left, Guy Betelgeuse to the right, and at the bottom, Rob Manning. All three are flight directors.
Yes, I do. Stand by one.
Donna, I sort of apologize. You agreed to help CNN with our coverage of this landing all day, and you're not in the same room with your entire team. And I know you'd love to get in there and probably share some hugs with them. But
yes, I would.
let me take your pulse and let you give me and our viewers a preview of what we can expect for the next 4 hours.
Okay, what you can expect is that by now, let's see. Oh yeah, by now the spacecraft has stopped bouncing and has settled down somewhere on Mars, and we don't know exactly where. We will know very shortly within a few kilometers of where it actually is, but we won't know the exact spot until after we open up the pedals and take a picture of the surrounding terrain. Now, right now, the airbags are starting to deflate, and it will take several hours for them to deflate completely because they're really huge, and all that gas has to be vented. And then when the airbags are completely deflated, then we'll pull in some of the airbags with little reels with string that are connected inside the airbags, and they're attached to the airbags. And we have little motors, which are the same motors that are in the Rover's wheels, and those motors just wind up a reel, just like a fishing reel, and drag the airbags in and hold them up very tight to the pedals. Once that's done, then we open the pedals, and if the lander is lying on its side, it knows which way is up, and it will always open in the right direction so that it's flat and the pedals are horizontal. Once that happens, then we pull in the airbags the rest of the way to get them nice and tight, and just about then it's going to be dawn, and that's when the Earth is up high enough in the sky that we'll be able to send that first signal that says we made it, that says here's the data that we took on the way down. That data that we took on the way down is the most important data from the mission, because that's the data that's going to let us design all the future missions.
All right, Donna, thanks very much. We'll be checking back with you. Go see your team now. It's just great to have you on. You really understand this better than any of the rest of us. Couple things to let you know about our viewers around the country and around the world. 5 hours from now, going to be a major briefing on what's going on Mars. We will bring it to you live here on CNN. At 10:30 Eastern Time tonight, we will do another half-hour special. We anticipate the first beautiful color panoramic view from the surface of planet Mars that we will be able to show you then. Astronaut Story Musgrave will be joining us along with a panel of experts on this and our correspondents all over the region. So stay with CNN throughout for this. There's a lot more news from space and from the world down here. It's coming up next.
has been a CNN Live event.
Today on CNN, live reports from the 50th anniversary of the Roswell space alien mystery. Remembering Roswell begins today, 2 Eastern on CNN.
In the 70s, Texas Appliance was founded on great selection, personal service, and low prices. And that hasn't changed.
Today, we have the largest display and selection of freestanding and built-in appliances in Texas. Like this Whirlpool 25 cubic foot side-by-side refrigerator with ice and water dispenser and glass shelves for only $10.99.
We can't roll back prices to the 70s.
But we'll beat any advertised price plus 10% of the difference. Get the product you want at the lowest price at Texas Appliance.
Don't trust your fine jewelry and timepieces to just anyone. Bring them to Kwikset while you wait jewelry repair. At Kwikset, we know how you care about your jewelry, and that's why we created our While You Wait and Watch service. We have 8 expert certified craftsmen and watchmakers who work right in front of your eyes, and our price and service are second to none. Kwikset Jewelry and Watch Repair. Why worry when you can watch?
To the bite of the century on Larry King Live tonight.
Touchdown in outer space. After a 7-month flight, the U.S. Pathfinder lands on Mars. Hello, everyone. I'm Natalie Allen.
I'm Lou Waters. John Holloman will be up for days reporting this story, and he's just begun. John, what's the latest?
Well, I got to tell you, Lou, this is amazing. This thing happened. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. Here's some animation to show you what the Pathfinder probe was supposed to do as it made its way down to the surface of planet Mars. The parachute was to open first, and then this thing was to turn into a bunch of airbags, which it did precisely at the moment that it was supposed to. Those rockets fired to slow its descent to about 55 miles an hour. And then at 55 miles an hour, it bounced around over the Martian surface in the landing zone that had been predicted for it more than a year ago. And that's all good news, according to the experts. In mission control, about 8 minutes after this hour, when this all happened right according to plan, this was the reaction. Donna Shirley, who runs the Mars exploration program for NASA, reminded me these are not rocket scientists, these are engineers, and they did one heck of a job of engineering in making this Pathfinder do what it was supposed to do on time, on schedule, without the thing falling apart on the surface of Mars. It has sent a signal back to Earth saying, we're here. Donna Shirley says she's amazed and extremely excited that everything worked.
We know that it hit the surface, that it all worked, that it's still alive on the surface. And that was the biggest uncertainty as to whether it was going to make it to the surface and hit the surface. That means the parachutes worked, the heat shield worked, the airbags worked. It all worked. And now all we have to do is settle down and let the airbags deflate and open the pedals, and it'll all be great. It should just go swimmingly.
Lou and Natalie, that's going to take about 4 hours, and at the end of 4 hours they'll get another radio signal, they say, and they'll have a briefing to let us know what they found out at 6:30 Eastern Time. It's about 5 hours from right now. We'll carry that live. 10:30 Eastern Time tonight, about, am I right, 9 hours from now? Yeah. We'll be back with another full-blown half-hour special with the first pictures from the surface of Mars that have been seen almost live in about 20 years.
Yeah, you're right about the time, John. You won't be getting any sleep tonight.
That's right.
Donna Shirley said everything has worked. There are still many things that have to work yet. Is there any chance that there may be some anomalies, as they call them?
Sure. This thing could be in a ditch, you know. If it landed in a deep ditch, it's going to be very difficult for it to turn itself around and go. But based on the fact that you know, the radio antenna on your car, the Pathfinder has one of those, and that antenna came up as it hit the surface and was able to get a signal out from the surface of Mars saying it was here. So the odds are it's not in a ditch. It's on a basically flat surface on Mars. And so that probably means this thing's really going to work. We're really going to see these, they call them 3D photographs of the surface of Mars. We'll have to get out our little blue and red, sunglass type things, the 3D viewers to look at this. That's what they're going to have at the Jet Propulsion Lab tonight, and maybe we can do a 3D picture on TV so our viewers can look at it too, but it's going to be it looks like it just may work. It's the odds were 50-50 yesterday. The odds are 75-25 today that we're going to get those pictures by nighttime tonight.
And John, with every progression from here on out, there are backup plans, I would assume, to every step of the way if something goes wrong.
Yeah, they got high-power TV and radio antennas attached to this thing that would beam back a lot of material. If they don't work, they got a low power. They can go back to the little car antenna duber and send back material much more slowly. Won't get as many pictures. Won't get 500 pictures an hour or anything with the car radio antenna, but they'll still be able to get a lot of stuff back here.
So explain it to me one more time where we are right now, John. As I understand it, the Earth is on the horizon of Mars right now, so we're out of contact with the lander, and it's nighttime.
That's right. The sun has been down for a few hours. It's Donna Shirley says it's 3:30 in the morning on Mars. Sun comes up about 6 or 6:30, so that's why we have to wait. All this stuff is powered by solar batteries. They have storage batteries on board, and they did a test of them about 2 hours ago. They're going to work. But right now, they're in a powered down situation to kind of conserve electricity on those solar batteries. When these petals open up, the thing looks kind of like a flower, and a petal will come down, and another petal will come down, and a third one. Those petals, the inside of those petals are all solar cells. They'll be opened up in the next 3 hours. So when the sun comes up, sun will start to hit those solar cells. A lot of electricity will be made, and the next thing that will happen is what they call the high gain antenna, which for people like us means the big old antenna, will point down to the Earth, and if it finds us, it'll zap a lot of information down here, and the pictures will be stupendous quality. If it doesn't work, then the car radio antenna, the low gain antenna in NASA speak, will send back information, just not at the same fast rate, which means fewer pictures per day. But all of that coming up over the next 3, 4, 5 hours, and I'm just looking forward to the first picture. You're right, not much sleep for me tonight.
It really is.
The whole thing is just incredible.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and fun to see the engineers react.
No kidding, no kidding.
Those nutty engineers.
They're happy today. Pocket protectors have teardrops in them out there in Pasadena now, I bet.
John Holloman, thanks a lot. We'll be seeing much more of you throughout the day as those pictures come in. And we want to remind our viewers you can check out information all day on the CNN website at CNN.com. and /Mars.
And we'll keep track of Pathfinder for you. We'll take a break, and CNN Today will continue.
Is this part, and this is what, if you were a Martian looking at the Pathfinder, this is what you'd see right now. Those huge airbags that were all around it are beginning to deflate. It's going to take several hours for that to happen. There, in each of the balloons in the airbag, there's a little piece of twine. At the far end of the balloon, the little motors inside here are going to reel all those balloons in so that they come up on the sides of these 3 panels. And then here's what will happen. This panel will open. Even if the thing is upside down, the opening of this panel will make it flop down the way it is supposed to. Then this panel will open. And then if those 2 panel openings are successful, the final panel will open, and this is the big one. This is the Sojourner rover that is attached to this panel. Sitting on the Martian surface, this will come off of this solar panel. It has its own solar panel on top. It will sit down on the surface of Mars, looking very much like that. It has a couple of TV camera eyes in the front, this away. It has a sample gatherer on this side, and it will begin its journey as soon as the sun comes up on Mars, which will be about 4 hours from now. It will roll off on some little tracks that are built in here for it. It'll tool around the surface of Mars. If it sees a rock, it will stop. It will slowly turn around the rock and go on about its business to go back on the path that the ground controllers want it to follow. It's a fascinating thing. It's articulated. If it comes up to a rock that it can't get around but can get over, it will just literally climb over it. It will stay righted. Key elements now. We talked about things that could go wrong. What happens if these solar panels don't work? The thing has batteries in it, here in the mothership, if you will, and here in the rover. It's all solar powered with storage batteries. The batteries have to work. The solar panels themselves have to work. And the sun has to come up for all this to happen. They decided to land it in the dark because they wanted to give it a few minutes or a few hours for these airbags to deflate. This was the best timing they could come up with, and they also wanted to see it on Mars 4th of July, kind of middle of the day in the United States. So it all kind of...
that on purpose.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Daniel Golden, the head of NASA, said that that was the case. What has happened so far is this little radio antenna here has sent a signal back to Earth saying, we're on the surface of Mars. What that means is this thing didn't crash and break into a million pieces. So it's down there. Panels are closed now. Over the next few hours, I better put my rover back inside, that's where it belongs, they will begin to unfold. Out at the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena, the people have been going wild. Jim Hill is there. Jim, what went through your mind at the moment this thing happened and touched down on Mars?
Well, I can tell you there was really a kind of a hush at first as people kind of waited to see those last few moments, if anything was going to go wrong or just what would happen. And then a huge sigh of relief, shouts, cheers, congratulations, both indoors and outdoors. Here in the sort of campus-like setting outdoors, you could hear people hooting and hollering in the distance. It was really quite a celebration, as I'm sure you can imagine. Right now, if you were on Mars, you'd probably be getting out of bed right about now. We understand that the Martian sunrise should take place in about an hour and a half, and that, of course, will set into motion a whole series of things which will ultimately mean, hopefully, that color photographs of the Martian landscape will be coming in perhaps this evening. And this, of course, is one of the more spectacular things on this very, very memorable day that the engineers, and I think everybody in the world, is really waiting to see. But again, the atmosphere here at the very moment when it was understood it touched down looked like this.
That was precisely 60 minutes ago. So these pictures are 1 hour old. Look at these people. Wow, they are excited.
That's right. These people, they call them stodgy engineers, but as you can see, they're anything but stodgy today. My gosh, look at that.
Jim, based on what you know, is there anything they can do to affect the next few hours for the Pathfinder, or is it sort of on autopilot?
It's pretty much on autopilot. The actions that you were talking about and showing us with the model you had are really programmed into everything, and so the Pathfinder pretty much does all of this on its own. It's not in communication right now. In other words, the engineers here in Pasadena have no way to talk to Pathfinder, and Pathfinder has no way to talk back to the engineers, at least right now. Sunrise is the most important turning point in that. That's when the solar panels, if they are deployed as hoped, will begin powering everything up. And the IMP, as they call it, the binocular vision cameras can start looking for the sun and so forth. And that'll be a very exciting time. I'd like to bring someone in now to talk about this. This is Mark Adler. Mark is what they call the architect of the exploration of Mars, and you really have to be pretty much on cloud nine, no pun intended.
This is fantastic. I just get a little tear in my eye when I see them applauding there. I remember that moment when we knew that it actually landed on Mars. It's really incredible.
Now, at this point, it's being really called almost picture perfect. Can you envision anything happening in the next couple of hours as kind of down period that would conceivably worry you?
Well, right now we're in the phase where we're trying to retract the airbags underneath the solar panels. We want to make sure that the airbags aren't on top of the solar panels blocking the sun and the power that the spacecraft needs. And so that period is going to take a very long time, approximately an hour after it landed, to pull in those airbags very slowly, very carefully to get them away from the solar panels and away from the rover that we want to get off of one of the solar panels.
Now, sunrise, which you were telling me about an hour and a half from now on Mars, that'll be a critical time, because it not only powers up the solar power panels, but also the binocular vision camera, the IMP as they call it, has to make a very important sighting, and that is sighting of the sun. Is that right?
That's right. The IMP camera around 3 o'clock Pacific time this afternoon will be looking to find out where the sun is, because if it can find out where the sun is and knowing where it's landed, it can figure out where we are, where the Earth is. And then they can send the signal from the spacecraft to Earth on the high-gain antenna, so we can get a lot of data back and a lot of good pictures back from the lander.
I see. Now, there's always the confusion, at least in some people's mind, about the high-gain antenna, the low-gain antenna, and whether or not the mission can still work if, for example, the high-gain antenna is not able to operate.
Even if the high-gain antenna doesn't operate, we still have a low-gain antenna that will provide us a lot of data from the surface. The low-gain antenna has a very low data rate on the order of 40 bits per second compared to the high-gain antenna, which is more like one of the modems that you might have on your computer. Even with that low data rate, you can get back compressed images of the landing site, and we can decide whether or not the rover can be deployed.
Okay, so it looks like that engineers are very confident about getting pictures of some type today, whether or not they're the spectacular pictures that are hoped for or something less than that. It appears to be right on track as far as I can say. John?
Jim, before you and your guests go, Zola Murdoch, whose desk is right over there between me and Natalie, is answering hundreds of viewer inquiries about this mission today. Let me tell you what the top 3 questions are that our viewers want to know. Remember the story years ago about a face on Mars? The viewers want to know if the Pathfinder could go to the area where the face on Mars is located and have a look at that and see if it really is a face. Another viewer question, which I am even smart enough to answer, when did Pathfinder blast off? It was back December 2nd. And what happens if this thing is on the Martian surface and it's not right side up? Can you or Mark talk to that question for us?
Sure. Let's talk to Mark about the first question. And that question was from viewers. They're bringing up this idea of the relief picture of a face that was publicized some time ago on Mars.
Right.
And will Pathfinder, will it be able to confirm or shoot down this as apparently an image of a face or whatnot?
No, Pathfinder landed a very long way from where this shadowy face is on the surface of Mars. It landed at a site with a lot of very interesting rocks for the scientists to study. The Mars Global Surveyor, which is going into orbit in September, will go into orbit around Mars and take photographs of Mars, and it does have in its target database that face to try and image over the next few years.
The other question from viewers, a prevalent question, is what happens if Pathfinder's lander lands upside down or perhaps wedged against a rock? What then?
The lander is like a tetrahedron. It has 3 petals that open up. And so even if it has an obstacle in the way, the force of the petal opening it will force the base onto the ground. It turns out we found out that it landed with the bottom petal down. There was a 1 in 4 chance of that happening, but it's just a sign of the luck we've been having today.
Flipped the coin, and a 4-sided coin, and apparently got it right. Pretty good. John?
No kidding. Jim Hill, Mark Adler, thank you both. It's a pretty lucky day. And so we got this other satellite that we've got a huge model of it. I'll bring it out later and show you. That's on the way to Mars. It'll get there around Christmas time, and it's going to go over the face and let us see if the face is a face or if it's just a hill with some shadows or what it is, and that's fascinating. And
what's different about the priorities from today and then 20 years ago when we landed there?
I think the priorities might be the same. Well, 20 years ago we wanted to know if there were people walking around there. I mean, that was something that was pretty important, and we wanted to know if we could do a human mission to Mars, and we wanted to find out at least rudimentary data about what would happen to human beings if they stepped off a spaceship in a spacesuit. Were they going to stick on, sharp stakes or sharp rocks that were going to slice into the spacesuits, things like that? This mission is not, well, it is anticipating humans going to Mars, but it's taking it and dividing the look at Mars into a lot of small steps instead of a few big steps. All this Pathfinder wants to do is get us some cool pictures to look at later today and find out what kind of rocks there are on Mars. Buzz Aldrin was on with us this morning, and Buzz was talking about the fact that we want to know if those rocks contain chemicals we could use to make fuel for spaceships. You could go to Mars and mine the joint and turn it into fuel for, maybe for habitation for people there, having the Martian bubble, something like that. And so it's a geology trip. That's what this little rover that's inside here
When it's
is
a rock,
doing.
not just a rock.
That's right, and we'll find out as this mission continues, I think.
All right, and you'll be here all day, night tomorrow.
Yep.
All night,
Stay right here.
I got a room
We'll
in the
have it
hotel.
all.
I got a couple hours sleep after, they're blasting off a rescue ship to the Mir at just after midnight tonight, and I'm going to be here for that. And if you happen to be up at 12 o'clock Eastern Time, join me here. We'll let you know that the Mir Progress rescue ship happened on time, about 11 after midnight.
All right, John, thanks. Well, coming up on CNN Today, it's all things extraterrestrial in Roswell, New Mexico.
A lot of space today. We'll bring you the live anniversary celebration of the alleged UFO crash in 1947 in Roswell, New Mexico. And next, our Mars coverage continues. So just hang in there.
from the world of...
Pathfinder had landed almost flawlessly. Well, flawlessly is pretty much what we're hearing. And among the people sitting in the front row, I've got to introduce you now to Pat Pizzolo. She was a finalist for the Teacher in Space program. Tell us about that and how and what brought you here.
Well, I tell you, back in 1985, they had the competition to send a teacher into space, and I was one of the over 11,000 that just wanted a chance to say I was part of it, and was very fortunate to end up as the Pennsylvania finalist for Teacher in Space, and with Krista McCall, who of course was lost on the Challenger, was in the training sessions originally, but after the accident, the teachers, as well as the families of the astronauts, wanted they wanted the mission to go on, the educational mission. And so the Challenger Center for Space Science was begun. And all of us here from Challenger Center, from all over the world, are having a wonder-filled time. And when those scientists were cheering, we were here right in the front row, just as excited. Just the power of passion that gets you through all this training. It's wonderful.
You're also part of another very important program, Challenger Center for Space Science Education. You're teaching 7th and 8th graders in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Tell us how it is you're pulling the younger kids into understanding the outer limits.
Well, I'm very lucky. I teach in a planetarium, so of course all of this is exciting, and it's something I'll be able to take back. And the personal aspect of watching the scientists who have been here for 13, 14 years at JPL, and now all of this comes to something that works perfectly, I'll share that with them. But the best part of being here today for me was walking in the room and suddenly hearing the sweet words of a former student yelling, "Mrs. P!" And one of my kids who had been a 7th and 8th grader is now a senior at Cornell University and has been selected by NASA to work at Goddard Space Center. And the Planetary Society has brought those young men and women here to be in on the excitement and to help with everything.
And what I found really, really heartwarming is that you told me you thought this young woman would be among the first humans to actually land on Mars.
She will walk on the surface of Mars or be instrumental, as these scientists are, in sending somebody there. So that's the special reward. That's the best part of being a teacher.
All right, Pat Pizzolo, thank you so much for being part of our coverage here at CNN. And I should tell you that as we're speaking now in this darkened room, 2,000-seat capacity, audience here is getting a presentation on the Galileo project. And so that's the situation from here outside. There are many, many things for people to learn, for people to see, and even participate in via the internet here at Planet Fest 97. John, back to you.
Jennifer, great, thanks. Enjoy this. You know, it's the 4th of July. We're all supposed to be on holiday. Have as much fun as you can and get paid for it out there. For the rest of the day, here's what to expect if you're following the Pathfinder mission, and we know you are, or you wouldn't be here now. At 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time, Pathfinder is scheduled to send its first picture back to Earth. That may happen, we'll see. At midnight, Pathfinder is scheduled to deploy the Sojourner Rover, the little machine that bugs around on the planet. Half an hour after that, it is scheduled to send some more pictures back to Earth. So that's what's happening on Mars as we know it.
John, you mentioned several times the watchwords of this mission: cheaper, faster, better.
Right.
You just described the faster part and how it was much faster than humans will be able to travel. How about the cheaper part? How much does this thing cost? And maybe you can relate it to the cost of a shuttle mission.
Well, shuttle costs about $1 billion. This costs about $100 million. And so that's cheaper. And of course, there are not people on this. So yeah, that's the cheaper part.
And how did they practice for that big airbag bouncing landing? They didn't drop these things out near Roswell, New Mexico.
Well, let me show you how they practiced for the airbag landing. They tested these things out at the Jet Propulsion Lab, not that far from Roswell, but you know, that doesn't really look like a flying saucer, does it? I mean, that was the actual airbags that are being tested inside this net, just to see, would they explode, would they pop, you know, would they damage this thing when it came down? And as you can see, they all held together in the test. And guess what, folks? On the surface of Mars today, they all held together when the thing dropped, you know, the 5 or 10 stories up and down for, you know, probably 30, 45 seconds.
All right, John, thanks a lot. We'll see you in a bit.
Okay. It's all been like clockwork so far. Let's
good.
hope for the best. This July 4th is an exciting day for space buffs. The Pathfinder has landed on Mars, of course. Here on Earth, there's a bunch of space alien buffs running around in New Mexico.
Sort of like a puzzle. It's a mosaic picture we're going to get to see the individual postage stamp size pictures one by one, and then it'll take their computer a few minutes after they get them all in to make them into this big 120-degree panorama of the Martian surface. Don't know if the first picture will be color or black and white. Don't much care. Just want to see it. And I'll pop back in here in a few minutes.
Well, this is all pretty fresh, so perhaps you don't know, but I understood it was the middle of the night on Mars. How could these batteries be charging up already?
The sun is coming up already. The batteries had more electricity in them than they expected they would after that rough ride and the bounce around, apparently. And so they thought it was going to take several more hours for the little pedals. Remember the things I showed you on the model with the solar panels in them to come down? And sunrise on Mars is a little bit ahead of schedule. The batteries are zooming. They said something in that tape that we just watched about both subcarriers are operating. That's 2 different radio transmitters sending stuff from Mars. That means they're getting data already, like the Mars weather that Flip is going to need later this afternoon. We may be able to get that sooner than we thought, too.
So we await the ultimate Kodak moment.
Yes, we do.
Pictures are going to have the clarity that we're all used to getting here with our home cameras.
Yeah. And did you hear earlier today, there's actually Kodak cameras up in the front of this. I think that's what they said. And so we'll just see what kind of Kodak moment it is.
So that list of things we talked about that could go wrong is getting shorter and shorter here.
Yep. Amazing, huh? We're cynical. We expect things to go wrong, all of us. And the odds are improving that this thing is working just the way it was supposed to.
Okay, John, we'll get back to you. Your breaks are getting shorter and shorter, too.
I was just doing an interview with this newspaper reporter on why CNN pays so much attention to space, and I said, I can't talk to you anymore. New stuff. Gotta go.
Okay. We'll see you next time.
In just a few minutes.
All right.
Today's landing on Mars sent up the cheers at NASA, as you just have seen.
And one of the people celebrating is Donna Shirley, who you've heard from. She's 32 years of work is finally paying off for her.
CNN's Janine Sherrill has her story in today's All About Women report.
Donna Shirley wants everyone to know as much about Mars as she does. Meeting with teachers from around the country to help them get up to speed on the Red Planet, Shirley wants a new generation of kids to have the lowdown on what's up there.
I think we really, really need to educate elementary school teachers in science because they're the ones who influence the kids.
Sometimes not even
receivers from the Deep Space Network to pick up these signals. That's the way they send messages back to the thing from Earth, telling it to let the rover get off of its little landing pad there, roll out its sort of red carpet track so that it doesn't stumble over a rock as it begins its tour of the Martian surface.
Is that a camera on top, John?
Yeah, There's the thing up on the top of that little mast is a camera, and it's also a weather station. That's where they're going to pick up the temperature and the wind speed and wind direction and all of that. So that's what the guys on the ground think is happening up on Mars.
How big is that thing, John? I could help.
Well, you remember we had the vice president on yesterday. He had the real one on his desk, and it's the rover itself is not quite this size, about this size. It's bigger than a child's toy, and I'm trying to get one because my child's having a birthday July 9th. But anyway, it's the vice president seems to be
hint.
It's exciting too that normally you have to wait once things get where they're going, and this is an immediate little gizmo. That's
right. Let's. John Zarella is out of the Jet Propulsion Lab with one of the fellows that we talked to yesterday. He was so excited about all this. One of the mission scientists. John, how are things at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory on this 4th of July?
They couldn't be better, John. And here's the, oops, I better turn that over. There's the bumper sticker, Mars or bust. And they got there, and everybody here is absolutely ecstatic. Sojourner's right over there, and that'll be one of the next big events later this evening, getting Sojourner off of the lander and on its way to start doing its science. You mentioned that we have with us Matthew Golombek, and Matthew is a project scientist on Pathfinder. And Matthew, yesterday John was just saying when we talked with you, you were so absolutely confident. And as I said to you before, you guys here knew something the rest of us were a little skeptical about.
Well, we worked very hard and we were committed to this with our hearts and souls, and we felt confident it would work.
The emotions in the control room this morning, hard to describe, even though we all saw the pictures.
I mean, elation, but almost stunned that we got every bit of telemetry as this thing went down through the atmosphere. It bounced, we got a signal. It came to rest, we got a signal. It retracted the airbags, we got a signal. It opened up its pedals, and we got a... It couldn't be better. And the final piece de resistance was the actual low-gain antenna, a critical piece of information for us, is working perfectly and ready to send us information in just another 30 minutes.
Right, in about 30 minutes, a big event, you'll start to get some data on the health of the entire vehicle, correct?
That's correct. We do health checks on all the subsystems. Are the solar panels working? Are all the instruments ready to go? Is everything healthy? Are we ready to set about unlatching things and starting our tasks?
Now, we know this isn't quite as big as Man on the Moon, but everybody around the world wants to know, when are we going to get the first picture from Mars and what is it going to be of?
Well, we need to go. We have about an hour and a half on the low-gain antenna getting this health data. We then instruct it to begin to do things. And if we're very fortunate, we get the high-gain antenna, allowing much greater volumes of data to come down. We should get the first pictures at about 4:30 p.m. this afternoon here in
Pacific
Pasadena.
time.
Yes, and the very first pictures will be little crude snapshots. These are little teeny postage stamps just around the edge of the lander to ascertain if the airbags have been fully retracted. And then once we do that, a piece of a panorama of the surface in full color. And we hope to have that available at about 6:30 or 7 tonight, if we're as fortunate as we have been so far.
And that'll really be a mosaic that'll come down.
A mosaic in full color, looking out at the horizon with the Rover sitting on its pedal, ready to do its job.
Well, Matthew, I know everybody around the world is going to be anxiously awaiting that, no more so than you, though. And thank you once again for coming out on a very busy day to spend some time with us. And John, of course, as you know, we've been following this mission right along. It's been one exciting event after the other, and it is really culminating this afternoon and this evening, hopefully, when they will be able to get Sojourner off of the limb of the lander and on its way. John?
It's a fascinating thing, John. Before you let Matthew go, I've got one quick question for him, if I may, and I'd like the two of you to remind us again on the times that we're going to be getting this data and seeing these pictures and seeing this colorful panorama. Matthew, it seems to me, just from the way I hear things happen in your control room, that this is moving faster than it might have. Are you ahead of schedule at all, or are you just precisely on schedule right now?
No, precisely on schedule. We did get some of the very first information from the lander after it bounced a little bit ahead, because we came to rest on the base pedal as opposed to one of the side pedals. And that allowed us to be looking straight up towards the Earth, and we got that signal, which was very gratifying.
Now, how about weather on Mars? When is our weather forecaster going to be able to pull out his Mars globe and tell people what it's like, temperature and humidity and so forth on the Martian surface?
We should get the first weather report very shortly. In that first telemetry on the low gain, we should get some of the entry data through the atmosphere and tell us sort of where it was dense and not dense. And we may get some surface data as well, but certainly by 6 p.m. this evening, when we get the high gain link, we will have the first weather forecast from Mars.
So we get some information in 30 minutes. That's when your data stream starts to zoom from the low gain antenna, and then about 3 hours after that, then the real good stuff starts to come in. Is that right?
That's right. We do get some science on the low gain, which is the accelerometers as we come through the atmosphere and the pressure and temperature as we drop down through that. And the scientists will be looking at that in a very short period of time. And then after we come to rest, or we have already come to rest, after we start looking around with the camera, then we start getting the visual clues that we all so desperately want to see.
It is so much fun to look at your face while you talk, Matthew. You are just so excited, and there's no way to fake it. It's obvious that the people at the Jet Propulsion Lab, like Matthew, are having a big time here. Matthew, I'm going to change and move a few miles away from you to the Planet Fest celebration, where we can look at a few people who are not Jet Propulsion Lab scientists. And actually, there are hundreds and hundreds of people out there attending this Planet Fest convention, placed in Pasadena to coincide with the Mars landing today. Jennifer Author is there. Jennifer, around you, are these people jumping up and down and hugging like the people at the Jet Propulsion Lab have been over the past 4 hours?
John, with every update, they in fact are. They are giving high fives. They are whooping it up. You can always tell when another piece of good news has come to this audience, and I would venture to say there are probably thousands of people here. In just the morning already, I've met people who are here from Florida. I've met people who are here from Texas. Again, I'm hearing roars of applause in another room where we are getting updates about the Mars Pathfinder. There are scientists here. There are programs where these people can hear from astronauts. astronauts, there are book signings, and there also are displays of science technology, such as the one I'm standing in front of right now. This is called the Mars Global Surveyor. We're just going to show you this. This is actually called the solar ray. This is a half-scale model of the real thing that was actually launched last November. It will arrive in March on September 11th. What we're seeing here is actually, this is the high-density antenna for this Mars Global Surveyor. This model, again, I said, is half-scale. The real Mars Global Surveyor is about 1.2 meters square, almost 2 meters tall. And for more information about this now, I'd like to introduce you to, I'm going to just jump over here to the other side. This is Buzz McElnally, Lockheed Martin Project Director of Mars Global Surveyor. Tell us first off about some of the equipment we're seeing.
Okay, Jennifer, what you've seen as you walk down the spacecraft, the center of the spacecraft is the primary bus, which on top has all of the science instruments. The next module down is the equipment module, and then at the bottom is the propulsion module. On each side are solar arrays, which become very important for aerobraking.
Okay, and he's showing us that ray right now. Now tell us about the aerobraking. That's what makes this really different than the Mars Pathfinder, correct?
Absolutely. Well, Mars Pathfinder, of course, is a landing spacecraft. This spacecraft will orbit Mars, but the challenge we had was to put a spacecraft that took a lot of the Mars Observer spare avionics on a spacecraft that was 40% of the weight. So we had to come up with techniques that would reduce the weight, and aerobraking was one of the keys. If I can give you just an overview of the mission.
Well, I'm telling you what, I've got a RAP signal in my ear right now. If you could just briefly tell us, the mission is not to land, right?
Absolutely. We go into orbit, we do aerobraking, which skims through the atmosphere, lowers that orbit to its final desired orbit, and we begin the mapping mission next March.
All right, and as you explained to me earlier, if this one doesn't do what it's supposed to do, just like the Mars Pathfinder, you've got more going up.
NASA has a decade-long program of missions to Mars with an orbiter and lander at every opportunity.
All right, Bud McElnally from Lockheed Martin, thank you very much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
We're going to toss it back to you now.
Thanks, Jennifer. You know, a couple hours ago, I had my version of the Mars Global Surveyor satellite out. Here's a 10th scale model. It filled up most of the desk. Arthur goes out there, and she's got a half-scale model, big as the room.
You need to work on that, John.
I think so. I'll be back in a little bit. We got some other things going on in space, and I'll be back to let you know.
About 5:09. Huh?
Okay.
Okay, thanks, John.
All right, John. Charles Kuralt is being remembered today as a great journalist.
What a day for people who care about space exploration, particularly exploration of the red planet Mars. Let me show you what people on the ground at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California are able to see right now as they walk around the news press room. It's a picture, actually it's an identical rover to the Sojourner rover that is available at Mission Control out there for them to look at, planted in a sandbox where
just a few minutes away from the beginning.
What they're telling us there is that in about 8-9 minutes from now, we're going to get the first stream of data from Mission Control, from the Mars Pathfinder, back here to Earth. Earlier in the day today, about 4 hours ago, the Mars Pathfinder entered the Martian atmosphere, and when it did, the scientists on the ground were expecting to lose the signal from the Pathfinder. That did not happen. In fact, they got continuous signal until it bounced around on the ground and began to set up shop. Here was their reaction to that. And then a short time later, there was another announcement that the antenna was continuing to send not one, but 2 streams of signal from the surface of Mars back to planet Earth. That provided another reason for extreme excitement in that mission control room.
EDSCOM report signal detect on both subcarriers.
We have confirmed that the spacecraft is now completed pedal deployment, and we're transmitting our final semaphore on the low gain antenna. We now expect to get a signal in the spacecraft at 2:09 Pacific Daylight Time with real digital data. Stay tuned for more excitement from Mars Pathfinder.
Well, 2:09 Pacific Daylight Time is 6 minutes, 26 seconds from right now. Out there at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, my colleague John Zarella is standing by. John, what is this digital data going to tell people, do you think?
Well, John, the hope is that it will give them the status of all the systems and subsystems, the engineers here and all, that the vehicle is healthy, that everything is working, and that then they can proceed on with the next steps of the mission. Everything has gone just absolutely beyond anything that the engineers could have expected here. And I'm getting a nod of agreement from Donna Shirley, who is, of course, the director of Mars exploration for NASA. And Donna, you've got some, well, toys, I guess, that we've got here. The real thing is up there. And
yes, it is.
To give the folks out there an idea of where we stand right now on Mars, what is this situation?
Okay, the situation is, if we can focus in on this toy, this is the lander. Now, this doesn't have the airbags on it, so the real lander has these airbags sticking out. When we landed on Mars, we actually came in and landed and bounced and rolled and tumbled and came to rest on the bottom of the spacecraft, which
couldn't have been better.
Couldn't have been better. Absolutely perfect. See, we could have, even if we'd landed on the side, still opened up to the bottom, but we didn't. We landed on the bottom. Then we got a signal that the airbags had been fully retracted. That is, the airbags had little strings inside them and a little fishing reel that reels them in and pulls them up tight up against these, up against the pedals. In fact, here's a piece of airbag material. So you can picture it there. Then the pedals opened up like this, and we know that it's opened up, and we know that the rover is sitting on one of the pedals like that. And the next thing we're going to hear is the data that says, okay, we made it down, here's everything that happened to us on the way down, and that all the subsystems and the rover are healthy.
All right, what we're going to do is throw it back to Atlanta, to John Holloman, and try and get take a break here for a minute so that we can get back when all of this exciting information hopefully starts to flow back down to Earth.
Good.
Good. John, back to you.
All right, Donna Shirley, John Zarella, thank you both. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back, and perhaps when we come back, we'll know things about things going on Mars that we've never known before. Stay with us.
The issues that define our times, the people who touch our lives, the questions that go unanswered, the problems that won't go away.
If it pleases the court.
Here's what's coming up. First pictures from Mars, 7:30, about 2.5 hours from now. First weather report at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Color horizon picture, the big picture, coming up at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Quickly, back to the Jet Propulsion Lab, where John Zarella and Donna Shirley are waiting for the first data from Mars, which should begin arriving in 52 seconds. John,
you know, and one of the interesting things, too, about Mars, this first sunset may be blue instead of red. They said there's some possibility.
That's what Peter said.
Yeah, Donna Shirley is with us. And just to give our viewers an idea of just how small everything is, tell us what that is.
Okay, this is a stretched-out radio, and this is a commercial radio modem built by Motorola that we have qualified to go to Mars. And when folded up, this thing is the size of a cigarette pack. And we have one of these on the rover, and we have one on the lander, and that's how the lander and the rover talk to each other. They're not actually connected at all.
And this is one of the ways you're able to do these missions faster, cheaper, better.
Right.
Everything has gotten so small and compact.
Right, and we're being able to take advantage of commercial technology is also very important.
So, John, you can see that we've got our little micro circuit here. We've got our rover, and now it looks as if all we've got to do is wait here for the signals to come back from Mars to let us know that all of these things are working and working properly. And then you can move on to the next step, correct?
Right, that's right.
And what will that be? Then what do you do?
The next step is that the lander camera is going to locate the sun, and then the high-gain antenna here will swing up and point to the Earth, and then we'll be able to send back a lot of data so that we can actually see pictures.
Mission control right now. I think we can hear what's going on there.
Can we?
Are they still waiting, Donna? Can you tell?
Oh, here we go. Are they talking?
They're not saying much, Donna and John. I'm looking in on Mission Control while you were talking with our viewers.
Okay.
But everybody's pulling out their home movie camera and their home still camera. A lot of, it looks like high school reunion time, actually, in Mission Control.
Of course, it's a 10-minute delay, right, in time, and these things are not precise.
No, these are Earth receive times.
Earth receive times.
It is not precise.
I'm looking at a computer screen in Mission Control right now, and it looks like there are some streams of old data on it, and people are beginning to gather at a couple of these screens, hoping that they're going to see some new data when it comes in. There's one man in there who is making a home movie of the computer screen, so when that first data begins to come down on the screen, he will have it for his grandchildren.
Okay, well, why don't I talk about what's going to happen?
Yeah, when you get it, it doesn't necessarily mean for the viewers out there that there's anything wrong because we're not hearing anything right now.
Absolutely not. In fact, we don't know exactly when anything is going to happen. The 209 was the earliest time when we would expect the data back. And it could be that, you know, because of conditions around the spacecraft. For example, if the spacecraft landed where there's a big hill next to it, we have to wait for the Earth to get up above that hill before we'd be able to hear it. So it might be as long as, you know, 30 minutes to an hour before we actually get it back. This was just if everything was nice and flat.
And, then what happens?
Then it will send back a signal saying, okay, here's what happened to me on the way in. Here's all the bumps and lumps and the parachute being deployed, and all those events will be captured, plus all the health of the systems, including the health of the rover and the health of the lander electronics, because the rover will send its data, says, here's how healthy I am, to the lander, and then the lander, over this low-gain antenna, this little stalk here, is going to be sending that back to Earth at a low data rate. So this is our first downlink, and it really depends on when the Earth gets up above the horizon.
Now, I understand I was talking to some folks about the airbags, for example. You'll even be able to tell how far you bounced, how high you bounced.
Right.
That's amazing.
Yes, well, there's accelerometers in here, and every time you bounce, there's a hit on the accelerometer. And so once we know how many bounces, and we know how far apart they were, and we know where we ended up, then we'll be able to tell how far we actually went.
Donna, do we know anything about the atmosphere on Mars? I mean, what it is made up of, and will we know more after this data comes back from Pathfinder?
Well, we know that the atmosphere is almost entirely carbon dioxide, and that it's approximately 1% as dense as the Earth's atmosphere. Viking told us all that very well, and we won't add to that. However, what we will add is what it was like coming in, because we only have 2 holes in the atmosphere that have ever been bored before, and that was by the 2 Viking landers. So this is a 3rd hole that's being bored in the atmosphere, and we'll be able to compare the things that happened on the way down. Will tell us how thick the atmosphere was at different parts of it, and maybe which way the wind was blowing and what the temperatures were. We really get a lot of information about the profile of the atmosphere as we came through it.
Does that
information?
Go ahead, John. Excuse me.
No, I was just going to say, John, I think that information is really going to be critical, isn't it, to future missions?
Yes, it is. It's especially critical to our future landers, but it's also important for Mars Global Surveyor. Mars Global Surveyor is going to go into orbit in September, and instead of going right into the low mapping orbit, the low polar mapping orbit that we want to be in for our 2-year mapping mission, our 2 Earth year mapping mission, we'll end up in a big loose orbit.
That we have symbol sync and we're waiting to get frame sync. We expect that to happen in 5 to 7 minutes.
Frame sync in 5 to 7 minutes.
Which means?
Which means that that's when we'll start to get the data.
Digital data.
When we do frame sync, we'll have digital data. What that means is the data is coming into the Deep Space Network, and it's kind of going beep, 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 beep in little bits.
So it is coming in now. Now they know it's coming in.
They know it's coming in, but they don't know what the content is. Then it has to synchronize up so that the data comes in little packets of information, and those packets have to be synchronized so that it reads the right time to start and the right time to finish. And that's called frame syncing. And so that has to happen before we can understand what the data tells us.
But that's another good sign, isn't it,
It's
that
a
the
good sign
information
that the
they're getting it?
Yeah, the bits are starting evidently to come in, and it's just a matter of synchronizing the radio on the ground so that the information is being received properly.
Well, we've got some time now to wait, another 5 to 6 minutes, and we're going to take a break from here. It's a lot hotter here, isn't it, than it is on Mars?
Yes, it is.
It's certainly not like this there right now. It's probably a little chilly.
On Mars, it's about 100 degrees below zero right now.
I'm not sure which is worse about this particular point in time. But, John, we're going to throw it back to you right now and take a break here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Zarella didn't point out that I'm here in the nice air-conditioned studio while he's out there in the hot sun with Donna Shirley. This packet frame synchronization is the same way that you get email messages, because I've looked into the program for the email on my computer, and so that's sort of what this thing is doing, trying to send some email to the Earth. We'll be back with more of our live coverage in just a moment. Stay with CNN. This is pretty exciting stuff.
Allergies acting up?
Got it all.
Oh, that bad, huh?
Itchy eyes, runny nose, I'm all stuffed up.
And that sinus headache kicks in?
That red planet behind me is becoming more and more clear to people on the ground. We're going to go back to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where, Donna Shirley, I'm told we have a frame of data. What does that mean, and what do you think it indicates, and what is it going to tell us, a frame of data?
Well, a frame of data is one piece of information that describes, in this case, the condition of the spacecraft. So this is really exciting. This is the data we've been waiting for. This is the Mom, I made it, you know, the safe arrival phone call.
Yep.
And this is what we've been hoping for.
Yeah, and I can see Dan Golden, the administrator of NASA, Ed Stone, the head of the Jet Propulsion Lab there, with some of your scientists, your team leaders. I don't know if you can see them on TV or not, but they are looking at that computer screen with great interest. And I know Dr. Stone is a man who has a lot of experience with computers, and Mr. Golden is a man who used to design spy satellites. So this kind of a day for the two of them, with all of their knowledge from their backgrounds, must be scintillating and exciting. And nobody's frowning. That's a good sign, I think.
That's a good sign. I haven't heard a lot of screaming yet, though, so that's my indicator, since I'm out here on the mall instead of being in the control room.
One frame is not much, right?
One frame's not much, but if we got one frame, we got a bunch of frames.
How many frames is it going to take before you have a good feel? I mean,
you would ask me that,
wouldn't
ask you?
That.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I don't know the answer to that.
A lot of frames.
Yeah, a lot of frames. Well, a frame is, John just described it beautifully a while ago. It's like email. And when you send email, it goes in chunks, you know, like it'll show up, like when you're printing a picture out from the internet or some data out from the internet, you know, you get a piece of it, and then you get another piece of it, and another piece that shows up on your screen. Well, this is that same kind of thing. And it has to be synchronized so that the receiver and the sender are going along at the same frequency. And that's what syncing is.
I was just asking you a very non-technical question.
And I made it technical.
No, not that question. A question before. Would you have ever imagined the level of attention that this mission has got?
Well, actually, yes. I was the one that predicted 4 years ago that we would have this kind of attention, and nobody believed me. So I'm happy to be vindicated in this case. Now, what I just hope is that everything keeps going as well as it has gone in the past. So I'm waiting for the rest of those frames to come in.
There's still a lot. Go ahead, John.
Let's go back into the control room. Tell us who the people are in that picture. They are big. I see Ed Stone in the middle, the JPL director. You're a ship controller.
I can't.
There's a glare on our.
There's a glare on our screen.
Hard for us to see who exactly is in there. It looks like Jennifer Harris there is the one of the.
Yeah, it could be.
Jennifer Harris on the left, one of the flight controllers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant red hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Richard Cook on the far right. Brian Muirhead with the bald head next to Ed Stone.
We have.
All right, they got it. They got it. Woo! Woo!
Another great moment.
Another great moment. All right, there are so many great moments here. I don't know what they got, but they got it.
They got something.
Donna, don't have a heart attack. But
I'm not having a heart attack. I'm happy.
There are cheers all around. Maybe we can listen in to the mission control and see what it is they've got.
Good plan.
Okay, no tilting.
How's the day looking? Oh, broadcast 6 minutes.
Yeah, the computer screens in Mission Control are filling up with data. I can see it on the wide picture we have of Mission Control right now.
Flight software?
Go ahead.
Preliminary, no EBR warnings as of the first packet down.
Okay, keep in mind the packet time was 2052, just before S12 started.
That means everything's okay.
John, you might have heard just now, that was Donna saying that no warnings means that everything is okay in the first packet of information.
That's right.
And a packet of information is
some amount of bits that makes some numbers that tell us the condition of the spacecraft.
Of certain systems.
Certain
particular systems that were coming first, the information first, or you have no idea?
I have no idea what order.
Do we have command mode on at this time? Yes, we do. Thank you.
Donna, that's real good news. Now, the computer inside the Pathfinder is designed to send you warnings if it detects anything wrong. It's kind of like your home computer. If you've lost a program or something, a little message will come up, and that's sort of what these packets of information are. Am I right?
So everything's pretty clean right now. Now the content, the controllers actually have to look at the data for a while to see if everything's within limits. Now they do have alarms that are set up so if something's out of limits, it would say, whoops, I'm too hot, or I'm too cold, or I've been stressed too much. And so far I don't think we have any of that.
It's kind of like when you get a big
This is Mars
blood
Pathfinder
workup.
Mission Control at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Flight, can you give us an update as to when we expect to see DPT-9 active, which means we get data other than EH&A?
I believe we're going to get 3 more EH&A packets before we open up DPT-9, which then would start allowing EDL data.
Okay, I can't
understand what they were.
This is Mars Pathfinder Mission Control at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Obvious exuberance in the flight control team when the data started to come in. Not only data, but they were not only the carrier signal, but they were actually receiving data. Now the team's back to business as they start to analyze that data and interpret exactly what the state of the lander is. Jennifer Harris, the flight director, in the center, and Richard Cook to the right.
They'll be telling you what the data is at the press conference, which I think is coming up at 2:30.
Each
and
flight
so right now we have to just kind of
exactly
wait
what
for
the
them
data in the
look at
downlink
the
stream
numbers on
has
the
to say
screen,
to their particular
interpret those
subsystem.
numbers, understand
There's going to be a
which
project statement
things
coming
are
up
right
in
and which
just
are
a few
not.
minutes
Then,
from Brian
then
Muirhead,
we'll be
Deputy
able to hear
Project
that.
Manager and Flight System Manager. This is Mars Pathfinder Mission Control.
Here comes Brian, as a matter of fact, with Dan Golden and Ed Stone. So
I wonder if we can get Dan Golden to come over here for a...
Well, Brian's more important.
Brian and Dan Golden. We've got to try and get them both over on CNN very quickly.
I'll talk while you go grab them,
the administrator. We know. We're on live right now, Mr. Administrator. 2 seconds with John Holloman. You got 2 seconds? Just 2 seconds. Very quickly. Very quickly. John Zarella, Donna Shirley, and John Holloman in Atlanta. This has got to be a tremendously... Well, I'll get out of the kiss. Grab this and talk to John. John, you have a question for the administrator? And maybe Mr. Administrator, a comment?
His reaction when those first frames of information came in.
Your reaction.
Oh, this is wonderful. I was just over in the control room, and we had a grand total of 15 people, John, that were operating this spacecraft. And in the past, we had hundreds. And it landed, and when that digital signal came through, the sky opened up, and it was nice and clear, and the sun was shining.
And you proved that cheaper, faster, better works.
Well, we're not there yet. I want to be very level throughout this, and I also have to leave because I have to speak to the Vice President.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Golden. Appreciate it. Well, that was good. I'll throw my mic back on here now, John.
Little target of opportunity.
Yeah, target of opportunity. We never seize an opportunity at CNN.
Right, that's right.
Anyway, John, so he's on his way over. So that news conference ought to be starting in about, about 4 or 5 minutes,
yeah,
Donna?
Looks like it.
They should have some indication then of what the data is.
Right.
And how good it is.
Yes, I think it's going to be good. But I hope they've had time to at least look at it a little bit, because Brian left up there while they were still looking at the numbers. So,
well, that must be a good sign, too. He doesn't seem like that's the deputy project manager, right?
The deputy project manager.
He seems to be pretty comfortable with what's going on.
Yeah. I think we're okay. I mean, at least so far it looks like we're okay.
How long will it take them? How much data will come in? How long will this downlink of data be going on?
This downlink of data goes on now. They'll be downlinking data the rest of the day until Earth sets. And Earth sets, I think, around 8:30 or 9 at night tonight, something like that. And so we'll be getting a continuous stream of data. The next thing we're going to do is to see if the high gain antenna is pointed in the right direction, and then we can start to get back data at about 2,500 bits per second.
So you can do this
instead of
simultaneously
250.
then. You'll be getting low gain data all constantly.
Well, no, I think we stop doing low gain, and if we can get it onto the high gain, then we send it over the high gain. Now, the data that comes in from the low gain is about 250 bits per second. And if you have a really kind of funky modem on your computer, it's at least 9,600 bits per second. So the low gain is very slow. But even the high gain is only 2,500 bits per second. So it's only about a quarter as fast as a really bad, not too good modem.
It's the one I'm working with in the computer back in the trailer right now. It's exactly what I'm working, 9,600.
So it takes a long time to downlink a picture, as you know, when you try to downlink something from the internet, how long that takes. And so it takes even longer from Mars. And then we send them over to the image processing lab, and I was just talking to Bill Green, who is our image processing laboratory leader, and he said it'll only take them a few minutes to process the pictures once they get them back. And Peter Smith, the principal investigator for the camera, will be standing right there looking at the screen, and if the calibration is right and the colors look right and it looks like it's a good picture, then they'll send it right out and it'll be in the press conference, which is maybe they'll be, not the first picture. The first picture will be there at about 4:30.
But the world will see the pictures very quickly after you see them.
That's right. We put them right out on NASA Select. You guys can put them out to the world. That's why you're here.
We certainly will. We certainly will.
And they'll also go on the internet.
All right, well, John, we're going to go back to you now so that we can get ready for that news conference in just a couple minutes. John?
Ask some good questions, old friend. All right, we got a few times to tell you about. 2 hours from now, first picture. Maybe a little bit sooner, we don't know yet. 9 o'clock Eastern Time, first weather report. 9:30 p.m., first color wide-angle picture of the horizon on Mars. And what we have been seeing just time after time after time, we saw just a few minutes ago as the first positive data came back from the Mars Pathfinder saying that everything on board was okay. Let's listen and look at the reaction there in the Mars Pathfinder Mission Control Room one more time.
We have
All right. That's it for our coverage from right now. Our journey to the Red Planet. A lot more to do tonight. We'll take a quick break. We'll see you very shortly. John Holliman, CNN reporting.
Tonight in the crossfire, the truth
has gone swimmingly, much better than, as well as anyone could have hoped. And the hope now, of course, is that it continues to move along in that direction, going as well as it has. In the course of events, something could go haywire at this point and from this point on. But so far, that's not the case. And, you know, I guess, Don, one of the things, we can't call this a spacecraft anymore, can we? It's a lander.
It's a lander.
I mean, it's on the ground. It's not a spacecraft.
Yeah, it's a lander and a rover. It's 2 spacecraft now.
It's 2 spacecraft.
It's thrown away some of its previous incarnations as a spacecraft, and now it's a lander.
All of those work perfectly. Nothing went wrong that you know of at this point. And now you move on to getting the lander, to getting Sojourner off.
Right. Well, the first thing we want to get back is we want to get the camera to look around and take a picture. And what the camera will do, will point at the rover's pedals and then point around to see if any of the airbags have lopped over onto the pedals. Now, here's some airbag material. What we don't want is for it to look like that. We want all these airbags to be neatly tucked underneath. And once the airbags are tucked underneath, and especially around the rover pedal, then we know it'll be okay to stand the rover up, to deploy the meteorology mast, which is over on this pedal, and then to unroll the ramps. And then the high gain antenna will be sending back some data. And if we get a good picture, then we'll know it's safe to send the rover off.
And these are solar panels, which is another reason why you don't want any of this material over the top of it, right?
That's right. All the power comes out of these pedals.
Out of these pedals. That's the solar panels.
And we need to get the rover off because you can see the rover's sitting on top of some solar arrays.
Some of the solar
arrays.
So
it's actually blocking the solar energy. So not only do we want to get the rover off so she can go to work, but we want to get her off so she's not blocking the solar arrays.
Hey, Donna, John Holliman just jumping in for a minute. If everything goes just the way you want to, how many different pictures of Mars will we have? I can't finish the question. The news conference is underway. We're going to go there. I'll ask you when we get done.
Our first telemetry from the spacecraft. This is way beyond our expectations. The whole day has just been extraordinary. I don't think any of us expected today to go like it has. Every time we looked for the spacecraft, it was there. It gave us clear indications it was on the surface, that it was healthy within 3 minutes after landing. And now, just now, we received our first telemetry from the spacecraft. We're getting down the health of the spacecraft, and it sounds like everything is absolutely perfect. So we hope to be able to continue the day with images coming up soon, and then maybe even the rover. So I can't be any more excited than I am, and I know the whole team feels the same way. I suspect you guys share in this with us as well. Thank you very much for your support.
Mr. Golden.
What a birthday today. There's a lot of fireworks in the mission control room where I had the privilege of talking to some of the people who did this. And it's interesting. This is a revolution just of the type of the revolution that formed our country on the day of our birthday. The people who formed our country weren't afraid of taking risk. They weren't afraid of doing things differently, just like the Mars Pathfinder team. And they're doing just a terrific job. And you could sense the pride among each of them as they hugged each other. There's a tremendous warmth. It's just not respect, but it's a warmth. And I think this is going to change the history of the space program. Congratulations, Brian. And to you, Tony Spear, who's listening right now.
Dr. Stone.
Well, what a way to celebrate the 4th of July. Doing what no one has done before. That's what NASA's all about. That's what JPL is all about. And I think today, the Pathfinder did what no one has done before. And of course, they have a number of days ahead now of doing things that nobody has done before because nobody could do them before. So it's, again, congratulations to the team that made it all happen. It really has kicked off a new era of Mars exploration, which is going to be a very exciting period for everyone.
Now we'll start with Q&As. Seth? Do we have a microphone? Just go.
Seth Borenstein, Orlando Sentinel. Do you know where on Mars you are, how close you are to good rocks or stuff yet?
No, we don't. And we won't know that until we see our first images down as far as what the terrain looks like. But we know we're down, we know we're very healthy.
Do you think you're in that last circle from before? Or?
Well within that. And we won't know until we've spent some more time with the ranging.
You can go next.
The phone is ringing here.
I think we might have a phone call.
Hello?
You guys just stand by.
Could be E.T.
Hang on if y'all stand by for a minute.
I'll hang up, you'll call back.
Probably.
Do you guys want to distribute the late
The phone call is going to come from the Vice President of the United States.
Mr. Vice President?
We'll listen in.
Hey, Dan. Congratulations to all of you out there on behalf of President Clinton and all of the people of our country. Happy 4th of July, and congratulations on doing an absolutely outstanding job.
Well, I tell you, I'm here with the Deputy Project Manager and Ed Stone, the Director of the Jet Propulsion Lab, and I can't begin to tell you what a wonderful job these people have done for our country.
Well, congratulations, Dr. Stone and Brian Muirhead, and to all of the members of the team who've been a part of this magnificent accomplishment. The whole country is just very proud of what you all are doing and have done today, and what a great way to celebrate America's birthday and celebrate our country's know-how and ingenuity as we press forward to new heights and new frontiers. I'm very excited about this. I've been following this throughout the day and watched the the cheering there when the signals came in when you were going down through the atmosphere. And like everybody else, I'm looking forward to seeing the images when they come through. And I know that not too long after you get the first images, you're going to be deploying the Rover. And I had a chance, Dan, when you and I were out there, when I made the announcement on the new X-33 on behalf of the President, we got to see that model or that backup firsthand and how it works. And it's just amazing that so much technology has been able to, you've been able to put so much technology into such a small vehicle. It's really just a very exciting and historic moment. And I do want to congratulate all of you. And Dan, to all of NASA, this new way of doing business, faster, better, cheaper, is certainly being borne out by this dramatic success today. And keep up the good work. The President and I are both very, very proud of your accomplishments, and the entire country is just reveling in your success, and we all congratulate you.
Mr. Vice President, we couldn't have done it without the tremendous support you and the President have given us. You've been there at every step. You knew it was risky, but you trusted us, and we wanted to come through for you.
Well, you sure did, and I'll be watching very carefully, along with the many millions of others, as the images begin to come through, and as we follow the adventures of this vehicle going out onto the Martian soil. So we're all going to be watching carefully. Good luck, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We have some more data coming back, I understand, so I think Brian probably has to leave, and we'll be back again at 3:30 for a more formal, extensive press conference. Thank you.
So, the more formal, extensive press conference without the staged phone call from the Vice President will be coming up in, well, just a couple of hours from now. And when it happens, we will be back with more live coverage. And there are some other things going on in the world we want to tell you about, too. That will be coming up as well. Stay with CNN. Hi, it's John Holloman at CNN Center, about to take you to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California, where there's about to be another news briefing on the Pathfinder mission to planet Mars. The information we have been given so far is that for about the past hour and a half, computers at the Jet Propulsion Lab have been receiving data from Pathfinder. They have used that data to paint a picture of just where it is, or at least how it is oriented on the surface of the planet. They are hoping to get a weather report from Mars very soon. This is the orientation of Pathfinder on the surface of Mars. If you look very closely, you can see some blue and red lines which represent the surface of Mars. This is how it looks right now, which is precisely the way it is supposed to look. It is only 2 degrees off of the perfectly horizontal orientation for the solar panels that are just beginning to receive some sunlight from the very early morning sun coming up on the landing site on Mars, as those solar panels charge the batteries on board the Sojourner rover, as well as the mothership Pathfinder. There are going to be some spectacular pictures which may well be sent back to Earth. Joining me from the Jet Propulsion Lab to talk us into this news conference, CNN's John Zarella, a man who's been to more space launches than anybody else at this joint. How does this compare to watching the space shuttle go up?
Well, you know, John, the space shuttle is always an exciting event when it lifts off. There's no question about that. I've seen probably 60 or 70 of those, and every one is spectacular. But there is certainly an unbelievable degree of drama going on here. It's funny, you know, we can't see any of what's going on yet, but the drama is there, and I think that's what makes this story so amazing. You know, some of our viewers have wanted to know out there, well, exactly where is Mars in the sky if they go out and take a look, and Donna Shirley, where can we see Mars? Can we see Mars right now?
Well, we asked our project scientist, and he didn't know. But then we asked the guy who programmed the computer, who did all the software, and he said it's low in the western sky.
So very low on the horizon, so it'd be pretty difficult for folks to see this time of the year.
Right. Maybe they can see it right after dark.
Some new information that we can get out very quickly before the briefing starts about what happened that you know now during the descent and landing.
Right. As far as we know, there were 3 bounces, and it took just 3 bounces, which is a very small number of bounces. And the first bounce was 18 Gs. That's 18 times the force of gravity. The second bounce, I think, was 9 Gs, which is nothing. And then it rolled for about 92 seconds and then stopped. And when it opened up, it was absolutely flat, 2.5 degrees tilt, which is absolutely nothing. So that was really incredible news. Now, we have qualified these systems to land at 55 Gs. So
means it was a
Gs
very
is nothing.
soft landing, right?
Very soft, gentle landing, which must mean that the radar altimeter worked perfectly and the airbags were cut loose just very low above the ground, and so it's just absolutely couldn't be better.
So all that animation that we have has to be redone now, right? Because it has it bouncing around too much on the surface before it comes to rest.
Right, we'll redo that.
Now you're going to get some of the information in that. Now we also heard just recently that that first packet of low-gain downlinked data about the health of the spacecraft is in.
Yes, it is. And as far as we know, it's completely in, and the engineers have been analyzing the data, and I think that's going to be the subject of this next press conference. And so, as far as we know, all of the systems are healthy, including the rover systems. So all the spacecraft seems to be working just great, and we're ready for the next step, which is to get the high-gain antenna pointed at the Earth.
We're going to go now to the presser. It's starting, so we're going to switch now on CNN to the presser.
Right.
How appropriate it is that we also start today a determination to be the masters of the science of our solar system. It is wonderful. I just want to spend a few moments saying how proud I am of these young people who are sitting on my left and those who think young that are over in the mission control and worked on this program across the agency. And I also would like to take this moment to thank the American taxpayers who have had confidence in NASA as we've gone through all these changes, and they stuck with us because it is their program, it is not our program, and we at NASA celebrate you for believing in us. Being a different kind of program, I was here in the spring, and a young man, Kirk Goodall, came up to me and said, Dan, we can't be on the internet because we're going to get too many hits. He said, I'm concerned because we only have a capacity for 5 to 10 million hits here at JPL. So I authorized him so that every person in America who wanted to turn on to the internet to watch this mission could do it. And he informed me we now have a capacity somewheres between 75 and 100 million people to tune into the internet, and they told me that by about 5 or 6 o'clock today they anticipated 40 million hits. This is exciting. We are now really in the electronic age, and I'm so proud that we could get this information to everyone who wants to see it. So let me at this point turn the program over to the real people who did it and tell you and all the people who work for you how proud I am, the Vice President, the President, and the American people, the people who allowed us to sit up here. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I don't think I need to tell you how amazingly happy the flight team is, not just us, but our friends and family who are here. This is really a spectacular day. It's gone better than we really possibly could imagine. Sometimes we're pinching ourselves saying, is this really real? Or are we doing a simulation? But no, the lander is on the surface of Mars, and we're getting data back from it. It looks very, very good. The rover is also giving us data. I'll give you some more specifics in a minute. But I think this is definitely, I'm sure I'm speaking for everybody on the flight team, Tony Spear, Brian Muirhead, that this is definitely an experience that all of us will remember for the rest of our lives, that this is really special, and that we're on the surface of another planet, that we'll get to explore it over the next few weeks and months, and we will learn a great deal about both ourselves and our solar system. So we're really pleased. Let me just give you some basic statistics about the status of the lander and the rover, just so that I think most of it's gone on over the net, so you've probably heard it, but I'll summarize it. Jennifer Harris and the flight team are doing an excellent job of assessing the health and status. Basically, we do know now that the airbags are fully retracted and the pedals are deployed. Rob will talk more about the entry, descent, and landing process, what happened during that phase. But in the end, the lander appears to be tilted about 2.5 to 3 degrees, which is quite flat. In fact, we were having a little pool there at the last minute as far as what we were betting, and it was a little bit lower than what we were guessing. We routinely in our simulations get angles up at 10 or 15 degrees, so this is great that they were basically flat on the surface. The battery state of charge, which is a very important parameter for how well we're able to continue doing surface operations, right now is at 76%. Again, that's beyond what we thought it would be. We didn't use as much power or energy during entry, descent, and landing, which leaves more for surface operations. So there again, we're very pleased. The solar arrays are producing power on the lander. Obviously, that's a requirement for the mission to proceed, and they look like they're operating fine. So there again, we're pleased with that. The camera, for those of you who might have missed it, we did unlock the camera in this last set of activities. The camera is unlocked, it is functioning, and we're up actually as we speak, probably doing the sun search activity and beginning to take the first images. So hopefully in a few hours or a few minutes or less, we'll be getting those first images back. The lander temperatures are all within the predicted range, and basically, like I said, it's about as normal and about as straightforward, or essentially just what we estimate or just what we calculated if everything were going to go right. As far as the rover's concerned, we did get information from the rover. The rover and lander are communicating well. About 98% of the packets are getting through between the rover and the lander, which is excellent. The rover's awake. It was awakened by lander command. All of its engineering subsystems checked out. All of its temperatures are within the expected range. Solar arrays producing power. So we're basically, like I said, doing really well. And we, as you heard over the net there, activated our next sequence, and we're going to go ahead with the remainder of the surface mission. So with that, I'll let Rob talk about entry, descent, and landing.
Well, the little engine that did. And we are just absolutely boggled by the fact that this fairly complex design that we've been thinking about and stewing over and testing and trying to make work really did the job. And you've seen me, and I've sort of been representing the entry, descent, landing team, but really this is a team that all Americans should be proud of because it involves so many people from all over this country of ours. It's from coast to coast. I wouldn't say every state in the union, but a lot of people from all over helped, all over NASA as well as JPL. So it's something that a lot of people can take credit in, and not just me. So with that, I'm going to let you give a little bit of interesting information about how it went. It turns out that there was a few surprises, not too many. One of the spacecraft landed almost exactly when at the time we predicted it. The signals, as you remember, we had some interesting signals from the spacecraft after we landed. My worst case expectations did not come true. It turns out the spacecraft was very visible after all once it rolled to a stop. The spacecraft did in fact bounce as the spacecraft was designed to do. In fact, it bounced quite high. Maybe I've got actually an accelerometer plot here. If I can pull that one out. That's not the right one. Actually, that is a good one. That's not a bad one for the. There we go. There's a good one right there. Maybe you can pull that one up. You can see. I won't talk too much about the first one. You can see the little tiny spike. That's just an anomaly in how we change the gains of the accelerometers. But that big bump here, that's the deceleration of the vehicle as it went through the atmosphere. Soon thereafter, the software under an algorithm that uses the deceleration profile to figure out when to open the parachute. Open the parachute, a little bit later than we expected, which is indicative of the atmosphere being a little bit thinner than we expected. We don't know how much. Not too much later, the rockets fired, giving a nice little boost to the vehicle, and then it hit the ground, and it hit the ground a few times. At least there's one bounce there. We think those are bounces. This data was just put together by Dave Gruhl here about literally 15 minutes ago. So we really haven't had much time to analyze it, but there's no question that the spacecraft hit the surface of Mars quite hard. We haven't looked at the orientation yet, but the first time it hit the surface of Mars was about 18 Gs. It bounced again, about 15 meters high, we think, which is pretty high, about 50 feet, and then it hit again about 9 Gs of a deceleration, and then it flew up again for another 7 meters in the air, and then hit even harder, 11 Gs. And we haven't figured out what that's all about yet, but it might be in the fact that the spacecraft actually spun up as it impacted, and that could fool the accelerometers into thinking it was actually a straight translation. So there's a couple other surprises, and that's it looks like our terminal descent velocity, that's the velocity that we sense with the radar, was about almost 10 meters per second faster. Instead of going about, let's see, I have to do a metric conversion. Instead of going about 120 miles per hour, they're more like 140 miles per hour at the time the rockets fired, which is a little bit surprising to us. It means that we don't really understand the atmospheric density of Mars as well as we thought. But on the other hand, it was well within our expectations of how the design was, the design envelopes. So it was just a little surprise. It wasn't a big deal. The other thing is, this is the part that I lost this bet. This lander has 4 sides, as a tetrahedron should, but what's the odds of rolling down in the base pedal, huh? 1 in 4. I picked it was going to do this. This spacecraft rolled to a stop just like this, and we didn't have to roll. We didn't have to open the pedals to right itself as we had designed it to do and tested so many times. So. If people ask, well, how do you right yourself? Well, we don't have to right ourselves. We didn't have to this time, and didn't need these pedals after all, Richard says. So the spacecraft appears to be the airbags fully retracted, and appears that the pedals are really open, perfectly flat. It's interesting. The software tells us that these things have happened, and did not feel any errors or sense any errors during this process. So it's a very good bet that they really are. But we will get a better indication in the next downlink session when we actually take pictures around the periphery of the lander and look at see how the airbags are bunched around the vehicle. So that will be kind of the proof of the pudding. But I'm very happy, and I really am not out of a job. It turns out that I'll be working on surface operations with Richard for some time to come, and but as far as the entry, descent, landing job, we're there, and we couldn't be happier. Thank you. Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. We have another picture of some of the temperatures on. Let's see. Not that one. The one we just had. No. One more. No. Actually, how about pull out the landing site picture? There's we've got several. First one. I think this is the very first picture we have here to show where we think we landed. Okay, go ahead. That's a good one. Why don't you go ahead and pull that up so people can see? Well, this is where we think we are, and it's interesting to note our navigators, if you remember, put us in this region early this morning by 7 o'clock. It turned out that we ended up landing a little earlier in terms of, I say earlier, I mean a little bit less downrange of our landing site. Remember, we're coming in from the northeast, going in this direction, working our way past the center of our desired ellipse, and this is where we ended up. We thought we would be down here. Matt can tell you more about what we're going to see if we land in this, if we really are here. The reason this thing got so small, we're not sure why it moved just yet, but it appears that there may have been an atmospheric density differences than what we expected, as I mentioned before. That's one possibility. Maybe other reasons as well, but this information was acquired over DSS 65, is that right, Richard? Yes, and at the SPF, the station in Madrid, the Deep Space Station in Madrid, over a few hours before we went before we got into EDL. So I think we're safely there, and I'm going to let Dr. Tim Schofield talk a little bit about what we might get from a science point of view from this entry, descent, and landing data.
Okay, thanks, Rob. The first picture, thank you. The ASIMET is composed of two parts. One part of the experiment is to understand the structure of the atmosphere as we enter the atmosphere. The other part is basically a weather station on the surface of Mars. And we have now got the first data from the first part of that mission. This slide that's showing now shows you a detail of the acceleration curve that Rob showed you earlier. At time zero, we're at about 160 kilometers. We hurtle into the very tenuous upper atmosphere, and accelerations are building up gradually all the time. Finally, we hit the maximum deceleration peak here at about 15 G at about 120, 130 seconds, which is a height of 30 or 40 kilometers. If I could have the next slide, please. This is the same data, but plotted on a scale which shows our measurements from very high in the atmosphere. From here we have 10 millionths of a G acceleration, and building up all the way as it comes in, all the way up to that 15 G acceleration peak again. And then you have the parachute deployment pulse there. This information is going to let us work out the density profile of the atmosphere from basically all the way out high in the atmosphere down to well below the deceleration peak, down to where the parachute deploys. We then have pressure and temperature measurements below that level also. We have very preliminary data from the landed part of the mission. We haven't deployed our mast yet. It looks as if the temperatures that we're measuring are around 220 Kelvin, which is about minus 64 Fahrenheit. Those temperatures are somewhat warmer than Viking, but the mast is very close down to the spacecraft on the pedal, so it may well be that the sensors are being heated by the sun rather more than they would be when they're up in their correct position. So we're looking forward in the next coming hours to getting the rest of this entry data set, much higher resolution, and working out the density profile and hopefully the pressure and temperature profile, and then getting the time series of atmospheric data. It looks as if both instruments have worked perfectly. Richard mentioned this being like a simulation. To my mind, it's nothing like the simulations. The simulations went wrong all the time. From the point of view of the scientists, the data was always getting lost and going wrong, but so far it's been going very, very smoothly.
Okay. You've heard the very first data we've gotten from our spacecraft, or first science data, I should say, and that will help the atmospheric scientists try to work out this entry, descent, and profile of what the atmosphere is like all the way from 120 kilometers down to the surface. I'd like to back up to about 3 a.m. this morning, and show you what we went through in the last few hours prior to entry. If I could have the first slide, please. What you see here is the landing ellipse in the so-called science ellipse in this large yellow. And at about 9:30 last night and later at about 2 a.m. this morning, the ellipse was this white one shown here, which actually cuts through the northern half of this streamlined island. And some of us scientists were there at JPL at midnight to 2 a.m. trying to determine the slopes on this streamlined island to make sure that they were within the tolerances that the spacecraft could handle, to determine if we needed to do a trajectory correction maneuver to try to nudge us into a so-called safer region. And one nudge would have put us over in this region. Another could have put us up in here, which actually looked worse. One could have put us down here, which is definitely worse. And cooler heads prevailed, and we in fact did not do that trajectory correction maneuver, and we wound up landing right in this small piece of this ellipse shown here. And the next slide shows a high resolution, a detail of that. What's shown on this is the best prediction from the navigation team as to where we actually wound up on the surface of Mars. And it's somewhere within this ellipse, and you can choose your pixel, and that's the one we're in. We do not know which pixel we're in, and it may take us a while to figure it out. What also shows on this are the 20 pixel elements that should be visible from a portion within that circle of large hills like this one here. 20 pixels could be seen by the camera if we landed within that red circle. And there's a larger streamlined island to the south. Could we go back one slide just for a moment, please? Back to the one we were just showing. Thank you. This large streamlined island, this one right here, is about 500 meters high, we think, with what may be a boulder bar behind it. This should be visible in a much, much larger region, this red circle shown here. Back to the next one again, that's the circle you see here. And again, here's a small hill. Well, small, that's a building. Small hill with, again, that 20 pixel element that should be visible. Here's a crater that we should see. And so we're hopeful that after we turn on the imager and start taking pictures, which we actually are doing, I guess, we will see some of these things. What you'll also notice are this series of what we call secondary craters. And if you look carefully at these craters, they have a bit of a herringbone pattern, which actually tells you the direction that the primary crater hit the surface of Mars. And this is ejecta from that primary crater that is now flopping across the surface. And those herringbones point to the south. We believe the primary crater for these secondary ejecta craters is about 60 to 100 kilometers, or that's one guess. And we might be somewhere in the midst of these as well. And there was some worry, of course, that this would be a very rocky area, since that there's quite a bit of ejecta around these craters. Interestingly also is that these craters seem to have captured some of the dark mafic material. If you look at the pictures of Mars that we've shown, there's sort of this reddish material, and then there's this dark black surface stuff. We think that's a dark mafic sand, and we may have the prospect of actually seeing some of that. All of which we don't know what we will see. Again, I don't know which pixel we're in, and we'll just have to wait and see. Okay, now what's next? Within the next half hour or so, 35 minutes, the meteorology mast, the 1 meter mast, will deploy into the upright configuration with the wind mast on top and the 3 temperature sensors, and we hope to get our first weather report from the surface of Mars at about 35 minutes from now. We should be, if we're very fortunate enough to get the high gain antenna, start receiving the very first images from the surface of Mars. And I want to walk you through what to expect when you see them, and warn.
All right, the time is timetable is set. The clock is ticking. 34 minutes from right now. It is very possible we could be seeing the first picture sent live from the surface of Mars in the past 20 years. And that's what the scientists are saying. We're going to go to Moneyline now, and we'll be back at about half past the next hour, or if the first pictures get here ahead of half past the next hour, we'll be back with those as well. John Holloman, CNN, reporting as our journey to the Red Planet continues. To happen.
Of course, essential for transmission of data from the high gain antenna.
Donna Shirley, you're the Mars Exploration Manager for NASA. Listen to this and comment when you like.
Okay. Well, what's happened is it looks like that the sun finding algorithm, that is the equation that told the camera to find the sun, has indeed worked. The computer program on board the lander completely autonomously has found the sun, and then they were able to actually point the high gain antenna, the lander all by itself, at the Earth, and so we are now starting to get a signal from the high-gain antenna, which means that we will be getting the pictures back.
A lot of cheering and yelling and screaming and attaboy and attagirl going on in this room.
More handshakes and cheers.
We have 4 frames unlocked so far.
I suspect that the pictures have started to come in.
Donna, there are a lot of computer monitors in that room, including 2 that we can't look directly into where the shift leader is looking. Where will the first picture come in?
Well, I don't know which monitor the picture comes in on, but they're supposed to go up on NASA Select right away. So within some small period of time, we should be able to pull them off of the NASA Select feed.
Okay, we have an internet site here that plugs in to the Jet Propulsion Lab, and I believe the pictures are coming in on that internet site right now. We'll check that and pop it up, and we may get it as quickly as the folks at NASA Select get it. We'll find out. And
now, what these?
Go ahead,
let me
Donna.
explain what these pictures will be of. If you can get down on our little model here, these pictures will be of the edges of the solar arrays to make sure that the airbags are neatly tucked in under the solar arrays and that they're not lopping over onto the pedals and blocking the pedals. And we're particularly interested in the pedal that the rover is on because we need to be able to deploy the ramps off the edges of the solar panel so that the rover can crawl off on the ramps and get down onto the surface. And that's the next big event after the pictures coming in. Now, these pictures that we're getting are just little black and white images, very highly compressed, just of ugly little airbags and possibly the rover's wheels, so that and the rover's part of the rover and part of the ramps that are going to unfold for the rover to get down. So these are not going to be very pretty. The pretty pictures are going to come in at about 6:30. Yep, I bet you a picture just came in.
That's probably an image right there.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. That
What?
is an image. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
What is it?
Okay, well, we can see a little bit of Mars. There's rocks. There's the airbags just sticking up just a little bit. They look just fine. But we've got Mars. We've got rocks on Mars. And boy, is
that a rover wheel? Was that?
Yeah, that was the rover wheel there a minute ago. Now, I can't tell what this is. Boy, these are hard to see on this little bitty screen here.
Donna, CNN is going to try eventually to get a bigger TV.
That's a solar panel there, John.
See the solar arrays on it? You can see that, and this must be, look at those airbags. They're just beautiful. They're all tucked in very neatly. They're not on top of the pedals at all.
Which really means you're in excellent position to get the rover off.
Excellent position to get the rover off. Now there'll be some more coming in because what they want to do is to take pictures all around the edges of the pedals to make sure that there's no interference.
Will they put them together then in a mosaic, so to speak?
Yes, they will, but they probably won't even bother to mosaic these pictures because what they're going to do is wait for the color pictures to come down. Now that they know the high-gain antenna is correctly pointed, the next images that come down will be the color images, and then they're going to make a really beautiful mosaic that'll have color, that'll have the rover in it. The rover will be right there in the middle of the picture, and
now this is, you know, we should be pretty excited. These are the first pictures in 21 odd years from the surface of Mars.
Absolutely, absolutely.
This is a tremendous event unfolding right here now.
And there's rocks right there, so the rover won't even have to go very far to find rocks. I mean, this is just, it's beautiful.
Barely has to go off the limb and get to work with the pedal with the alpha spectrometer, X-ray proton spectrometer.
Alpha proton X-ray spectrometer. Very good.
And doesn't have to move very far. Yes, John.
Let me just jump in. These pictures are coming in very rapid succession, it looks to me like. Is that an indication that the high-gain antenna is doing precisely what it's supposed to be? I mean, I've seen 7 different views show up on this computer screen just in the past few minutes while we've been talking.
Absolutely. This means the high-gain antenna is not only pointed at the Earth.
There's a good wider photo.
Oh, wow. That's hard to see, though. Oh, here it goes. This is one of the pedal actuators that you can see here. One of the motors that actually opens the pedal up like that.
Wayne, can you...
Does it look good to you, Donna?
It looks beautiful to me.
Now, John, is the vehicle taking, this is all pre-programmed to take these? You haven't commanded it to do any of this.
We haven't said a word to the vehicle yet. These are all pre-programmed, and there's going to be something like, I forget how many of these, but they're 80-to-1 compression. So if these are this good, you can imagine what the real pictures, when they get in color and full and not compressed, are going to look like.
Compare these, just from what we're looking at, to the Viking pictures.
Right.
I mean, these are probably better than the Viking pictures.
Well, not yet, but they sure will be. They'll be a lot better. Now, see, this here is showing where these pictures are being taken. This little pie chart.
Yes.
It's showing where the pictures are actually being taken with respect to the lander, so that you can see. Now, here's some. Oh wow, here's some close-ups.
So,
and see the airbags. There's a little bit of airbag sticking out.
That's on the right side of the screen, John. That's the airbag and the and the wheel, and on the left side.
Airbag over here.
And what they're trying to do now,
a little airbag.
Yeah, Donna and John, they're trying to begin to mosaic these pictures together. Those two pictures, yeah, they appear to be together at this point. So the picture that we're getting is bigger and bigger and bigger, and
very good.
More and more fascinating. Donna, I don't know how well you can see on that tiny little TV set where you are.
Not well.
Yeah.
Not well.
On the left side of the two pictures, there appears to be a little black blob sort of in the center of that picture. Just
this here.
Yeah. Now, is that a normal looking thing to you?
Actually, I'm not sure what that is, but it's too regular to be abnormal.
I see. Okay.
It's probably just. Oh, I know what it is. When the panels are latched together, they come together, and if we can look down at our little model, can we? Oh, we can't. It doesn't do you any good. We can't see it. Anyway, when the panels are folded up, they're latched together, and that's one of the latches. And how you release that latch is you fire a pyrotechnic device that pulls the pin out, and then the rover pedals can come apart, and that's what that is.
Yep. This is amazing. I mean,
and look at those rocks. Look at those rocks.
John,
There's
up
rocks
on the,
right there.
The upper left of that picture on your left, Donna's referring to those rocks that are right off of the pedal.
Yep, I can see them out there. Yeah, we have
I'm having trouble telling what the thing on the right is.
On the right-hand side, is that the Rover wheel that we're looking at?
No, it doesn't look like it.
No.
It's really hard to tell from this tiny little monitor.
Well, we're going to get more pictures.
It appears to be rocks.
We're going to get more pictures. Oh, yeah.
That's right. And as we get more, Donna, I was going to ask you before we went into a news conference a little while ago, if this were an ideal world and everything worked exactly the way it was supposed to, how many pictures would we see from the surface of Mars over the next 7 days?
Oh, Lozzie, lots and lots. I don't know.
Hundreds and
I
hundreds.
don't know how to count them. Hundreds and hundreds, that's right. And now they'll be taking pictures of different objects. So first they'll do a complete scan of the horizon with all 12 different colors.
Yeah.
This camera takes pictures in stereo in 12 different colors.
And the people back at your end are wearing 3D glasses, some of them, to get the depth and all on these.
That's because these pictures are coming in stereo.
Could our viewers do the same thing? If they watch these pictures at home, if they had 3D glasses on, could they see some of the relief in the pictures?
No.
Okay.
No, these pictures have to be very carefully processed, and it's a very special, very high technology silicon graphics computer that makes them into 3D.
Okay.
And you have to have very special glasses to see it.
There's a new photo up there now, John.
one.
It looks like, is that airbags?
Yeah, that's airbags around the edge.
Around the edge.
Now this is of the edge, and see the airbags are tucked in close to the pedal, and there's another rock right there, and that's a light rock. So we've so far got dark rocks and light rocks, which is exactly
what we
wanted. Now I don't know if these are really dark and really light because we won't be able to tell until we get there. Oh wow, there's a real close up. Okay. Yeah, see this is the edge of the pedal, and it looks just fine to me.
Tells me that we have not taken any falls since our last download session.
Little mission commentary in the background there as the folks in the control room with that computer are talking about these pictures. You can hear a lot of background noise there, and we'll continue to listen up as we hear what these people have to say.
If they're making commentary, it's better than my commentary because they can see the pictures better.
Yes, all of the relays are in the correct position. The battery state of charge is at 72.8%. Shunt current is 1.35 amps. Bus current high is 3.25. Bus current low is 3.33. The battery is charging at 0.12 amps. The battery discharge is 0. Pedal solar array current is 3.37. The bus voltage is 28.8. The battery voltage is 28.96.
Perfect.
The battery temperatures are 18.87 and 19.55. So
all of these numbers are just perfect.
Nominal. The battery
Everything
is at a higher
totally
state of
nominal.
charge.
Great.
That means all the power system is working right.
Slide ATS.
Go ahead, ATS.
The quaternion
Oh, here's Planet Fest.
This is an interesting sight. People here are watching at the Planet Fest in Pasadena, California, and there's a huge crowd there. Hundreds and hundreds of people are interested in planetary exploration. They are looking at these pictures on a big screen TV, and they just seem to be fascinated. They're not cheering like the mission scientists are, but they are certainly enraptured by what they're seeing on the surface of Mars, as are we all.
John, there are about 2,000 people there, and I don't know if you heard Donna before. She was saying that all of that data that they were reporting says that the vehicle is performing perfectly, the batteries are in perfect condition, everything is in excellent shape.
Yeah,
temperatures are right on.
I mean, temperature is a big thing on Mars, Donna, because it varies so dramatically from middle of the day to the middle of the night, right?
Yes, somebody told us that it was actually only minus 64 degrees Fahrenheit, which is quite warm for that time of the night. I mean, remember, it's dawn now, and the sun is starting to come up and warm things up. Wow, now that is, what is that? That's an airbag with dirt, okay? Good dirt. So
Good
Henry Moore will
Martian
be
dirt.
very happy. He likes dirt.
Geologists love dirt.
Yeah.
This is mostly a geology mission, right, Don? I mean, the pictures are fabulous for us, but the folks who are really going to be able to get a lot from this are geologists who are going to look at these various rocks as the rover goes around and points its looker at these various samples that are there on the surface of Mars.
It's actually more like a sniffer.
Yeah.
And so as well as looking, it's going to sniff them. And so we'll not only know what they look like, but what the chemistry of them is.
A little chemistry set in space. It's just amazing.
Okay, now there's another actuator. So all this stuff is showing that everything is just perfect. I mean, it looks like that model in the auditorium.
No kidding. There are a couple of the wheels. This is what happens, you know, when they open the cargo bay on the space shuttle. They do a survey.
These are the rocker bogies. Okay. What we're seeing here is this must be the back of the, now that's a solar panel. Oh, there's a wheel. See that circular shiny thing there up in the upper right corner?
We had seen one just a minute ago as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen at least 3 wheels on one side, Donna, go by.
Okay, now this is some airbags. Okay, this is in between the pedals here. I can't really tell what these look like.
This is Mars Pathfinder Mission Control.
I can't tell what that particular...
Oh, look at that, Donna. That's looking out from the rover.
Okay, all right. Rocks, lots of rocks. Beautiful.
Looks kind of like Mars.
Oh, there's a big rock. There's a big rock.
Yep, right up at the upper right-hand corner of your screen.
Yeah. Oh, boy, is the rover going to love to get its spectrometer on that one.
Yeah.
Woo.
Folks at Planet Fest are up on their feet now. It's like the World Series out there, up and applauding.
Oh, this is incredible. Just look at that. And it's an easy trek over to that rock, an easy trek. So we can send the rover right over there. And the rover can put a spectrometer on that rock anywhere.
That's a nice picture, too. A nice wide picture.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a big, oh, those are big rocks. Those are lovely. Now, see, this is the advantage of the airbags. Because if we landed with propulsion the way that Pathfinder had, we wouldn't have been stood off from the rocks like this. We could have been right on top of them. But the airbags have stood us off from the rocks. And so those airbags have done their job.
And also, if you were using a rocket to get you down there, a lot of what was on the surface would be blown away by the rocket blast, right? I mean, this is pretty much undisturbed.
That's true, except for where the airbags have actually dragged in. But that's actually good because that turns rocks over. And we'd like for the rover to be able to put its spectrometer against the unweathered side of the rock. So we'd like to turn rocks over. So if the airbags have turned a few rocks over, we're going to be very happy. Although we don't expect to find any worms under them.
Donna, I can't tell if you have just planned this so very well so that everything that happens is just exactly the way you want it, or if it's just a very lucky night for you and your Pathfinder team. I think it's probably the former.
Well, a lot of it's the former, but a lot of it has to be the latter because we don't know what Mars is like. I mean, we were diving into an unknown terrain. It's like if you were going to Acapulco, you know those divers that dive off the rocks?
The pearl divers,
and they've done it before, so they know where they're going. But if you went up the first time and you didn't know, you'd probably kill yourself, right?
Yeah,
so this is just like diving in where we don't know diving into the pool where we don't know what's under there. And so there's a lot of luck to it that we have, as well as just superb engineering and science. Now there's the rover. Okay, this is the solar panel of the rover. And you see on the top edge, there's a close-up now, that bent part that's got a double bend, that's the antenna.
Yeah.
So that means the antenna's locked in properly, the solar arrays look good, there's rocks right there. Everything is looking terrific.
That was looking down right on top of
right
Sojourner.
on top of Sojourner, that's right. Now, she hasn't stood up yet, so when she stands up, then it'll be somewhat different view.
Donna,
and this is
approximately when will Sojourner stand up, and how does that work?
Okay, as soon as these pictures are in, if the scientists put them together and determine, and the engineers, and determine that it's safe, oh, there's some airbag stuff all folded up, and I don't know where that is. So I don't know if this is a problem or not. But if they determine that the airbags are in good condition, then they'll right away send the command to deploy the meteorology mast and for the rover to stand up and for the ramps to deploy. Then, after they deploy the ramps and the rover stands up, they'll take another picture. That's when they get this really nice color panorama. Yeah. That is what they'll make the decision to send the rover off or not.
Now, how long do you anticipate it to take for all of these postage stamp-sized pictures, as others have described them, to come in? I mean, how long before they have the mosaic ready to show us?
Well, I really don't know. I think it will probably be another few minutes.
But we're getting to see these things absolutely the first, just as they come out on the computer.
Absolutely. We promised that to the world. We said as soon as we get these pictures, everybody's going to get to see them just as soon as we do. And this is really unprecedented because always before, the scientists had rights to the data, so they could hold the data for a long time until they felt comfortable releasing it. And Peter Smith has taken the risk of just putting it out there without knowing what it was going to look like, and that's quite courageous for a scientist.
All right. Well, listen, Donna, we've got a picture now of your crew in Mission Control doing the same thing our viewers are doing all over the world now, looking at the TV set as these pictures come in. Our viewers actually have a slight advantage over the people in the control room in that we can take the little pictures and blow them up to fill the entire TV screen. It's a pity you don't have a big TV screen like I do. But,
well, all I have is this scrunchy little monitor. Oop, there's some rocks. Okay, now, see this rock? It's all pebbly looking. Now, Viking had rocks the Viking images had rocks that looked much like that as well.
Yeah.
But then there's a rock beyond. I'm not a scientist, and so I'm just blithering here, but the rock beyond doesn't look to me like it's as rough. And what we want in this landing site is to have all kinds of different rocks. And I bet you we're going to get them.
Sand looks as if it's almost wind-blown there.
Right, it probably is. In fact, that looks like a little dust drift to me.
Right.
But again, we're not scientists, so I'll defer and let the scientists talk about what it really is.
Well, it is a fascinating picture, Donna. I'm looking at it as closely as I can here, and it looks sort of like a lava rock, like you might have in your garden, or if you went to Hawaii or someplace. Here's another picture. I think probably the other side of the same rock.
Yeah, that's the other side of that same rock.
Yeah. And it looks almost spongy. I don't know if that's what you said or not, but it appears to be lying on a beach with very fine powdery sand in this black and white view.
Right. Well, actually, that's what the Viking 1 site looked like, and the Viking 2 site as well, is they had rocks like that with wind-blown sand that had blown up against them. And so, at least to first order, this doesn't look all that different than Viking, except the rock on the right looks to me lighter than the rock on the left.
How far away is this landing site, roughly, from the Viking landing site?
It's well over 1,000 kilometers. So it's really a long way away as planetary distances go. And we expect the terrain to be quite a bit different. We don't think that the Viking landing site, that's Viking 1, was in this river valley.
Now, Donna, you say in this
mostly crater.
Yeah, in this river valley. Any idea how long ago it was that a river was flowing down through this area of rocks here?
No, and that's okay. There's ooh, I don't know what that is. We really don't know. The best we can do is say that by age dating, that means by counting the number of craters. If there's fewer craters, that looks like a hole to me. It looks like something that's been...
A depression, kind of, yeah.
A depression. Now, maybe that's where the airbags dragged a rock out. That could be.
Uh-huh.
That's just a guess on my part.
Well,
there it is. I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about?
Well, that's what we're seeing in the picture.
The age of, the river.
The only way you can tell old things is on Mars, because we don't have a piece back yet to age date. Okay, now this is a calibration target. See that circle? Mm-hmm. And so that's going to help the camera calibrate its color. And so that's why we're going to get the color to be right on those first color pictures.
Sort of like in TV. We point our camera at something white and push a button and it gets all the other colors right.
Right, and this is sort of the same sort of thing. Now, the age of the river valley that we're in is not. Wow!
Look at that.
Look at that. Oh, that's great. Oh, look at all those rocks.
Looks like Arizona to me, Donna.
Sojourner's going to have a field day. This is just beautiful.
What is that?
Oh, look at that. There's a flat top rock.
Flat top rock.
Wow.
This is amazing.
This is amazing.
Now, Donna, this looks like a piece of airbag over here.
Yep.
I was
That's
looking
all.
back.
That's what they're really trying to do is take pictures of airbags, but every now and then they goof up and get a really nice rock picture.
Wasn't that spectacular? I mean, it
That was
really did. It looked
beautiful.
like Arizona with little tumbleweeds and things. Obviously not tumbleweeds, but ooh, look at
Right. There's another one. Oh, wow.
this. There's something.
gee
See
whiz.
that rock? That looks like a big one.
Oh, my gosh.
Another
That's
one
a
here,
big one.
and a
Now,
three
see,
or four
there's
here.
your airbags. Airbags save this.
Yeah.
If we tried to land propulsively in this area, we would have been creamed.
Apparently, we were not creamed.
Nope. Tom Rivellini and his crew really did their job. And ILC Dover, I should mention that ILC Dover was the contractor that built the airbags for us.
When I talked to Tom Rivellini this afternoon, he had said to me, he says, I wasn't worried about the airbags. I was worried about everybody else's systems. I knew they'd work, he said. And they did.
Yep, they did. Really remarkable. They were the thing that was making everybody nervous. You know, everybody call in and say, oh, those airbags, isn't that dangerous? But it looks to me like they just worked perfectly.
The landscape shot showed some fairly
Well, the
sizable
pictures keep
boulders.
on coming. This is, boy, I'm going to be able to tell my 4-year-old that I was here on this night. Look at this flat rock here.
Wow. Look
Isn't
at
that
this one.
interesting?
A huge rock.
It
A
went
flat
away.
rock. Oh, my gosh.
I don't know if this is a rock or an airbag,
Flat
this
rock.
piece here.
Oh, you know, gosh, that's just, I don't know, that's airbag.
Yeah.
That's airbag.
But that quick picture of the flat rock, it looked like sandstone almost.
It was incredible.
It was weathered on the
Now,
top.
we know that what happened was that these rocks got dragged downstream, and so it could be that they got dragged so hard that it abraded the top of them off, or it could be that they were actually from a flat part of the terrain and were kind of floated down. And so we just don't know. Boy, are the scientists going to have fun with
I was
this.
going to say, this area is going to be a
There's
field
gonna
day,
be,
isn't it?
yes, there are going to be happy, happy, happy scientists.
And it'll take years to figure out what all this means, right, Donna?
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
they'll be
it
looking
will.
at this, and people will do their doctoral theses on things like this.
For years and years. Now, we have actually, with the Viking data, they spent 20 years analyzing it. And we can spend 20 years analyzing this data, too.
Whoa,
You
look
can
at
rewrite
this.
everything.
Look at this, you guys.
Oh,
Does that look like a hill or
wow.
what
See,
is
there's that flat rock again.
it almost looked like the contour of
Yeah.
the land was going up.
Well, that's what they thought they might actually be able to see, is, you
A
know,
rise
something
in the
rise in the
distance.
distance, yeah. Now that looks like a wheel. Oh no, I think that's the APX. I think that's the spectrometer on the back of the Rover, but I'm not sure.
Oh, that's the sniffer. No, there's a wheel. You can see
Yeah, there's a wheel. Okay.
the central area
Looking
in
good.
that.
There's no airbags on top of anything. You know, the wheels look really good. I can't see the restraints.
They're cheering.
We're getting cheers. Is that cheers from Mission Control or cheers from
the Planet Fest. I can't tell. We're hearing
Okay.
things from all over right now.
Oh, wow. There's Sojourner. Look, you can see the little teeth on the wheel. And
Yep.
the rocker
bogey.
bogies are looking good there. Yeah, that's the little teeth. That's what somebody's pointing out.
Yeah, I'm working the little illustrator.
John with his
back
Oh,
here.
that's John. Okay, okay. And then the rocker bogey is that thing full of holes. Okay, there's another one.
Yeah, all
Boy,
right.
I wish we had better light.
Coming soon.
That's
It'll
the wheel again.
Yeah, that's the wheel again. You're right. With the axle, the shiny part with the axle.
There's two wheels, Donna. There's one visible there and one visible there.
Yep. Looking good.
Same picture
Now,
again, I think.
When the rover gets off, then we'll be able to take similar pictures of the lander from the rover,
Yeah.
which will really be cool.
We're currently seeing
Okay, there's some of the tracks. As the long skinny thing is the tracks.
Oh, that's the
Rover
kind of
sitting
the
on
red
the
carpet that that will roll
Right.
out for it. Yeah.
Well, I do not believe they have unrolled the ramps yet, and
No.
I can't really spot the ramps.
Well, they wouldn't do that until they were sure that the bags were out of the way, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Donna,
right.
what are
So
these things?
pictures-
Look like dominoes. Can you tell me? It appears they're on the
You
edge
know,
of the airbag.
I can't tell you.
Okay.
I don't know what those are.
Hope they're from Earth.
Oh yeah, they are. I'll guarantee. Okay, now there's nothing for Earth. That's from Mars, and there's a long, wow. Boy, I wish I could see these better. Would you guys get better monitors, please?
Yeah. With all the money we're making on this, Donna Shirley, we'll get you a big TV for the
All right,
future.
get me a big TV. Yeah, I want a great big monitor.
There's some more of these domino-looking things.
Okay, well that must be part of the structure. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, when it's put all together with the rest of them, I'm sure.
And I don't know what those spoke-looking things going on out either, because I can't quite see. You know, I don't know the perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what those are.
Okay. As the pictures continue to come in, Donna, we're going to take a quick local cable break, and we'll be back at the top of the hour with more of this. What a night. We are seeing history being made, ladies and gentlemen, from the surface of planet Mars, live pictures being beamed back to Earth. Pretty soon they'll be put together in one big old beautiful panoramic view of the planet. And we'll be here to bring the whole thing to you as the evening continues. Stay with CNN.
Sunday, the eyes of the world have turned toward China. Can new election policies pave the way to democracy? CNN's Andrea Koppel reports on Impact, Sunday, 9 Eastern.
In the 70s, Texas Appliance was founded on great selection, personal service, and low prices. And that hasn't changed.
Today, we have the largest display and selection of freestanding and built-in appliances in Texas, like this GE 21 cubic foot top-mount refrigerator with glass shelves and ice maker for only $6.99.
We can't roll back prices to the 70s.
But we'll beat any advertised price plus 10% of the difference. Get the product you want at the lowest price at Texas Appliance.
Welcome to Taste of Thai. Enjoy our quiet, cozy atmosphere, perfect for a romantic dinner for two or a large party. Choose from a unique menu full of authentic selections from the most famous hotel restaurants of Thailand. Our experienced chefs tailor every dish to match your tastes and specialize in vegetarian and spicy dishes. Delicious food and great atmosphere. Taste of Thai. Come by our convenient neighborhood location and see for yourself.
The Eddie Williams Man. He knows he'll always look his best with the premium selection of clothing he finds at Eddie Williams Man Shop, like suits and sport coats from Hickey Freeman, Talia, and Burberry's. For sportswear, he prefers Eddie Williams' collection of golf shirts by Bobby Jones or Jack Nicklaus, and Asher walk shorts. Every man will love the crisp look of linen cotton blends, and every woman will enjoy the stylish comfort of sportswear by Richard. Eddie Williams Man Shop, for the man or woman with impeccable taste.
Attention arts and craft lovers. Featuring the work of over 350 crafters, Cooper Street Craft Mall houses the finest selection of handcrafted gifts and home decorations in Texas, including quality holiday decorations, country crafts, ceramics, handmade dolls and bunnies, woodwork, toll painting, jewelry and accessories, framed prints, Victorian creations, and more. Cooper Street Craft Mall even has a kids' playroom so mom can shop uninterrupted. Also visit the Old Time General Store for unique gift ideas at Cooper Street Craft Mall, 1701 South Cooper, Arlington.
This is CNN.
The following is CNN's coverage of a live event.
Looks like the journey is over. I'm Leon Harris here at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
It's a pretty exciting day here today. I'm Joey Chen. It started with a bounce, a roll, and a great whoop of excitement. John Holloman has been following up all the activities here today as we've been following what the Pathfinder's finding on Mars.
A historic day.
I mean, we need to bring our viewers up to speed here, so I will read a few words. Shortly after landing, the Pathfinder started sending radio signals back to Earth, letting its handlers know the lander was okay. And then, about 30 minutes ago, we started getting these pictures. They're being beamed down as fast as the Pathfinder can send them back down to planet Earth. These are rock formations near the planet Mars, and this picture is just coming down. We've seen a picture similar to that in the past few minutes. The folks at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory describe these pictures as being postage stamp size. We are lucky at CNN. We have a machine that will blow up a postage stamp to fill your TV screen, and that's what we're doing with these things as they come in. What will happen over the next 30, 40 minutes is all of these small pictures will be stitched together electronically, and then, look at that. Isn't that something? That's a Mars view, and if you look up in the upper left-hand corner, sort of on the horizon, there's a hill. That's going to help them orient which way the Pathfinder is pointed, because they, on the earlier big, wide pictures of Mars, they were able to see things like that hill.
So they did identify that particular hill?
They haven't yet, but they will be able to, almost certainly.
Now, John, does the Pathfinder look for the pictures in any particular order? It just swings around and takes arbitrary angles?
The thing that these pictures are being taken for has very little to do with looking at the surface of Mars. It has to do with making sure everything on Pathfinder is working. It's mostly to check the airbags, to make sure they've deflated and gotten out of the way, and to check the various pieces of Pathfinder, the wheels. There's a series of devices that cause it to raise up off of the point where it's sitting, and just occasionally what they will do is send down these fabulous pictures of the Martian surface. That's going to tell them where to send Pathfinder. Right above the word news on your screen right now is a flat rock. Why is a rock on Mars flat? Scientists are going to be worried about that for a while. There are a couple more that are somewhat flat. And you can see out here in this area, there's a whole bunch of very large rocks.
Good-sized boulders.
Yeah, pretty good-sized boulders, based on where the camera is and the kinds of things it is able to see.
Now, do you know how many of these postage stamps they need to put together one picture?
A couple, I think it's about 100, and they have sent in almost 100. So what they're going to do with them is take them, get them together, make them into a mosaic, sort of like a mural put together from a bunch of little small paintings. And it's a little bit of a jigsaw puzzle, but as soon as the puzzle is together, we will see actually two separate pictures from this. The first picture will be a narrow angle view looking just down at the rover, the Sojourner. And the second picture will be this bigger panoramic picture, the suck in your breath picture. And we've been seeing the little pictures of that, like this piece right here. Lower left of your screen is a piece of the airbag. And so they can say, well, that's an airbag picture. And then you see this. These are being apparently sent back in different wavelengths. It looks like the same picture in different lighting, but it's just based on how they're taking the picture.
Well, I know this may be the first wave of photos, but have you heard any gasps of surprise yet?
I have, from among other people, Donna Shirley, who's the head of the Mars Exploration Program for NASA. Donna, you and John Zarella are just looking at these as I am, and Leon and Joey, and our millions of viewers around the world right now. Gasps of surprise. What's the most surprising or most exciting thing you have seen so far in this picture show?
The most exciting thing is the stuff on the horizon. Viking was and both Vikings were landed deliberately in a very boring place so that it would be flat and safe. And,
there it is right there.
Okay,
What looks like hills in the distance.
Yeah, and the hills in the distance, Viking couldn't see anything like this. And in fact, we saw one that's obviously a hill on the other side of the horizon. So this is extremely exciting because this is actual topography that's nothing like Viking saw. And in fact, is much more like the Channel Scablands in eastern Washington that are the analog for this. And that will help us learn about what happened at this place.
You can see in the corner of almost every picture, John, almost in the corner of every picture, you can see the outline of a hill or a mountain in the distance.
Really
fabulous.
Spectacular.
Yeah, it looks kind of like Arizona, New Mexico, something like that to me. But when you did your analysis, you thought Eastern Washington is what you'd be seeing, huh?
Well, Eastern Washington is where these giant floods happened 13,000 years ago. And they ripped rocks out and carried them downstream and left these islands, like we saw in when the pictures we were looking down on the landing site. Remember, we saw those stream-shaped features? Those are islands, and they stick up. And I think what we must be seeing is some of those islands, because where we landed, we know from the last press conference that those red circles in the picture where you're looking down at the landing ellipse, those circles showed features that we should be able to see sticking up above the horizon. And sure enough, we're seeing features.
Yeah, let me ask you quickly, if I can, about that landing ellipse, for folks who might be just joining us this particular hour. How close did Pathfinder come to actually hitting exactly ground zero where they were aiming at?
Well, certainly within a few tens of kilometers.
Well, they had already said this was a hole-in-one where you landed. It was like hitting a golf ball at JPL and putting it in the cup in Houston.
Right.
So
only you get four. You get 4 strokes. And so it was a birdie.
That ain't too bad. That ain't too bad.
Not too bad. It was perfect.
No.
I mean, everything has been perfect about this mission.
Now, Donna, there are people now in your control center at JPL looking at these pictures with 3D glasses.
Right, that's Brian Cooper. He's the rover driver.
Yep. Okay. Now, what is he seeing in 3D that we can't see on television?
Okay, what he's seeing is three-dimensional. Those goggles he has on are 3D goggles. And he is seeing these first pictures, and he's trying to figure out whether the airbags are nice and flat and tucked in or whether they're sticking up. And when we just look at that with our bare eyes, with a regular monoscopic television set, it's very difficult to get scale. With these 3D goggles, he can actually see the scale, and he's going to determine whether it's safe or not to deploy the rover ramps. That's his job at this point.
And John, he was telling me the other day that he will be able to place his mouse and click on the mouse, move the rover where he wants it to go, and then the rover will go there.
That's right. What he does is actually, in order to direct the rover where to go, his mouse can leave lawn darts. He leaves little icons of lawn darts. So he puts lawn darts where he wants the rover to go, and he based on the rover icon. So he's got all kinds of tricks he can do with that workstation. Brian, incidentally, wrote all the software for that workstation. He's the guy who programmed the workstation.
It sounds like he's got great mobility on this thing when he is able to start moving it. I mean, what will he direct it toward? Are you aiming at a specific target, specific things that you want to see?
The scientists are going to be going bananas because there's so many targets. They're going to be, clawing and scratching and fighting each other to choose the target. Actually, they're not. They'll be very civilized. But there were so many fascinating targets in there that the scientists have different areas of interest. Like, say, some are interested in sediments, and some are interested in volcanoes ejecta, and some are interested in crater ejecta. And so they're going to be arguing about which rock to send the rover to.
Donna, John,
they decide.
Yeah. There are people all over the country and all over the world who are watching this. The National Space Society has taken over the Planet Hollywood nightclub restaurant in Washington, D.C. There are big screens there. Karen Rugg is there by one of those big screens, and it has a pretty big crowd. Karen, thank you for joining us. It's nice to see you. What's the atmosphere like that? Is it just wild and crazy?
Well, it's wild and crazy right now, John. We've got a restaurant filled with people. Some of them knew what was happening today. A lot of them were really thankful we put the images up here at the restaurant. I've been talking with couples from all over the world, and they're sitting there going, this is the neatest thing, and every time someone there says wow, they say wow also. But we're happy that we could bring the images here tonight.
Right, looks like a very big crowd and an excited and interested crowd. I've been to Planet Hollywood in Washington, and usually people are in their own booths doing their own thing with liquid refreshment. But people seem to be up and around and looking at stuff behind you there.
Yeah, actually the people, when the first images came up, and we've got at least 15 very large screens here, and when the first images came up in the bar, everyone stopped drinking and they were taking pictures of the images on the screen in the bar. And people are stopping eating and watching and asking questions of the National Space Society people we have located here throughout the restaurant. More of them are going to come here later tonight. We didn't expect everything to go as smoothly as it did today, as we found out. So we're still waiting for some people to arrive before the fireworks go off here in Washington.
Yeah, and the fireworks show in D.C. is about an hour away now. But we're going to go back, Karen, and let you and the people at Planet Hollywood look at these pictures as they come in from Mars. We've got a couple of different things that are going on. The rover driver is apparently sort of plotting his rover on the computer screen as he looks around at the first images to come in and gets ready to drive the rover off of the Pathfinder lander. Yeah, he's looking at the ramp that the rover will be traveling down. And from here, at least, the ramp looks pretty good. I couldn't tell if that was a simulation or the ramp is beginning to roll out. Donna Shirley, do you know at this point?
Well, when the ramps roll out, they roll fast.
Yeah.
It's not a beginning. They just go kerplunk. They're just like the children's toys, the party toys that you have at New Year's. You blow on them, and it goes zoop. And except they don't operate with air. They operate because they're spring steel. And once you release them, then they just unroll all by themselves.
Now, let me ask you something.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Donna. This is Leon back in Atlanta. I heard you earlier talking about this picture we're seeing right now. You were saying something about this picture being used to calibrate the cameras for the color. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us a little bit more about that and when we can expect to see some color pictures coming back?
You're going to be seeing the color pictures at about 6:30. The way everything is going, they should be coming back just about at 6:30, which is when we expect them.
Hour and a half from now.
Yeah,
okay.
okay. We're going to take a quick break. The pictures continue to come in from the surface of planet Mars. The experts are there, and people are looking at them from all over. We'll take a little break. We'll come right back and show some more. Quite a night.
All right.
Stay with us.
The Chrysler Town & Country LXI. Car and Driver's 10 Best. An Automobile Magazine All-Star. J.D. Power & Associates Most Appealing Minivan. Winner of Strategic Vision's 1997 Total Quality Award for Best Ownership Experience. And now get $1,000 cash back. The Chrysler Town & Country LXI. It's nothing short of everything. What's new in your world?
If it helps make your life a little more special, a little more comfortable, a little more fun, chances are we're part of it. America's electric utility companies.
Balanced nutrition for lasting energy. Power Bar. Power on.
Is there a better way to buy mutual fund shares? Yes, through Lombard Brokerage.
Yes, Lombard offers no-load funds. Yes, we have funds without transaction fees. Yes, we have free IRA accounts. Yes, we give you free research and market information from Thomson Market Edge.
Switch to the brokerage that says yes to mutual fund investors. Lombard Brokerage.
Lombard Brokerage. Investing in information.
How about this? Our journey to the Red Planet, which we gave maybe 50-50 odds of being a success, is a big success. It continues. We're going to go around the country, go around the world, get reaction to this. This is mission control for the Pathfinder project in Pasadena, California, where they're now beginning to mosaic the various pictures together. This is a picture from the Planet Fest in Pasadena, California, where there's a crowd of about 600-800 people who are looking at the pictures coming in from Mission Control just across town at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We also have big screen TVs arrayed at other spots around the United States. There's one in Washington, D.C., where Karen Rugg of the National Space Society is standing by with reaction from her location. Karen, there were a lot of these pictures that came in. What did you think as you saw the first one and some of those terrific panoramic shots of Mars?
We thought it was absolutely tremendous. I mean, the quality and the resolution of the images, and as everyone there was commenting on the types of rocks that we were seeing and the types of material around those rocks, everyone here was asking, what are we looking at? What are we looking at? And especially also when we saw the airbags deployed. I mean, it's so exciting. And the fact that they came in so quickly and there were so many of them. I mean, what a change from 20 years ago.
No kidding. Remember the first Viking pictures? They kind of unscrolled line by line by line across the TV screen, and it was kind of funky. You had to, it was like a slow-speed computer versus high-speed computer, you know?
We have our online manager here, and he has his computer hooked up to an ISDN line here in the restaurant, and he's down in a corner. We're going to meet him a little bit later, and he's got some of the images up at the same time, and he's surfing the web and taking a look at what's there. He's got people looking over his shoulder, and they want to know what's going on. They want to know more about the mission. So there's a lot of information exchanging going on here. We're going to try to beat the celebrations we saw earlier at Mission Control, but we're not sure if we can do that.
Karen, good luck. You have to do a lot of hugging and squeezing if you're going to do what they were doing in Mission Control definitely. At JPL. Okay, John Zarella, Donna Shirley are standing by in Pasadena, where it's still a beautiful sunny day. I hope it's gotten a little cooler for you guys. It was really hot there, middle of the day.
We moved under the shade. I've got to tell you, John, that they're doing a tremendously brisk business here right now, selling souvenirs, T-shirts, and this is the hottest item anywhere in town right now. It's a Hot Wheels that took about 4 or 5 months to design, and your design engineers worked on this. And
hold it up a little higher,
it's amazing.
John. Let's see if we can get close to it.
You can see it there. I'll hold it. I'm shaking. I'm so nervous with how exciting the day has been so far. But it's tip it down. Tip it down. There you go. You can see it's got a lander, and it's got the rover, and it's got the back shell. They can't keep these in stock here in Pasadena. They've gone through thousands and thousands of them, and I understand that there's a limited edition one made in like silver coming out in them.
It's gold, actually, 24-karat gold plated on a silver base.
I've been looking.
Just can't keep them in stock.
Yeah, I've been looking for this particular item for about 3 weeks, ever since I knew that all of us were going to be working together. I went to
What's it worth to you, John?
We'll negotiate off the air, John, you know? Jay Holloman has a birthday coming up in about 5 days, and we need to talk.
Yeah. Well, now that Pathfinder has worked, these things are really going to be popular. They ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
John, you know, one of the amazing things that Don and I watching these pictures, the really fascinating thing of these hills and mountains in the distance, that's just unbelievable.
Yeah, oh, it's just spectacular.
Hey, Donna, let me interrupt you. Look at the TV set over there, and this is
that's Brian.
That's Brian. It looks to me like the ramps are out.
No, this is a simulation.
Right now,
this is showing what it will look like if the ramps are unrolled. And what he's going to do is to take this picture now and try to place it in the scene so that he can see whether when the ramps are unrolled that they'll be okay.
Oh, so he's just testing.
This does not mean that the ramps have, he's just testing. He's practicing.
Okay.
And the wonders of modern computer science are that we can actually simulate all these things, and we don't have to just fire blind. We can actually simulate what it's going to look like.
They're actually unrolling. It looked as if they were unrolling a little bit there.
Right. No,
yep, there it is.
There they go. But that's just a computer simulation.
Right, correct.
And he can take the data that was sent down earlier and unroll those things over the real data from the Martian surface.
That's what you're seeing right now.
That's what he's doing right now, John.
That's what he's showing right now, is he's now going to simulate what these ramps look like when they deploy. I don't know if you'll be able to see it very well from his screen.
It's fascinating, and we're getting a pretty good view because our crew out there at JPL is zooming in on the TV set or the computer monitor to let us see just what Brian is seeing. And,
now it looks very fuzzy to us because it's a 3D display.
Yeah.
And we don't have 3D goggles, so it's going to look kind of funny and fuzzy. Also, he does these mosaics, these frames. He does not attempt to join them up seamlessly because then they would get distortion. So it's more important that they be accurate, accurately reflect where things are, then they look pretty. They don't
Periodically, he lifts his glasses and then he puts them back on. Why does he do that?
Well, that's kind of so he can get the perspective of where he is. It just helps him see the stereo better once he's seen what it looks like without it. It's kind of like
there's his lawn darts that you were talking about. There's a whole bunch of lawn darts there.
That's right. He's got lawn darts.
Explain that to us again, Donna. Those lawn darts are for what?
Okay, all those lawn darts is Brian's really cute way of marking where things might happen on the surface. So once he puts in a lawn dart, it just gives the coordinates of that point on the surface. His Silicon Graphics workstation gives the coordinates of that point. And the lawn darts are just his way of being able to visualize where that point is exactly. And where they penetrate the apparent ground or the apparent plane of the ramp in this case is where the coordinates get read out. So there's Brian without his goggles.
Well, he's a nice looking guy without goggles, isn't he?
He is.
We are, by the way, to let everybody know, we're not getting any more pictures down from the surface of Mars right this minute. As pictures were coming in a few minutes ago, we recorded them on tape, and I think it's probably going to be possible for us to play back some of that videotape with the great pictures from Mars on it, as soon as we can get it together here, and maybe we can look at them at greater length than we were able to when they were coming down live, because some of the great panoramas were only there for a second or two. Yeah.
By the way, what you're seeing here is scientists. Those are scientists. Remember I told you the scientists were all going to crowd around the TV screen and argue about which rock to go after?
Yep.
There they are.
That's what they're
doing. right in front of you.
Well, there's one guy looking the other way. I think he may be a reporter.
No, there's no reporters up there.
All right. I had heard, Donna, there'd be about 100 scientists in this room in Building 230, not far, about 100 of them in here.
Packed in like mackerel.
It is not a big room, John, by any stretch of the imagination.
And so we don't have any room for reporters, even if they're very thin. We don't have room for them. Not if they're John's size.
No, that leaves me out for sure.
Yeah.
I see Wes Huntress from NASA, the assistant
Right, well, he counts because he used to be a scientist before he was an administrator, so they let him in.
There's another one of those first photos, but we've seen those before. That's the wheel again.
Well, look down, though, here. See the circles with the
circle in the middle, John.
The red circle, and
that
you see
tells
how
where
there's
it's
a little
pointing,
wedge. That tells where the camera's pointing. So you're getting a lot more information now than we were before. I'm not sure what the run on the right is, but okay, so when you see a picture and then you see the display down below, that shows where the camera is actually taking that picture. And that helps them with the mosaicing. It also helps Brian visualize. Oh,
all right, listen,
wow, that's beautiful.
It's fabulous. We're going to come back and look at more of these, Donna. We've got them on tape and got them ready to play back for you, and we'll be able to keep them up on the screen a little longer than they were when we got them in live. But we're going to take a break first and get our act together, ready to do that. Stay with CNN. We'll continue with our return to the Red Planet in just a moment.
Now there's an easier way to buy mutual funds, a place that offers investors funds from Fidelity and 300 other fund families, and the convenience of consolidating your funds on one statement, plus the ease of managing them with one phone call. That's why hundreds of thousands of people are consolidating their investments using Fidelity's Funds Network. To switch to Funds Network, call 1-800-FIDELITY and receive a free list of highly rated funds.
Who supplies the energy that's good for industry, good for the economy, and good for the environment? America's electric utility companies.
It's a trip to paradise, and this man has lost his vacation money. And so has he. This man was carrying cash. But he insisted on American Express traveler's checks. So while he had no one to turn to, this man called American Express as he tried calling home. With just one phone call, American Express can refund your lost or stolen traveler's checks just about any time, any place. Don't take chances. Take American Express traveler's checks, the smart way to do more.
Housekeeping. Excuse me. Checking out?
Uh-huh.
We'll change the room.
Holiday Inn hotels are undergoing a $1 billion renovation to make every Holiday Inn as good as the best Holiday Inn.
Oh, you're back. Your toothbrush.
That means we're changing a lot more than the sheets. Holiday Inn, on the way.
Reaching your financial goals can be a complex balancing act. At the Principal Financial Group, you will find the strength of our investment performance is your 401k retirement advantage. You'll find our flexibility will meet your insurance needs. And you'll find the balance of choice and quality you need in health coverage. For over 100 years, the Principal has made the complex simple. That's how we give you an edge. The Principal.
Our interplanetary picture show continues with John Zarella and Donna Shirley at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena. We're going to continue to show you the pictures, Donna. We'll slow them down. You and John talk in our final moments here, and we'll remind our viewers that 65 minutes from now, we'll be back with a NASA news briefing with the first color picture from Mars. If we get the color picture ahead of that, we'll come back earlier. And then 2 hours and 4 minutes from now, all of us will come back together for a half-hour special, showing you everything we've been able to gather so far today on this fabulous, mind-bending story. Donna, John.
We've been looking at these photos, John, and able to see the mountains in the distance, and now the close-ups, Donna, of the rocks.
Right. It looks like there's some sand drifted around the rocks, very much like what Vikings saw. These little dunes.
One looks lighter than the other, actually, doesn't it?
Right,
there?
it does. Now that could be because it is lighter. It could be because the camera's got a different sun angle. It could be because there's dust on one of them and not on the other. So we really won't know.
There's that hill in the far distance. It's
a mesa in the far distance, and that could be one of these streamlined islands. And it also looks like there's a kind of a hill over to the right.
Now it's not likely that Sojourner can get that far away, is it? You don't know.
Not easily.
Not easily.
That mountain could be 10
miles away. Long ways away. That's right. That's right.
So we'll be very happy if Sojourner just gets to some of those absolutely luscious.
There's one that looks like the flat, a flat rock formation.
This may not be a flat rock. What it may be is a dike, what they call it. It's a little trail of sand, and that looks to me more like a trail of sand. But I'm not a scientist. Now this thing in the foreground, this white thing, is definitely.
Doesn't it appear? There's no question there is going to be a wealth of opportunities for the geologists to look at those.
Rocks. Now there's a kind of a flat-looking rock, but see, those are perfect. Those are just the kind of rocks that Sojourner can get the spectrometer on, and without even having to travel very far. Now, this would be very difficult for Sojourner
to
go
that.
Oh, now
Donna and John, we're going to have to wrap this up for a little while.
Okay.
But we've got more pictures expected. We've got the big color picture 60 minutes from now. We'll come back and share that with you. And then 2 hours from now, all of us, including astronaut Story Musgrave, who joined the space program to walk on Mars and hasn't gotten a chance to do that yet, will be with us to offer his thoughts as we continue with our live coverage of this very remarkable journey to planet Mars. For Joey Chen and Leon Harris, I'm John Holloman. Thanks for being with us. It ain't over yet. More great pictures coming from Mars.
You might say that the people of Earth are the soul of this robot. So for the first presentation of images, forget about the engineering and scientific aspects. They're very important, but open your imagination to the experience and the beauty of landing on Mars. Pretend that you are in the position of the camera. You've awakened in darkness after a rather bumpy landing. You slowly come to consciousness, and you remember you are no longer on the Earth. Your name is Imp. You've been hibernating in space for 7 months. The ride wasn't comfortable. Your forehead was pushed up against the solar panels. The rover was crammed against your left ear. The high-gain antenna mashed against your right ear. And that parachute canister straight down the spine. The scientists and engineers, both the United States and German, that built you did promise that you would land in one of the most exotic places in the solar system, the flood delta of an ancient valley named Ares, a canyon so huge that it was capable of carrying 1,000 times the flow of the Amazon River. Dry for billions of years, the delta is now an ideal place to look for the diversity of rocks that contain the history of early Mars, and perhaps you will see some evidence in the pictures I'll show in a second of the dry landscape of the ancient water channels left from the last flood. For your first look, you're sitting close-legged on your pedals, coming out of your 7 months meditation, and you start to raise your head, and if I can have the first or the second slide, this is what you see. First, examine your trusty Sojourner rover. Healthy, ready to perform her mission. She's crouched down still, the way she was during the cruise, but will soon be released to stand at full height. Is this surrounding terrain safe for the rover? I'll let you form your own opinion. Are there clues here concerning the history of ancient Mars? Let's look together for the first time at the Martian landscape. Now, turn your head to the right and see the next slide, and we'll look to the other side of the pedal. Look in the distance. Those hills are not far away. It's too early for me to tell you how far, but they are fairly close. And look at that airbag bunched up on the right side of the rover pedal. And now I'm going to take you through a few close-ups within this landscape. And if I can have the next slide, we're looking towards the southwest, and the sun is over our left shoulder. You can see by the shadows. The sun's about 9:30 in the sky. And those boulders are the rocks that we will be investigating over the next few weeks. Those are the rocks that may hold the clues to the history of Mars. And in the next picture, we'll look at the rover and what it has to deal with. Now, as you notice, there are some dislocations in the wheels and so forth. This is due to parallax. As the camera turns its head, nearby objects move at a different rate than distant objects. And we have chosen to put the distant objects together, and we have let the dislocations be present in the rover. This is very hard to correct for, and we'll have to wait some time before we can get everything pieced together properly. If you remember, our camera takes frame-by-frame pictures like tiles. Let's look at another picture. There's the rocks and those distant hills. One hill has a little chunk out of it. I think that's on the border between two frames, and will be corrected. We have only had 1/2 an hour to put these pictures together, and there are about 120 pictures here. This is a remarkable feat, and the image processing lab here at JPL deserves full credit. They have never done a picture of this magnitude in such a quick time period. Okay, let's look at another picture. Now, ignore that little notch in the hill. That's an artifact, but this maybe it's a mirage. But this is a fantastic landscape. You see sand there. You see a diversity of rocks. This is exciting for us, and this is what we'll be exploring. Now, let's look a little closer. Next picture. This is the APXS. You see that little can. Let me see if I can point it out. There. This is the APXS. This is the ramp that's still stowed and can be deployed. Well, I'm not sure that it will be. And the airbag that is certainly interfering with the deployment of the ramp. Now let's look close by at the soil. Next picture. Oh, I'm sorry, we have one extra in the distance. There's a very large rock in the mid-distance. Remember, this is a view seen from sitting on the surface. Tomorrow, or at the end of Sol 1, we will extend our mast, and we will have the view of from the perspective of an adult standing on the lander. And I think this is the final picture next, a close-up view of the rock. And if you look carefully up, you can see some of the soil has been disturbed here, obviously from when the airbags are being retracted. And you can see a close-up view of a rock. And I refuse to speculate at this point what that rock is, but we are going to be studying that and hope to tell you soon what our scientific assessment is. So with those images, we are started on our mission. We're returning pictures as fast a rate as we can. Believe me, we want to see them as much as everyone else. And over the next few days, you will start to see some really more mature products coming out of this camera instead of this first quick look. You might ask if there were living organisms once here. You might ask many questions about these pictures, and these are questions we too will be asking. But remember, the imagination is very important to understanding this mission, and we will try and help stimulate your imaginations as we will stimulate our own and give you the sense of actually being on Mars. Today is a glorious day. The next few sols set the tone for the entire mission, and I will, with that, pass on to Mr. Dan Golden, our NASA administrator.
These pictures are breathtaking. It's a day I waited for a number of years. And there are all sorts of rational science that'll come out of it. And I'd like to just speak for a few moments about the emotion and the passion, because that really does exist. I had the opportunity to go over and speak to the science team and the operations team. And these folks are feeling really good about themselves, and by God, they should. They have done just a wonderful job. And while I was in the operations room, I got a little blotchy. I had to stop speaking because of the emotion I felt in the room. Yesterday, when I opened the press conference, I said I declared this mission a success before it actually lands, because I wanted the people who worked on this program to understand that the NASA administrators trust them, and I had to put my money where my mouth is to say, I support people when they take risk, and if they have a problem, I'll stand behind them, because I don't want to go back to the old ways of doing things. I want them to move in the future and have confidence that they'll be supported, not by setting mediocre goals. However, I must say, this way is a lot better. And I just have wonderful feelings about the future, not just for the space program, but our country, given the incredible ingenuity and thoughtfulness and hard work and passion of these wonderful people. The 21st century is going to bring great things for our children. This is the second in a series of our new approach to spacecraft design. Watch out, world. Here comes NASA. Children of America, you're going to have a great future. Thank you very much. I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Huntress, who's the Associate Administrator for Space Science at NASA. He runs our space science enterprise, and it is through his leadership and dedication and teamwork and people selection, and he's a bulldog. He also doesn't give up. He got these programs started. So, Dr. Huntress, it's yours.
Thank you, sir. Boy, what a rush. Days like today is what the space program is all about. And I hope you all have really enjoyed the experience. The interest and excitement that's been demonstrated by everyone who's come here to this event demonstrates that this nation is still grounded in what makes it great, and that is a nation of pioneers and explorers, and you've had a chance to see them here. What better present can this agency give the nation on its birthday than this landing on Mars? It's just terrific. And Pathfinder was named Pathfinder because it was to demonstrate how to land on Mars at low cost. But something else was demonstrated here today that I want you all to really realize, and that is that Pathfinder is not the hardware. It's the people. And what a terrific team they are. They're a mixture of young, enthusiastic, excited, innovative, highly charged people with a few old scarred veterans to help them out. They were given a very challenging task, an exciting one, certainly, and told we didn't tell them how to do it, but to find their own way and not to fear. And they were individually given responsibility. They were given the resources and the authority to do what they had to do, and boy, did they ever perform. You've had a chance to see that for yourself here today. And the competence and dedication and confidence that these young folks have demonstrated, that's the way of doing things in the future here at the laboratory and around this agency. But you've not seen the big hero in all of this, the project manager for Pathfinder, because he's let these young folks who did all of this take the spotlight. And he showed them his trust, and they came through for him. And his name is Tony Spear. He's not here, but I want you all to know that he's a real American hero. In 1993, I told Tony, here's your challenge. I'm going to give you the money, and I'm going to get out of the way. And he put his team together, he gave them the responsibility, and he got out of the way. He's the captain of the ship. His name is Tony Spear. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Pioneer, the Pathfinder team. Thank you very much.
John Zarella and Donna Shirley are watching this on television from a nearby location. Donna Shirley, what's going through your mind as you listen to what you're hearing right now?
Well, it's just, I agree with everything that Dan and Wes said. It's just absolutely magnificent. The pictures are just beyond our wildest dreams. The The landscape is beautiful. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. The only thing we have to worry about now is what Brian is probably going to talk about, which is the condition of the airbags and the pedal and what they plan to do about that in order to get the rover off.
Right, maybe we should drop back in there and listen to what Brian has to say about that.
Right, I think that would be good. Be a good idea.
I'd like to do a couple of things first. As I said earlier, we landed in 1 pixel in that little ellipse, and we still don't know which one, but as you can see, it's a very happy one indeed. We are obviously not within any of those secondary craters that we showed you, because we have a vast horizon with large mountains and plateaus in the distance. A spectacular place indeed. I'd like to show you, just for comparison, perhaps to look back 20 years to the first time that we land on Mars, and show you what a different planet we have now found and what a different surface. The first one, please. Peter, can I have the... This is Viking 1, and for those of you who were at the press conference the first day we were here, you heard me excitedly talk about, if we were to land in a place that looked like this, what great and wondrous things that I thought we could do. We could go over to this outcrop and we could look at these rocks at the edge and look at how boring this spot looks compared to where we landed. Next slide, please. This is Viking 1 in a different direction with the large rock called Big Joe and these aeolian or water-strewn dune fields here. Again, a very different looking place with a remarkably flat horizon at Viking 1, and perhaps even more so at Viking 2, the next one. This was dreadfully, sorry Jerry, dreadfully flat. And we were never in fact able to determine exactly where we came to rest with Viking 2, because there's just about nothing on the horizon here. And you've already seen the spectacular ranges in the distance, and we hope to start looking to those to triangulate to figure out where we are, and we've not done that yet. Second, you probably also heard me get extremely excited about all the things we were going to do with those rocks. And I think you saw how many rocks, how many rocks there are in that field. And already the science team is salivating to get their hooks into them. So there are many wondrous things to see in there, and wondrous things to go and do, and we hope to start doing them very, very soon. You saw the imager worked flawlessly. The meteorology station is functioning perfectly, although the mast has not yet been deployed. We do not have health data on the APXS yet, but there's no reason to suggest it's anything but fine. All the science instruments are functioning perfectly, and we're very excited to get going. And to give you an idea of what we're going to do next, Brian Muirhead.
Thank you. Well, I think for everyone here at JPL, and I suspect maybe everyone around the world, today's results far exceed our expectations. The flight team is absolutely ecstatic. The morning's activities, the success of the EDL, that was just incredible, and I think Rob and Richard told you that story very well. And of course, our first downlink gave us that first EDL information, but at 4:28, when the high gain came online, was unbelievable for us. Because we, again, know how complicated this machine is, how complicated, what had to work right to get that high gain link there. And there it was, right on schedule. High gain was pointed within 1 degree of the Earth. It was perfect. We don't even test it that well when we do it. I mean, when we do our simulations, and we've done our simulations, they don't begin to compare to the perfection of the way the hardware, the software, and the operations team have worked so far on this activity. It's really, really wonderful. And we're just totally in love with our baby. I do have some stuff I want to show you. I'd like to bring up the first image. Let's see here. There we go. The thing that we're doing right now is and Jake will talk about this in much more detail, is we're assessing the ability to deploy the ramps and deploy the rover. And you can see in this image an airbag in the front side. This is the forward side of the rover. Let me have the next image up, please. Keep going. Keep going. I'm looking for the rear deploy. There we go. Let's try with that one, please. Okay, this image shows the airbag on the rear side. You can see how it's billowed up. That airbag is not fully retracted. We don't quite know why that is, but what we're planning to do, what the flight team is doing right now, is testing a sequence, and may have already even uplinked the sequence that will cause us to, and let me show you with this little model here. Okay, here's the pedal where the rover is on, and what we're going to do is we're going to lift that pedal up about 45 degrees, and then we're going to turn on the actuator that pulls the airbag, that's retracted the airbags, and we're going to turn that on for about 10 minutes and try to pull that airbag in a little bit more and get it down below the pedal. And then we're going to lay that pedal right back down, and we'll get back right to the position we're in. What we're doing right now is testing the sequence that does all that. We test it in the sandbox, and before we uplink it, then we'll uplink it, and then we'll execute that process. Then we'll use our camera again to take the same images, that the first images you saw, that assess the area around the rover, look to see whether that helped us a lot, which we expect it would, and then we'll make the decision about whether to deploy the ramps. I don't know right now when we would see those next images of this area. It's probably no earlier than 7:30, 8 o'clock. Unfortunately, I'm not in communication with the team right now, but that's what we're working on right now. We'll get those airbags retracted. The team will assess the ramp deployment, and then we'll get on with the rest of the mission. But for me, and I know for the rest of the team, this is, you know, we've scored a major home run here with this activity so far today. And on that, I'll turn it over to our illustrious rover manager.
Yes, thank you, Brad. Yeah, let me just point out a couple of the issues that have arisen as a consequence of our performing the assessment of this scene from the standpoint of the deployment of the ramps. I'll do that, but first I wanted to extend my own welcome to a friend I haven't seen for well over 9 months now, and that's the Mars Pathfinder rover, Sojourner Truth. Yeah. It looks just wonderful, and in fact, that solar panel is actually that's the first time I've seen that solar panel. It's been covered every day, and it's been here at JPL and down at the Cape, so it was really very fortunate to actually see this here. But in particular, let me just point to a couple of issues here on the rear ramp deployment. Our concern is this little bit of airbag material that's currently sitting over the edge of the rolled up ramp. Although the picture breaks a little bit there, you can tell that that when the ramp is actually deployed, since the way it deploys, those two strings are broken. The ramp deploys out like a springboard and then falls down. The concern here is that if we tried deploying the rear ramp in this configuration, the edge of that ramp would catch on that airbag material and possibly fall back onto the rover or onto the pedal. So part of the strategy for retracting airbag material, at least from the standpoint of the rear, is to be able to remove a little bit of this material here and allow us to be able to deploy the rear ramp. On the front side, and maybe one of the prior images will show that a little better. If we can go back one or two. Well, maybe I can just describe it here. There's a fair promontory of airbag material out in front of the pedal that anywhere from 7 to maybe 15 centimeters tall above the height of the pedal itself. And again, that poses a kind of similar risk for the ramp deployment. If we tried releasing that ramp, again, the springboard would hit the airbag material first and conceivably could come back, although it depends a little bit on what that airbag is actually sitting on. One thought is that perhaps, there we are, that perhaps this airbag material is actually sitting on top of a rock. As you can see, we're attempting to make some estimates based on the rest of this terrain here. It looks like some fairly good-sized rocks in that area that in fact, that might be one of the reasons why this airbag is sitting where it is. But otherwise, again, the thought of being able to deploy or remove more of this airbag material, at least reveal what we're sitting on, and conceivably give us a little better clearance for releasing the front ramp. Also, as part of this assessment, we made a preliminary assessment as to where the ramps themselves would fall once they have been released. And in the front, they release somewhere in this area here on the other side of the airbag material. And on the rear, if we go back a couple of frames, I can kind of point out where that is. Okay, maybe there's one more. Yeah, that's fine. We could deploy in this area here with the ramp. Part of what I'm pointing to here is area that we actually have stereo image coverage in this image sequence set. And so as a consequence of that, we are actually taking measurements.
Donna Shirley, as you listen to this with us, give me your thoughts. How serious does this problem appear based on the pictures and based on what you've just heard?
Well, the problem appears that it's something we have to deal with. The rover ramps, we could try to deploy the rover ramps, but the rover team and the pedal team, the mechanical team, and the airbag team have looked at it very, very carefully, and they've concluded that the safe thing to do is to attempt this additional retraction. Now, if the airbags do retract more, and if it turns out that there are rocks under the airbags, it's possible that the ramps could be fairly steep for the rover to go down. So the rover team is currently testing a 9-pound rover here on Earth, which is the same weight as Sojourner is on Mars, to see how steep a ramp it can actually go down. And they feel pretty confident that the rover will be able to go down one way or another any steepness of ramp. So it's a delay, but we never figured that without incredible luck that we would get the rover off on the first day. We were going to try, but if it's the second day or even the third day, it's not a big problem.
Okay, Donna, stay with us. We're going to take a quick local cable break. We'll come back with more of the news conference, more of your expert commentary on it. Stay with CNN.
Monday on CNN Talkback Live, his heroism led to tragedy almost a year after the Olympic Park bombing. Richard Jewell talks back Monday, 3 Eastern on CNN.
Don't trust your fine jewelry and time.
Until a few minutes ago, the only pictures we had received recently of the Red Planet were in black and white. That is now different. We've got some pictures fed back in the last 30 minutes showing just what the surface of planet Mars looks like. And one thing in this photograph, which is disturbing to some of the mission scientists, is that one of the giant balloon-like airbags that was supposed to retract beneath the Pathfinder lander is sticking out there on the side. Could cause the potential to block the rover when it attempts to rove off and begin its trip to roll around the surface of planet Mars. But the other pictures that we've seen here indicate that the surface of the planet is really quite remarkable. Looks very much like the surface of the desert in Arizona or New Mexico. Now, they're at a news conference in Pasadena. They're talking about the rover and its problem. Let's go and listen in.
5 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, over here, NHK.
NHK, first of all, thank you for these brilliant pictures. I think we're all very, very pleased to see them.
Our pleasure.
Could you, probably Matt, this is a question for you, but just give us an initial taste of the geologist's reading of this landscape, looking at some of these pictures?
And try not to say rocks.
Please.
Well, it's just so soon. I mean, there are obviously large boulders in that field. You know, that's kind of what you'd expect for this large flood deposit, as we suggested. There's certainly plenty of rocks to go and look at. And so if we want a place to go and try to investigate those rocks, to look at ancient history, this looks about ideal.
Okay, Seth?
Seth Bornstein, Orlando Sentinel. Matt, I know this is also very premature, but on those first glances of those photos, what is the most surprising thing you've seen?
Well, looking at the landing site prior to landing in those Viking mosaics, one of the chief attributes of this site was the safety of it, that it was a reasonably flat place. And as you can see, even within our site are mounds out there that probably were not hazardous to landing, but certainly show a topography and relief that we've never seen on Mars before. The other Viking sites were much less, had much less relief.
Paul Hoverston.
Paul Hoverston, USA Today. Dr. Smith, what can you tell us about the colors that you see? Surprising at all? You thought it might be lighter, darker? Can you give us a little sense of that?
Well, it was hard to predict in advance what the colors would be. We know the colors of Mars as a global entity, but to get to one specific place well below the lowest pixel resolution from any instrument that has ever looked at Mars, it's a little hard to predict in advance what you're going to see. But in general, the sky has the kind of same tone as the dust, which is what I would have guessed. As the wind blows the dust up into the sky, it still has the same color. And we don't have a lot of gas on Mars. It's 0.7% the pressure of the Earth, and therefore we don't tend to see the blue skies that we see on the Earth, which is caused by scattering of the gases in the atmosphere. As far as the rock distribution, I guess I had no preconception about that.
Okay, David Chandler.
David Chandler from the Boston Globe. Is there any risk in this maneuver that you're contemplating with the retraction of the airbags that, for example, if the airbag is snagged on a big rock, that you could sort of entrain it and drag it under the pedal and end up with a worse angle than you have now?
Dave, this is a sequence that we've practiced a lot, and we've done it in the test bed, we've done it out in the Mars yard. There may be some rocks that are entrained in the airbag, and we may pull them in if they're free, but that doesn't represent a problem for us. We've got lots of torque in that actuator, and I'm sure we'll pull it in some.
I'm Dave Perlman from the San Francisco Chronicle. Matt, judging from the plethora of rocks, large and small, in the immediate neighborhood, does it look to you that there are good or excellent or possibly hazardous paths for Sojourner to maneuver around to do its exploring?
I think it's a little early, and probably Jake would be much more. But first, just before he does, it's obviously there's different looks. When you look in the terrain in one direction, it looks different from others. Yeah, so, sure. So, and the areas just off the edge of the ramps look quite clear. So there's clear that there's paths available. It's just which ones and where you try to get to.
Yeah. Let me just second what Matt said. Our assessment done from the stereo images that were available in this image set indicate that there are safe areas on either side of this pedal for the rover to drive. As I said, I pointed out one rock that was 20 centimeters tall. That's a pretty good size hazard, from the standpoint of the rover. But all the other rocks are less than 5 or 6 centimeters tall tops, and the area is quite clear. So there's adequate room to deploy the rover beyond the ramp. Generally speaking, what we do is we wait for additional imaging, in particular additional stereo imaging, before we try driving any further. And those images coming up later in the sequence of events here in the next couple of days will be used to drive the rover to other places on the terrain.
Yeah. Recall also that the imp is still not deployed, so it's still down pretty low, and the foreshortening out there is pretty intense. So when it stands up to my height, it'll have a much better view.
Ira Flato.
Ira Flato, National Public Radio. We mentioned earlier in the week that you might want to visit some of the higher elevations, and Dr. Smith talked about getting close to a wall, possibly to look at it. Are any of those larger objects in the distance that we see on these pictures reachable by the rover? Are they close enough? Can you tell yet? And are they kinds of places you would want to visit? And can you tell how close you got to that crater that was right on the lip of the oval area?
Well, obviously, we're very interested to see the rest of the view, and we have no concept yet what's behind us, but we expect there is another large mound that would be behind us, and perhaps a crater off to one side, just judging by a first guess looking at the maps and the direction to these hills. So we think there's a lot more in store as we look around the rest of the view. and maybe even a closer hill, which is certainly my hope.
Got one back here.
Yes, I'm Mike Dubin of the Desert Mailer News in Lancaster. How much consideration was Pathfinder given to landing at either of the poles instead of its present landing site, since there supposedly is more water vapor or frozen carbon dioxide there?
Okay, the Pathfinder probably could have physically landed anywhere where the elevation was below the datum, okay, below 0 kilometers elevation. We needed to have a negative elevation to do the parachutes. The poles, that really locks out either of the poles. In addition, that's a terrible place to send something like Pathfinder. It has completely the wrong instruments. We can't look at water. So trying to go to a place, the pole, where you can't measure the water or look at what's in it is sort of, the wrong kind of instrument. We do have, just wait 2 years, the Mars Surveyor 98 lander will go to the South Pole layer terrain. It has exactly the right instruments to look at that polar layer deposit and water and ice that's there and try to learn more about the climate history there. Okay, Pathfinder's really, as I've said before, a rock mission, and of course we've succeeded delightfully in that regard.
Okay, back here.
Yeah. Jeff McKay with Public Television. With so much to explore, how do you decide where to send the rover first?
Don't think of this as an academic exercise, and it's not. What you have is a very real lander with a very real rover with very real engineering constraints and a very real bandwidth problem of how much data you can get back. So the first thing you do is you take these glorious pictures that Peter's provided with us, and you say, well, what looks the same, what looks different? And I'd love to go to 20 of them right now, if only I could. And you start looking at the textures, the colors, the morphologies, and so on, and you start classifying and say, well, this one's one kind, this one's another kind. And then from that, you say, well, where can our little buddy get to? Right. Trying to go 20 meters, if it's going to take us 5 days to get there, is clearly the wrong choice. You want to try to get something close up that you can get and get results early, and do it in an expeditious manner.
Could you be more specific? What makes one rock more attractive than another?
Sure. You see Mars is red, and we think that redness is a hematitic dust. Okay, it's a weathering product that may be uniformly distributed or distributed around the planet. So going to a place and measuring that dust here and probably 1,000 kilometers where, you may get, in fact, the very same composition. So you might want to go to rocks that were not dust covered, that had their native dark, deep colors available for us to go up and get close to. So that would be the first thing. A red-blue ratio, a dark blue rock as opposed to a light, bright red rock. And then put in all the engineering constraints of where we think we can actually get to, how far away it is, whether the wheel slippage is going to occur as we try to get there, in trying to line up and get the APX up against that rock is not a simple task. That will require a couple of days to do.
In addition to the live pictures and the live coverage you're seeing here on CNN, there is a great deal of online information about Mars Pathfinder. We think that the folks at our internet interactive office at cnn.com/Mars have got, well, they've got the new color pictures already, so you can look at them and print them out on your own home computer. And, the internet exploring of things like this, a breaking news story, is a relatively new thing. We're joined from Planet Hollywood in Washington, D.C. by Ron Perlman, who's the online internet interactive director for the National Space Society. Well, it's good to see you on the big screen TV behind you, as well as on the little screen up close and personal. What are people doing on the internet tonight vis-a-vis this Mars landing? Is it just a wild and crazy internet as much as it is a place where you are and where I am?
Yeah, well, it's as crazy as being here at Planet Hollywood. We have people from across the world looking at the images and responding. The great thing about the internet is that you have people see the images and then they go and they email their friends, they talk. The National Space Society, which I work for, has a forum on America Online, and we've had people inside their chat rooms all afternoon just pondering on what would be seen, what are we going to see, and now, as I assume, they're talking about what we're actually seeing now.
What kind of recent response have you gotten? What's the latest from people who are in your chat room and doing the email thing with you?
Oh, it's great. We had a person from the United Kingdom write in and saying that they couldn't believe what they were seeing, that they apparently had missed the news, and they were just web surfing and jumped onto our site and saw it and was totally amazed. And here in the restaurant, you know, I have a computer set up, and we had people walking by the computer and stopping and saying, wow, look at those images, and is this really happening? It was a wake-up call from sci-fi to sci-fact, and it's been incredibly exciting.
Rob, in the past few minutes, we have discovered that there is a problem of sorts with getting the rover off the lander and out there on the surface of Mars. Has that been reflected in any of the comments that you were receiving on the internet and on your website?
Well, I have to assume so, because I've been well, standing here, I don't get to see what they're saying on the net, but given what's happened up to this point, every time a new development has occurred, whether it's a course correction in the mission or if it's actually just you know, the newest picture coming in, we've been just a downpour of images coming in, of comments coming in. So I would assume right now they're all chatting about what their ideas of how to fix it and what they think of what NASA's talking about.
Okay, Rob Perlman, thanks for joining us from Planet Hollywood in Washington, D.C., where it's a big night of Mars surface watching. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and let Donna Shirley, who's in charge of Mars exploration for NASA, come in and give us some thoughts at the end of a long, long day for her, which may not be over yet. Stay with CNN. We'll be right back.
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, it's my new Wagner power painter.
Well, can you edge with it?
Yeah, you can edge like this, or adjust it to control the paint up close. And when I'm done, I'm gonna switch nozzles and stain my deck. Do a lot of other jobs I've been meaning to do.
Well, does it clean up easy?
Yeah, it's quicker than you think.
Why am I painting this by hand?
Good question. Get a Wagner.
I always liked building things. I built my first skyscraper when I was 7. Today, what I want to build most is a secure future for my son. So I took a few steps and called T. Rowe Price, the no-load mutual fund people. They have all these planning kits. You see, I prefer to do my own investing. Look, I've always been good with kits, even really big ones.
For over 50 years, we've been helping people invest with confidence. T. Rowe Price.
Balanced nutrition for lasting energy. Power Bar. Power on.
To demonstrate the unique construction of a Simmons Beauty Rest pocketed coil inner spring, we're dropping the ball. On the competition, that is. The leading competitor relies on linked springs, so when your partner moves, the springs move too. But only Simmons has Beauty Rest individual pocketed coil springs to reduce movement and help give you undisturbed sleep. How much less movement will you feel on a Simmons Beauty Rest? See for yourself at a Simmons dealer. Simmons Beauty Rest, the Do Not Disturb mattress.
Two of the most talked about events of the year are coming to TNT this summer. Tom Berenger in Rough Riders and Gary Sinise in George Wallace. Only on TNT, the best movie studio on television.
In case you're just getting in after a long day of having 4th of July barbecue and watching the fireworks show, something pretty amazing has happened out in space on the planet Mars. A spaceship from Earth landed and sent back a lot of really amazing pictures. This is one of them. It shows the Mars rover, the Sojourner Truth rover there on the surface. And it's been quite a day. I hope you've been with us, but in case you haven't, we got some experts to analyze these new pictures. First pictures of the surface of Mars we've seen in more than 20 years. John Zarella, get personal with me here. What did you think when you saw the first big panoramic color picture?
Well, John, I tell you, it was certainly far beyond anything I had expected. When I saw the first black and whites, I said, geez, these are better than the Viking pictures. This is something else. Everybody had said, you just won't believe those color images, and they were something. You know, John, it's unfortunate that there had to be something to go wrong, and that would have to be this issue with the airbags. And it's unfortunate because the only pedal where these airbags are a problem is the pedal that has the Rover on it. So that certainly is a bit of bad luck. But Donna Shirley, of course, is with us. And Donna, wanted you to just tell us very quickly. Now, while they're going through this maneuver, there is no problem that the Rover's going to fall off while they're lifting the pedal.
Absolutely not. The Rover is still squatted down on the pedal, tied down with the restraints that survived this entry and bouncing and everything. So there they are in the test bed now, testing the maneuver that they're just doing as we speak.
But they're actually now doing this on Mars, this maneuver. Is that correct?
I don't know if they've actually sent the commands yet, but they probably have. They're testing this maneuver. But when they will send the commands. And when they send the commands, what'll happen is they'll tilt that pedal up about 45 degrees. The Rover, no danger of falling off because it's very tightly tied down. They'll drag the airbags in some more, then they'll put the pedal back down flat, and hopefully that will not, and there is Rob Manning is showing in that view of how the airbags might be, and the hope is that when they get through rocking it up and pulling it back down, that the airbags will be nice and flat and we can get the Rover off.
They're trying to get an idea, set it up so that it's exactly like it appears on those images from Mars.
And that's exactly why we have this sandbox, is so we can simulate conditions on Mars.
Let me get you to tell us your very personal views. You've been in this program a long time. Part of the actual development of the rovers to begin with, and now in charge of this whole program. How did this make you feel when you saw those first color images?
Absolutely magnificent. I mean, it was yesterday. I said it was like Christmas Eve. I woke up, I wanted it to be Christmas Day, and today Santa Claus came, big time.
You kept having Christmas over and over today.
Yeah.
One milestone after another.
And it was just incredible. And now I'm just absolutely on pins and needles till we get that Rover off, because the Rover is kind of my baby.
There's one of the images.
Yes, okay, now what we saw here, I mean, these are absolutely wonderful images and fantastic technology that was able to process these this fast. What you see here is the Rover sitting on the pedal, and you notice the wheel looks like it's split in half. That is an artifact. That is not real. The wheel is perfectly fine, but you can see the airbags sticking up above the pedal there a little bit, and it's blocking the ramps, and those ramps are rolled up right in front of that wheel.
Right in front of the wheel is the ramp.
Right,
it's a goldish-looking object
with a silver stripe around it, and it's all blocking. It's in front of the Rover, in the front of the Rover. And if we could see another one. In the background of this one, you can see small rocks, but the area looks kind of like it's cleared out.
And
you can see the really big rocks out beyond. And Peter Smith said he doesn't know how big these rocks are because he hasn't got stereo images of them yet.
And hills in the distance, it looks like.
And hills in the distance. And there's a little notch out of one of them that is not real. It's an artifact of the processing. Now, in this picture, you can also see the back of the Rover with the alpha proton X-ray spectrometer, which looks kind of like a can kind of on the inside of the back wheel, and then another ramp rolled up, and you can clearly see that the airbags are indeed drooped over the end of that ramp, and so they don't want to take a chance of sending the ramp out. Here is one of the hills in the distance. We don't know how far that is away, but it's definitely a very interesting feature. And again, Peter is just dying to get up. The camera is just now squatted down on the lander.
Exactly.
When it stands up tomorrow, it's going to be 5 feet higher than it is now, and you'll be able to get a much better idea of how far those rocks are away and how big they are.
Now you could roll, that again is the back side of the Rover where the proton spectrometer is even more clearly visible.
Right, the silver cup there in the middle.
You could get off on either side of the pedal, but you would prefer to go off the front way.
And the reason we want to do that is because our hazard avoidance system is in the front. And if, we like to have that hazard avoidance system working. We can, though, just as easily go off backwards because we're going to be using the images from the lander camera anyway.
There's a big boulder.
Yeah, there's a big boulder and another hill. And we don't know whether that hill is on the horizon or a big mountain over the horizon. We just can't tell. And this boulder looks to me pretty big, but Peter wasn't going to be drawn out about how big it is.
Now, we're only seeing in these images a fraction.
Right.
We're not seeing 360 degrees.
Not at all. We're seeing about 90 degrees. And what we're seeing is just to either side of the rover pedal, because the main purpose of these images, other than us going ooh and ah, is to look at those airbags and make sure we can get the rover off.
And quite clearly, the airbag that appears to be stuck on the backside is stuck a lot worse than the one on the front side.
Right, that's what it looks like. But they're really not sure why. They're not sure if it's draped over a rock or if it's merely got bunched and the little string that was pulling it in didn't pull in far enough or what. So they're going to be trying to pull it in farther and get those airbags nice and flat so we can get the rover off. But we may not get the rover off tonight because they're going to have to take more pictures after this airbag exercise and the pedal exercise has been done. It's called a move pedal command. This has been planned all along. One of the contingencies that we had planned all along was to have to move the pedals before we could get the rover off. So this is not a surprise. It's not, you know, difficulty. It just means that we're a little disappointed because I wanted the last Christmas present to open today, and I don't know if we'll make it.
So you get your your second Christmas present a day late.
Yeah,
is
but
what
now
it
I
may
have
come
to
down
now I have to not sleep tonight.
Now, when we finally do again, then they'll put this to bed tonight because we're going to be quickly approaching the sunset on Mars.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sunset on, well, we lose Earth at about 10:20 Pacific time tonight. That is when the Earth sets. I think the sun may set a little after that. So the sun is still up, but we won't be able to talk to it or listen to it. And so for all practical purposes, we lose Mars at about 10:20 tonight.
All right, Donna, thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Your help today has been wonderful. And John, I believe you have a question for Donna?
I got a lot of things to say to Donna, not enough time to say them, John. Donna, I want you to look ahead with me 2 years from today, 4 years from today, 6 years from today on Mars. But before you do that, you gave up an entire day, one of the most amazing and emotionally stimulating days of your life, to stand out there in the sun with the CNN gang and John Zarella. That is above and beyond the call of duty. I don't know what they're paying you at the space agency, and I doubt you're charging as much to stand there with us, probably nothing. But you have certainly enhanced the understanding of all this stuff that our viewers in the United States and all over the world have seen. And you should hear what they're saying to our viewer response people in there. They're real impressed that you're here with us. And so thank you. Now,
okay,
I've
John,
said
I
my
have
piece.
to tell you that it's an honor.
Yeah,
and furthermore, it's really important that we bring this stuff to the public in an understandable way, and that's my job.
Okay, and John, you need to know, we need to buy her book because she's got a book that's coming out. And so that's how you and I can personally thank her. She's written a book.
Okay, I'll buy some for Christmas presents. Donna, you've been talking about Christmas presents for 2 days. Now, help me jump ahead. What happens 2 years from now? I mean, these two, you got two missions that are, one is there, one will be there in a few months. What happens in 2 years and 4 years and 6 years and on out?
Okay, every 26 months, so it's not exactly 2 years. Every 26 months, we orbit Mars and land on Mars in 98, 2001, and 2003. And we'll have, in 2001 and 2003, we'll have a rover, not like Sojourner, that has to go within the range of the lander cameras, but that can take off across the horizon and actually go explore things like those mountains, if those are indeed mountains in the distance. And not only that, those rovers will be able to collect samples. In 2005, we'll send a sample return mission, provided the budget passes Congress, we'll send a sample return mission to bring some pieces of Mars back to Earth so we can really start to really understand Mars.
Donna, let me suggest something. When you go to that budget committee hearing on the House side, take the pictures from tonight and just put them up on the wall and say, hey, you want to do some more of this? That'll probably help you. I'm very impressed. I must tell you. I get excited about space, but to be able to see something, I'm 48 years old. Last time I saw live pictures or almost live pictures from Mars, I was just barely out of college. This is so significant. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
John Zarella, thank you for carrying us through for this long, long day. What it appears will happen, not long-term but short-term, is we're going to get some more pictures of the surface of Mars. We'll get another set like what we just saw tonight for the next 1 week or 2 weeks anyway, more different, exciting views. We're going to be here to bring you the pictures live as soon as we can, and we'll be right back here on CNN. Stay with us.
don't shower before work. I email over oatmeal. I take conference calls in my pajamas. Just take a look at the area that I'm highlighting there. That works. I document conference, I page, I fax, I work out, I get tons done. I still don't shower. I pray we never ever get video conferencing.
Want to make painting easier? Change your roller to a Wagner cordless power roller. There's less mess, less hassle, and less bending over because you control the flow of paint. So you can just keep on rolling. In fact, with the power roller and its accessories, you'll get professional results nearly twice as fast. It even turns cleanup into an easy job. So get a cordless power roller from Wagner and transform every room in your house.
Welcome to Park Avenue, the ultimate urban environment. So quiet, it shuts out urban unpleasantness. So beautiful, it improves the neighborhood. Even the most elegant street in America, which, incidentally, seems to have been named after our new car. The all-new Park Avenue by Buick, the power of understatement.
Monday on CNN Talkback Live, his heroism led to tragedy almost a year after the Olympic Park bombing. Richard Jewell talks back, Monday, 3 Eastern on CNN.
When the game is on the line and you have one shot left, you can't miss. You've got to get it right the first time. And when it comes to auto parts, ILO gets it right the first time. ILO has more national brands and people that know them best.
Register by June 30th at Hilo to win a Yamaha Wave Raider.
For auto parts, it's a slam dunk. ILO will make your car run like a dream machine.
Hilo Auto Supply. Get it right the first time.
Luby's is celebrating its 50th birthday, and you could win a cruise to the Bahamas, a vacation at Walt Disney World. Enter at any Luby's or send your name, address, and phone number to Luby's 50th Anniversary Sweepstakes, care of PMG, 819 2nd Street, Manchester, New Hampshire. Grand prize, a 7-day trip for 4 with a cruise to the Bahamas and a visit to Disney World in Florida. And there are 50 other Carnival cruises to the Bahamas or Mexico. No purchase necessary. Enter today and celebrate 50 years with Luby's. Good food from good people.
This is CNN.
The following is CNN's coverage of a live event.
What a day. What a night. What a time to be alive on planet Earth. We sent something to planet Mars today. It is sending back fabulous black and white and color pictures to the Earth. The folks at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, put the project together. And everything has been going swimmingly until about 30 minutes ago, when some of the first pictures that came back showed us something that could be a problem. Maybe not a big problem, we don't know yet. But one of the things that is unique about this mission to planet Mars is that rather than landing on the planet, like most spaceships from Earth do, this one bounced into the side of the planet inside a giant beach ball made up of dozens of individual airbags. What was supposed to happen when the Pathfinder landed on Mars was that these airbags were supposed to retract underneath the Pathfinder and sort of look like that tannish mush that you see there below the solar panels on your screen in this animation. That's not precisely what happened. And as a result, what you just saw in the animation is not going to happen tonight. This is a picture that came down from Mars just a few minutes ago. Instead of being underneath and out of the way of the Sojourner rover, you can see that big tannish airbag is blocking the exit from the Pathfinder of the rover. And it looks like it's even possible that a piece of that airbag might be somehow connected to the ramp. The things that look like rolled up duffel bags are in fact the ramps that Sojourner will use. This is what NASA wants to do to fix this problem. Even though all 3 solar panels, which are called petals, like flower petals, were flat and parallel to the ground, the one where the airbags aren't fully retracted will be raised to a 45-degree angle. And then the automatic retraction system for the airbags will be told to come back on and retract those airbags some more. If it works, the airbags will be sucked in as if vacuumed up underneath the Pathfinder, and then that pedal with the Rover on it will lower itself again back down to a level that's parallel to the ground. The two ramps on either side will roll out, and then the Rover will go out and do its job. It was hoped that that would all happen about 88 minutes from now, but that's not going to be possible because of the problem with the airbags. They're still scratching their heads in Mission Control, trying to figure out exactly the best way to do this. And so that's going to delay the first movement out on the surface of Mars of that rover. My colleague John Zarella has been doing yeoman's work for the past 6-7 days out there at the Jet Propulsion Lab. Oh, buddy, you must be tired at the end of this long day, but isn't it satisfying?
I'm telling you, John, even standing up for 6 or 7 hours today, it doesn't seem to bother me at all. This has been quite an adventure tonight. Isn't it a shame that the only pedal that these airbags happen to be in a bad position on is the pedal that is containing the Sojourner rover on it? So that was a bit of bad luck, but after so much sensational, absolute near perfection all day, it is certainly something that's an acceptable problem that they will, I'm sure, deal with. They're going through the motions now to try and figure out exactly how they're going to handle this and get that airbag retracted so that they can get Sojourner off. And as you said, it'll probably be tomorrow. And joining us here tonight is Story Musgrave. And Story, you haven't been to Mars yet, but an astronaut for many, many years. You've flown in space probably as much, if not more, than just about anybody out there. And what was your feeling as you were seeing these pictures of Mars? I know that every astronaut would love to be the first to put his or her foot down on the Red Planet.
Well, I've dreamed. My imagination has taken me out there, John. The call is there. It beckons. The beauty of the place, it really does call. And with a brand new technology, with a very efficient small satellite that it came just scooting and screaming out in there, and it's there, it lets you know how doable the whole thing is. But it's like a stepping stone. We go from Earth to this, to Mars, and away we go.
What did you think as you saw those first pictures? The black and whites came out first and gave us some really tremendous images. There's some there we can take a look at right there, what that looked like. Those were the first black and white several hours ago now. What were you thinking when you were seeing those?
It's just stunning, and you flash back to Viking, and you think of, we've returned to an old friend after 20 years. But the call is there. I mean, you just see it and you feel the pull.
Are you amazed at the clarity of the images and exactly the nature of the landscape? It seems to be quite a bit, and that's a rover wheel that we're seeing in that picture. But the landscape seems to be quite a bit different than what we saw on the Viking missions.
Bigger rocks, but still friendly. Still an incredibly friendly place. We just need a little bit of water.
And that's probably buried beneath the surface in permafrost.
Find out where the water went.
So these first exploratory missions that we're doing, any doubt in your mind? You say the call is there.
The call is there.
Any doubt in your mind when we see things like this after 21 years now that it's going to re-energize an effort to send humans to Mars, do you think?
No doubt. And the visual data is extraordinarily important. The scientific data is too. The spectrometry data will be incredibly important.
Here's the sandbox. Now look, we're actually seeing them doing the test to see if at how steep an angle they can get the rover off of one of the pedals. And that would be a rover coming down the pedal and into the sand, and they're... Now, a lot of these kinds of things are not foreign to you, certainly, because they did many of these things within the human space program.
That's testing that simulation, and that's a playground. And it's incredibly useful to not theorize as to how things are going, but to go out there and to mimic and to set up the scenario and to run it for real.
Now, in a more, certainly a situation that was far more potentially dangerous. That's what they did during Apollo 13. They ran simulations.
Yes.
How could they get things fixed? So they're basically, here we are many years later, but doing similar things.
If the fidelity of your training and your simulation devices are good enough, when you need to test how it's going to go up there, you can do it on the ground.
Let's take another look at some of the black and white photographs that we have earlier today. Oh, we're back in the sandbox, so they are still. They're really looking now at, from what I understand, the angles, so that they can see that how much of an angle is going to be too much of an angle to get the Sojourner off, if that's what they end up with, a real steep angle once they bring the airbag in. So I assume that's what they're working with, to see how much they can have to play with. Is that what it appears to you?
I'm not an expert in that area.
This is what I had heard earlier from one of the engineers, that they were really concerned about what the angle might be once the airbags were retracted, if the pedal actually went down many more degrees than it is now. That would present a much more steeper angle when they unfurl the pedal there. So again, they're still playing in the sandbox, as you said, and trying to figure out the best. This could go for quite a while, I would assume.
Story, you mentioned earlier, this is John Holloman, that simulation and training and practice is the key to success. I saw some pictures today in a water tank in Russia of a couple of cosmonauts in spacesuits, and they are beginning to simulate that internal spacewalk that's going to have to take place on Mir. Now they're saying they can't do it before the 17th or 18th of July at the earliest, because they want to give the cosmonauts in space time to practice, and they want to give these cosmonauts in the water tank in Russia a chance to see what's going to happen when they get in this very cramped quarters. You and I have talked on the phone several times about what ought to happen in a well-planned spacewalk to fix the problems on Mir, and we should let our viewers know in about 90 minutes from now, the Progress resupply vehicle with the repair parts for Mir is scheduled to blast off from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. We plan to have live coverage of that. So just, given those circumstances, let's talk about the value of simulation for the spacewalk on Mir. And have you heard any more about how that might work than when we talked the last time?
We sure are having a huge space day with a joint mission up there, the practice on the ground, and STS-94 up there, and a Pathfinder landing.
These are the pictures from Russia today, by the way, of the cosmonauts in the water tank doing their simulation.
I have always emphasized that in close quarters you need to do more water tank choreography than in any other condition. When you have to take your body and fit yourself into very close quarters, it's like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle as to how you're going to get in there, and especially if you have to get in there and maneuver equipment in and out of closed spaces.
And that pretty much is the Spectre modules being simulated underwater there, which the cosmonauts are going to have to go into on the 17th or 18th. Story, we need to go ahead, jump in.
And water is the place to do that. And the next thing to do is, once you've worked it out on the water, how do you communicate to the people on board your geometric experiences? And so that's an art form in itself, how you get the geometric experience here to them.
Right, because these cosmonauts have never put on two spacesuits inside their space station and tried to do work inside. They've been in an airlock on the way to do an outside spacewalk. We're going to take a quick break. Story Musgrave, John Zarella, it's good to see both of you and that you're both holding up on this most fabulous day in space and back here on Earth, because we're getting to look at it. Stay with CNN. We'll be right back.
Rain. I love the rain. I'm responsible for what you don't see at the park, weeds. We need a spray that kills weeds wherever they grow, pretty much everywhere. We use Roundup. Roundup kills the whole weed, roots included.
I use it at home, not just in the driveways or sidewalks, but around trees, walls, fencing.
Just about anywhere weeds are a problem. Roundup, no roots, no weeds, no problem.
Bob, Joe Gaddy. I want you to know where we are in this deal. Oh, Leo, Joe Gaddy.
Across America, more people use Cellular One than any other cellular service.
Yeah.
Okay, Dad, you can use the phone now.
Oh, okay. Thanks, honey.
Here's something you should never do with your eyeglasses unless they're made from Flex-On. Even after bending and twisting, Flex-On frames still look and fit great. Feel free to fall asleep in your glasses. Feel free to squeeze your Flex-On frames. Feel free to kid around. Flex-On frames, durable, comfortable, light. Ask for them by name. Flex-On by Marchon.
Rust-Oleum, the ultimate defense against weather.
Balanced nutrition for lasting energy. Power Bar. Power on.
NASA engineers at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory getting very excited about the fact that they were able to do something they have been working on, most of them, for more than 5 years. That is taking a $100 million, just a little bit bigger than a shoebox-sized rover and plant it successfully on the surface of planet Mars. What a moment for these people. This is the live picture in Mission Control now. They have had a long day. It is 7:44 in the evening at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California, and they have been there putting in a very full day, controlling this mission from the ground, but mostly, based on what we've been told, just letting the Pathfinder do its own thing. It has a computer on board that has been doing everything just like clockwork. One little problem. CNN's John Zarella joins us from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory to talk about that and what kind of day this has been. John?
Well, I tell you, John, that, I think back it was December 4th when they lifted off from the Kennedy Space Center very early in the morning, a rather chilly night even for Florida back then, and here they are 6 months later to the day, and they're on Mars. And I remember interviewing Brian Muirhead, who's the deputy project manager, in the clean room a month before that, wearing our white bunny suits, and Brian saying, nobody would have given us half a chance of getting as far as we are today, and that was just getting to the clean room. And here they are now on Mars. We've had fabulous black and white images. We've had fabulous color images back from the Red Planet, and they've run into the one snag that they've got to work around. And there are those black and white images. The Story Musgrave, you're with us here, and we were talking about how that's an airbag there in the foreground. We were talking about how these things are tested and retested, and how now when they run into a problem, they'll go into the simulator to figure out. And you did that with the Hubble repair mission. You had to do tremendous simulations, didn't you?
It's basically play with physical things as opposed to speculate and guess. And that's what they're up to.
These, you were saying, now there are a lot of rocks there, but again, that's quite a bit more in the way of what I thought. I didn't think there would be as many of the large boulders that there appear to be, and in the distance, hills, and it's a different topography.
You have to ask them, but maybe they didn't guess to have quite that much in the water outflow.
And there's what appears to be one of those hills in the distance. And again, this is supposed to be an ancient river, an ancient outflow where a tremendous flood eons ago swept down through here, left and deposited rocks and all kinds of goodies for the geologists to get a look at. So it really is critical, isn't it, that they get Pathfinder's Sojourner robot off of the vehicle so they can start getting up to rocks like that and putting and studying them.
And doing the soil itself.
And the soil itself. What will they learn, do you think? What are they going to be able to find out?
They're going to learn the chemistry, John. The spectrometer will give us the chemistry of Mars.
Fellas, can I interrupt for a second? John. We just got word that a different sequence of photographs from the surface of Mars is about to be coming in to Jet Propulsion Lab Mission Control there in California. We're going to watch those pictures as they come in, I would reckon. And as we continue to look at the pictures that came down a couple of hours ago, until we get the new pictures, let's go back and look at the old ones. Some of our viewers have called and asked about the shape of some of the rocks. Now, not in this picture, those rocks look like rocks, but there are some that we have seen throughout the evening that look almost as if they might have been carved. I mean, they have very straight curves on the corners. And as we look at that, I'd like you, Story, because you've got a certain interest, a great interest in geology, to tell me how that could come about. If we can, I don't know if we can find one of those pictures while you're looking at it, but I've seen several tonight that look sort of like they've been cut pieces of stone. How would that occur naturally on Mars?
And I agree with you very much, John. They look fractured. They look almost as if something broke the rocks, and then after the breaking, there was minimum erosion to round off the corners.
I guess that tells you a little bit about the winds and the sandstorms and things on the surface of Mars. Probably hadn't been much windstorm or sandstorm action on those rocks to keep the sides of them as smooth as they are.
Or it's fairly recent.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we're going to learn, I guess, a good bit about the age of these river valleys as soon as we can get a sample of this stuff from the surface of Mars back to Earth, so that we can do some sort of dating on it. Maybe carbon dating would work on samples of Martian soil and the pieces that'll come back. I was asking Donna Shirley and a couple of other people earlier today how long ago this river basin had water in it. She said, don't have a clue, won't have a clue till we get some of this stuff back on Earth and can analyze it. But there are some of these rocks that seem to have fairly square corners. This is just fascinating to look at to me, Story.
It sure is. It's amazing the diversity that you get in planets that all got formed in the solar system, depending upon where they got formed, what their orbital mechanics, how far out they are, what their rotations are, and what their chemistry was.
You know, Story, some of those look almost as what you'd see out in the West out here in the United States, where you have the great rivers that carved these canyons through there, and they really smooth them out over the eons of time.
Very familiar territory.
Story Musgrave, I'm told that the day you came to work for NASA, at the end of the Apollo days, it was your assumption you were going to be the first human being to walk on Mars. Is that true?
I thought we would have been there in 30 or 35 years, and with the acceleration in technology that we had, I think it was reasonable to expect that within 30 or 35 years we would be there, and I was a long-term investor.
Yeah.
And I was interested in life out there and in medicine.
Well, you know, your life's not over yet. How old are you today?
I'm going on 62 next month.
All right. Well, see, I mean, you got time, and you're a young 62. We got to take a quick break, Story. We'll be back with you and John Zarella, the rest of our crew. What a day this has been. To all our viewers who are sending us email and calling us up to ask questions of our guests, thank you all for being with us today. Big day for CNN.
Here's something you should never do with your eyeglasses unless they're made from Flexon. Even after bending and twisting, Flexon frames still look and fit great. Feel free to fall asleep in your glasses. Feel free to squeeze your Flexon frames. Feel free to kid around. Flexon frames, durable, comfortable, light. Ask for them by name. Flexon by Marchon.
To demonstrate the unique construction of a Simmons Beauty Rest pocketed coil inner spring, we're dropping the ball. On the competition, that is. The leading competitor relies on linked springs, so when your partner moves, the springs move too. But only Simmons has Beauty Rest individual pocketed coil springs to reduce movement and help give you undisturbed sleep. How much less movement will you feel on a Simmons Beauty Rest? See for yourself at a Simmons dealer. Simmons Beauty Rest, the Do Not Disturb mattress.
Balanced nutrition for lasting energy. Power Bar. Power on.
We could go on and on about our clients, but you get the idea. For professional services, the answer is Deloitte & Touche. To demonstrate the unique construction of a Simmons Beauty Rest pocketed coil inner spring, we're dropping the ball. On the competition, that is. The leading competitor relies on linked springs, so when your partner moves, the springs move too. But only Simmons has Beauty Rest individual pocketed coil springs to reduce movement and help give you undisturbed sleep. How much less movement will you feel on a Simmons Beauty Rest? See for yourself at a Simmons dealer. Simmons Beauty Rest, the Do Not Disturb mattress.
This is a live picture from inside NASA's Mission Control at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where new pictures from the surface of planet Mars, the second series of post-landing pictures for the Pathfinder probe, are beginning to be presented to the experts there. They're going to look very similar to the pictures we have seen over the past 4 hours, but the sun angle will be different because the sun has shifted in the sky. People all over the world are participating in our coverage tonight, watching these live pictures from Mars all over the place. At Planet Hollywood in Washington, the National Space Society put together a big wing-ding. Education Director Carolyn Josephs joins us now. Carolyn, I have a 4-year-old, and I know a lot of children who are in the 5 to 10-year-old age group who have seen these pictures tonight and really been knocked down by them. Is this going to help stimulate interest in space science, do you think?
I hope so.
Yep. What do you think the offshoot of this might be as the education director of the Space Society? I mean, there are people who've created CD-ROM programs to show people animations of these various things. Is this going to be a good thing?
I think it is. Our chapter does too.
Yeah, okay, Carolyn. Thanks very much for joining us. Looks like a big party there at Planet Hollywood in Washington. All right, back to Pasadena. Story Musgrave, John Zarella. More pictures will begin coming down pretty soon. We're going to compile them here. If they look remarkably different from the pictures we have seen before, we will pop in and share them with our viewers. Just a remarkable night. Yeah.
We may, John, have some photos that'll give us an idea whether they were able to retract the airbags if they performed that maneuver, because there was some talk that they were uplinking the commands to the vehicle not long ago, so it's certainly possible.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm hearing in my ear, John, that these pictures will show whether they've been successful in getting this thing ready to get the rover off. But so much has to be just right for this to happen. The rover on Mars has to be able to see the Earth. The sun has to be up to charge the solar panels. So it's a very complicated thing. We've only got a couple minutes left in our live programming here. Story Musgrave, you got any final thoughts before we sign off here tonight about the meaning of this, sending unmanned robots to Mars and the prospect of having human beings, you or me or my 4-year-old Jay, walking around up there someday?
Well, John, when he landed on the moon, I was in Mission Control, and after the dust had settled, so to speak, I had to go outside and look up and take a look at the moon. The moon had new meaning, and what it was to be human had new meaning, and I have not looked into where Mars is tonight, but I will look into that, and hopefully it'll be visible tonight or tomorrow morning to go out there and take a look at that planet and realize that we are there and that the quest continues. All right, it's on the west side. Look to the west, just above the horizon. It might have already set for the night, but you'll be able to see it just around sundown tomorrow. That's all over the United States, I'm told. John Zarella, you come back to me before in our final minutes here and give me your final thoughts on this. What a day. What a day of remarkable information and visual information.
And you know, it's one of those days where the hours just click by so quickly because one event after the other, starting very early this morning, was happening here with the descent through the atmosphere and this very 4.5 minutes of just one pyrotechnic event after the other having to take place perfectly for this to work, and everything did. John?
John Zarella, thank you very much. And to our hundreds of viewers, we have gotten more phone calls today from people watching this on television wanting to know more. Thank you for participating in our live coverage. For the whole CNN team, John Holland, good night. Thanks for being with us.
Sunday, the eyes of the world have turned toward China. Can new election policies pave the way to democracy? CNN's Andrea Koppel reports on Impact, Sunday, 9 Eastern.
Hi, what does it take to become one of the most experienced players in television? Remarkable reach, a powerful presence, incredible quick response, excellent reception, an upscale viewership, a captivating personality, a winning approach, and a decisive attitude. ESPN, the sporting way to channel your message.
For more information, call TCI Media Services at 817-282-8113.
In the 70s, Texas Appliance was founded on great selection, personal service, and low prices. And that hasn't changed.
Today, we have the largest display and selection of freestanding and built-in appliances in Texas, like this GE 21 cubic foot top-mount refrigerator with glass shelves and ice maker for only $6.99.
We can't roll back prices to the 70s.
But we'll beat any advertised price plus 10% of the difference. Get the product you want at the lowest price at Texas Appliance.